Hello, VOD viewers. Today, oh wait, 1 second. Doot. Okay, today it's replay analysis day, and the topic is going to be the mid game. I forgot to do our little pinned message. Let me do that real quick now. I have one to start us off. Coachings today are going to focus on the mid game. Put that in both the chats. All right, I am a professional. I come prepared. All right, now we're ready to go. All right, we're starting with this one from the Discord. Actually, I do try to grab one from here, YouTube, to start us off. Typically, sometimes I forget that, or sometimes there's just not one, depending if we've like taken a break. Oh, you know the other thing I forgot to type? Timestamps. Professional. Done. Okay, Ringmaster, position 4, Ancient. Focusing on the mid game, but since this one came from Discord, I'll make sure to address the actual question too, which is pertaining to the late game, so a little sneak peek of the next replay analysis stream. This question is about ratting and how to deal with it. So as a support, what do you do when the opponent is ratting? It sounds like we're going to see a Clinks doing some ratting, and he felt like the lane went well, mid game went well, but then like as it got to late game, it felt like they couldn't even leave the base versus the Clinks. So actually mid game is still going to be useful here, and that's what we'll start with, since you know, if things go well, it's hard to rat. Like, you've already put yourself in a position to win, then they can't rat. But I'll also take a look at your late game to address the actual question. Zuki, thank you. I don't even know. I looked to double check because I kind of zoned out the voice as I was finishing talking. I don't know. I know it's gonna be you at the start. Thank you so much. Always being here with the support. Joy K, what's up? Merry New Year, yes, right around the corner. Starting to brainstorm the, what video shall we do in the new year? Shall we do some Dota 2026 guides? How to gain MMR in the new year? I've been thinking about a couple stuff like that. So today, I think we're just gonna jump to like the 20-minute mark for all the replays. I know sometimes people have questions about earlier, and maybe we'll try to adjust. But, you know, the topic today is supposed to be about the mid game, and that's the early game replays that we did last week ended around this window. It's usually when, like, Roshan can be a legitimate opportunity, and you're kind of, like, everyone is starting to pick up items around this time, around, like, that 20-minute window, right? We see, like, what is this? We see, like, Desos, 4 staffs, right? Pipes are getting done, and Glimmers. So this is, like, everyone is starting to finish a couple major items, and it's time to, like, do things. Don't break stuff, Hef. He just jumped up onto the shelf and it like slammed against the wall. So yeah, that's where we're starting today. How to use like these timings and all that. And then we'll make sure we talk about the ratting later on. It looks like 3K lead, so nothing massive. It's still a pretty close game, and we are what? Mid carry, sniper, offlane, undying, and then a mid Rubik. Okay. All right. So sniper, usually from the mid lane, but in a lot of pubs, also in the carry role. The game plan is like sit behind this guy and let him hit whatever the objectives are. In this case, tier 2s, tier 3s. So we sit behind him. Depending what support we are, we like truly sit behind him. Sometimes we sit in front of him if we're like the tanky or initiator supports. Ringmaster can be behind, that's fine. Undying offlane will kind of be in the front with all the auras, and we will just set up vision with the plague wards and let sniper hit things. That's going to be the ideal game plan for us going forward. I know pub games are gonna get a little chaotic, but it's still important to like set up, you know, the default method. And then looking at the map, it doesn't really matter where you guys start for a pub game. It should, you know, consider Roche is the high level thing, and this is Ancient, so we're getting to the point where more people might be a little bit on on the same page. If you called out nicely, they might be like, yeah, Roshan is good. So with that in mind, and it's just turned 20 minutes, so Roshan is down here, I would say we can play on the bottom half. So this tower or this tower could be a great place to begin. But if your team decides to push top, like, we're not going to sweat it. Like, whatever the team is playing together, then we're going to go. I don't care where. I don't care where. Henry, with the new patch, so we may go on lose streaks for any reason, but if you find you go on win streaks or lose streaks around new patches, part of the reason is that everyone is coming back. It's very chaotic. You got a lot of people coming back because they stopped playing Dota and they're like, ooh, new patch, Largo, what's that? So we have a range of super tryhard people who've been playing a lot, but they're just average, and people who like took breaks and they're really out of touch, but they maybe were good, maybe were bad, who knows? You got a huge realm of skill level and consistency. And then some people are on the money with like, oh shit, this hero looks good. And people are like, damn, that hero looks absolute trash, but I gotta know to find out. And so they pick the worst heroes in the game. So it ends up really chaotic. And if you're losing a lot in this time, you might be struggling to deal with that. Like, you may also be picking some of the worst heroes. Like, unknowingly, it's a new patch. You thought they're good, but they turn out to be bad. So that might be part of it. You may also just be a more, like, when things follow a certain path, I'm good at that. But when things get really chaotic, I'm not so good at that. So you might be struggling to deal with, like, the new patch chaos. Could be other reasons. I don't know. If you join the replays, maybe we'll be able to see something in your mid game, since that's what we're focusing on. But those would be some ideas I'd have for a new patch losing streak. Okay. So I'm just gonna let this play and we'll just see what happens. You are chasing this Clinks, though. It's just you. I'm not sure if it'll happen. We kind of set the stage on like, okay, let's go push as a group at some point. I will also start to talk about your ratting question, because you mentioned it feels like, oh, as a support, maybe there's not a lot I can do versus this. It's got to be the cores. To some extent, that is true, but actually supports play one of the biggest roles in dealing with rats, which is the vision game. When the Clinks, like, you're pushing out and then Clinks pops up here and he's starting to hit your tier 3s, it's way too late. You need to see Clinks on your half of the map, like, making the way there. So then rather than do like a bunch of wards like this, oh, we're trying to push their base, you know, I want really deep vision. You want one of those, and then you need something like here. You need something in your jungle. You need to see the Clinks coming to split push you, so your team knows, oh shit, there's the Clinks, like everyone TP back, smoke, kill that guy, and now we have 80 seconds to push forward, right? Whatever that situation may be. Anyways, in real time, you're killing Phoenix. Nice. Okay, so let's get back on track of mid-game stuff. Just got a kill, 5 versus 4. That's pretty good. Can't help but notice Sniper's not here. Oh my god, he's got a tango queued up. I can't help but notice he's not here, so it's not going to be the easiest to push. So you guys could poke a little bit. I wouldn't commit too hard. The important thing is setting down vision while you're here, and it looks like Venomancer has placed this one. This is actually pretty good. Didn't put the observer on the high ground, used a plague ward. I don't know why his sentry is so close. Could be a little further out, but whatever. That is done. So even if you guys don't take this tower, a big success from this play is that your team felt the confidence to set down some deep vision, and now I'm feeling even better about playing in this bottom area. You are pretty low, so I'm tempted to go back, and it looks like you are, but sometimes you can stay even though you're low health. I think versus a different lineup, I would do it. In this case, there's like Invis Clinks, Global Sunstrike, Global Ice Blast, Random Mines, so it is pretty scary, and if you go home, I would understand that. I also think if you just stand near Undying, like back here, and he just soul rips you a couple times, right, and then you have your arcane boots, you could have possibly stayed with your team.
Dire structures looking for
your team now should back out, though, because they know you are not there, and they know Sniper is not there, and Sniper is now showing in the mid lane. So at this exact moment, a lot of this, by the way, a lot of this stream today is going to be calling out mini-map stuff. So Even more than what's on your screen, if you guys practice looking at the minimap, that is what the mid game and the late game is. It's like all interpreting the minimap and trying to come up with the best plays from there. With, of course, you know, extra information from the actual screen. DMZ, thank you for the Prime sub, by the way. I appreciate it. Okay, yeah. So Sniper just showed here. So from their perspective, they know 3 heroes are here, because I believe they've seen these 3. They don't know where you are, but Phoenix might be able to say, like, Ringmaster almost died, so either they went back home, or they're here with, like, 300 health. So from their perspective, I would feel pretty good about trying to fight you guys, even knowing that you guys may have set up some deep wards. I don't know where they are, but I know, okay, the team's here. They're probably setting something up. So, you know, let's actually switch perspectives. So let's say I'm this techies and I'm thinking about, do I want to fight this? I do feel okay about fighting this if my team shows up. And it turns out a lot of the team is not here. They're off doing other stuff. But even though I don't know where your vision is, I know 4 versus 3 is good for us. And so as long as the game is close, which 5K is not that bad, I would feel comfortable pushing into this. So then on our perspective, we read that and we say, this is now dangerous. Like, because Sniper is showing here, these guys need to retreat. They don't need to, like, full teleport home, by the way. They just need to, like, not dive a tower. Like, if they're just out here pushing things in and jungling and, like, defensively standing, that's okay. And maybe, like, fall back as you go. They don't have to, like, run home, you know? But you shouldn't be doing anything overly aggressive. And without knowing where Clinks is, so like invis heroes who can assassinate, we have to be very careful about moving on our own. That includes the Sniper, that includes us. Oh, a Sniper. If only this had dust in there and not a tango queued up. Damn. You should have been looking for that Clinks, actually. Hold on, what was your perspective? Because I moved the camera.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Oh, I don't think you realized this was happening. Okay, so you didn't see how low Clinks was, so you didn't know. Okay, that's just a map awareness thing. A little unfortunate. You might have been like looking at the minimap at that exact moment, but slightly missed opportunity. Your team actually picked it up in the end anyways, but that is a like camera movement. If you listen to me, this is why I don't listen to music if I'm tryharding, so you can hear the noises of like the directional stuff. So like, weird Clinks noise is going on, you know, what's going on? If you're listening to music and stuff like that, sometimes you miss that stuff. So that's why I'm a real tryhard, and I don't, you know, if I'm trying to win, I don't listen to music and all that stuff. Anyways, worked out. Sniper died, but we did get their carry, got another hero. So once again, we can do things as a team. But keeping in mind our carry is dead and our other heroes are not the greatest right clickers, actually taking a tower is not going to be easy, and neither is Roche. So this is really now just about pushing up, getting map vision down, and then possibly finding more pickoffs. So that when Sniper is up, right? When Sniper's up, these guys are up. So we still have to like look for something. But while everyone's dead and we can't take towers till he's up, if we kill techies, then like Sniper respawns and then it's 5 versus 4, we can do something. So that's kind of what this period is right now. We still have vision bottom here. So I wouldn't really put a third observer on the bottom half. For Roshan, it could be worth it. But only once you think like the team seems to be listening and doing it and all that stuff. If that's not really the case or Roshan wasn't a consideration, I would definitely just hold this observer for a team fight that breaks out somewhere and you need it, or for somewhere on the top half. So this is going for Roche, and as long as the team actually moves for it, I'm going to be okay with that. Otherwise, we have this one for Roche, and if no one ends up doing this, notice we now have 1, 2, 3 wards. Okay, we did lose this one, so now this one just became better. But without knowing that this one was going to be killed, this one was a little bit redundant. Okay, right now, Clinks, Ancient Apparition, Invoker, Phoenix. This is why the deep wards are so important. If we didn't have this deep ward, just imagine what this minimap looks like. It's really easy. It's Clinks, mid lane, and then Phoenix. So then I don't know, can I go on Phoenix? Are there 3 other heroes behind the Phoenix and he's just going to egg and then Klings is going to TP in and then like sprint in and like join the fight? He might even twin gate and then like flank us from the back. So, oh man, I don't have a lot of information to work with here. Deep wards don't always show someone, but when they do, this is actually what lets you make a play, not for the Invoker and the Ancient Apparition that are showing the deep ward, but to know I can go for Phoenix because, yeah, they can all teleport, but it's going to be a while, right? It's going to take 3 seconds for the first one, 5 seconds for the next person, and then so on, so on. Or maybe Klinks wasn't, maybe Phoenix isn't showing top, and then these guys, we don't have the deep ward, so we don't know them. Oh, Klinks is down here. This guy's a rat, right? Like, I want to get him. But can I? Is he on his own, or is there like 4 people behind him? I really don't know. This is where you wait. You shove in other lanes to get information. That's why Phoenix is showing, because they came to like deal with creep waves and stuff. Maybe not. Actually, I don't know why. I don't know why Phoenix is showing up here. I don't know why you guys got involved in this. We might have to rewind to see that. But let's say that wasn't happening top. You wait for mid to push in because someone should show here, and then okay, Invoker is here. Oh, but he has boots of travels, you know, so like maybe he would join in. He doesn't, but let's, you know, pretend. So then I'm still not sure. But, you know, this case he doesn't. He shows mid. Okay, then yeah, we can go on Klinks, you know, 4 on 5, 5 on 4. That's why the deep ward matters a lot in general for this mid game. Well, through the whole game, but mid game and late game, it's definitely important. And then same with your ratting question. Like, this is where we have to start thinking about the rat, right? Once he is hitting the building and you start TPing in, it's too late. He's like doing the damage. You need to see it coming in and then like do it. In this case, we're trading towers and getting a kill. So if you don't want to deal with it, that's fine. You want to stand up here, by the way. We want to save sniper. I don't want to be killed first. If Klinks, once he's done, like right now, he's out of sight. So what is he doing? He could keep farming. Could twin gate. Could be teleporting, but we actually have pretty good vision, so it's probably not that. Could also teleport back here and be sprinting in. So I don't know what he's doing, but I know my job is to help protect sniper. He should know if I try to get sniper, escape act is going to come out. So he actually wants to kill you first if he sees both of you. So when he's running this way, what's going to happen? He's going to see you, he's going to see sniper, then he's going to kill you. When he's running this way, maybe I'll get these guys because they're way up front. But maybe, you know, cut around. Again, I see you, I see sniper. Like, every angle he comes from, he's going to see both of you in a lot of them. So you want to hide in the trees close to sniper, and that way Klinks comes in, and he's going to be an impatient Dota pub player. He's going to attack the first thing he sees. He runs in, he doesn't see you, he sees sniper, he's going to attack sniper. He's not going to be thinking about finding Ringmaster. Now, actually, this is ancient, so he might be thinking about it. We're reaching that point where people are getting a little bit better about target prioritization and knowing who they have to take out. But that also means we then need to step up and make it a little harder on those exact same heroes. What time does the game stop being early game and turn into mid game? It's all a little vague. In my own definition, I think of the mid game as when Roshan is a true possibility. Roshan, Tormentor, various tier 2, tier 3 towers. That to me is like mid to late game. Or the start of mid game into late game. Early game is still farming up items. Like, let's say it's 12 minutes in the game. You team wipe them, your 5 heroes walk up to a tower. You don't actually even take it that fast. And in fact, the enemy might fortify, and then that's just it, right? Like, it's hard to actually force anything. So to me, that's still the early game. And mid game is when you truly threaten actual objectives. But it's all a little vague. There's not really a set in stone definition. Okay, I don't see a lot of people, and we're a little split up. I'm kind of scared here. We should group up. Okay, a lot of information just showed in the last couple seconds. Klinks, Techies, Phoenix. So here you might feel, okay, this is what I was talking about, Zach, right? Like, this is the Klinks ratting us, and I don't know how to deal with it. Actually, we knew he was here over a minute ago. Let's go back. The fact that your team is pushing mid is actually a mistake. Because if we go, okay, I went back 2 minutes, right? Klinks took this tower. So I know Klinks is bottom. I know he has a Desolator. I know he can rat things. I'm willing to trade a tier 2 for a kill and the opposing tier 2. You know? Okay, we do that. But what happens as we go to... Our option is like he goes tier 3 and we go tier 3. If we think we can push faster, that's also an okay trade. He'll have to come home. If we don't think that's an option, then we back off. Okay. We have to deal with these 2 lanes. Because if we try to do anything else, Clinks will start taking tier 2s and then chipping tier 3s. So right now, 24 minutes in, the bottom lane has to be dealt with. This is where we are starting to fix ratting. We must push the lanes out pretty far and possibly smoke down here to kill the Clinks, right? Like TB back, smoke, go look for him. Or like TB back, wait here to see if he pops out and then like jump him. But if you don't want to do that and you feel comfortable just pushing with a couple heroes so Clinks doesn't pick you off, you can do that. You guys never actually did that. You guys went for the Tormentor and then like TP'd mid and then just started going mid, but no one ever dealt with bottom. And I saw Clinks deal with bottom. So like right now, you guys didn't push the lane far enough because he's about to be here. If someone had been able to push this out here, then you can go mid because by the time he gets here, you guys will already be at the tier 2. But here we haven't dealt with the bottom soon enough and we're still moving out somewhere else. So this is our team's mistake. It's partly Clinks' good play, like, I'm pushing, I don't want to engage, which is good, but, like, we should not be pushing because we haven't dealt with bottom. And now we come bottom. So here, you TP'd. This is you starting to try to deal with the ratting, and this is fine. You just have to stay really far back. The issue with supports dealing with this is, like, when it's a core, right, you're scared to go past this point. So you can only deal with the symptoms, not the, like, root cause of the ratting. You can't push further out against the Clinks because he'll kill you. And Ringmaster's okay if you commit the ult, but you're not like a Bane who can Nightmare and then everyone respawns. If you have a really long stun, you can do that. For someone like Ringmaster, it's a lot harder. And that's why Clink still feels comfortable doing this. So you need your team to come back and push out all the lanes as a group. So this sentry, thinking about the ratting issue, and I mentioned, we need to see it coming. If we start dealing with it here, it's a little too late. This is not too bad in the sense that, okay, he's here, let's jump in, let's kill him. You do want this down. But in terms of, I know he's coming bottom, so we need to go deal with him, this is way too late, right? Like, by the time he's here, he's achieved his ratting goal. You need it further out. You need, like, a Sentry Observer combo here, here, you know, here. You need to see it coming so you can all respond and get him. Phoenix bottom. I think that was Techie's mid. Invoker top. The problem is your team is actually really bad about jumping. This lineup is kind of bad. It has to be... Rubik needs to steal a spell. Their lineup is actually also bad, fortunately. You guys are going to struggle to kill Clinks because you guys don't have a lot of crowd control. But it needs to be like you and Rubik plus the damage to kill Clinks is probably your best bet. It's like a lift, stolen spell, your ultimate, and tame the beast, or like a lot of slows on a Clinks. And that's probably part of why you struggle to deal with the ratting. All right, your job here. Ooh, I appreciate that. Okay, this one will work. Because a lot of times rats... Either we want to know the rat is coming down the lanes, or after the rat does this and they want to stick around, like they're going home or they're sticking around. That's what this is really good for, to see this stuff. Now, it is on a cliff, so there's a chance it'll die, but you saw their sentry and then you made the choice to not kill it, put your observer, so you're trying to like mind game them. So I'm on board. In that sense, it'll work. If you saw an observer here, you'd have to kill it, and then you have to put your observer somewhere else in the jungle, and that'd be fine. But this is like, the rat is here, and he's infested, and we're trying to like find it and kill it, as opposed to like seeing the rat coming in to infest your house. So I'm up for this. And then you just need to be careful. This is like so scary, dude. You're gonna die. Ugh! It's so scary. Try to like go through here or go through here. right. All right, now that Undying is here, together you two can push out. As a support, you were too scared to leave here, understandably so. With Undying, we have a little bit more confidence to push this lane further out. And if it's just Clinks, they can't do much about it. Run! You should probably TP here.
Holy shit! Double kill.
It is still mostly worked out. Okay, okay. Now here's the hard part. I bet everyone just watched what was on the screen. Now as we walk, we have to look at the minimap. Where's Clinks? I see his ultimate here, so that gives me some information.
Double kill.
All right, Invoker going top, and I'm uncertain where Clinks is right now. But I know he was here because his ultimate's here. And there's only 2 heroes left. So right now, ratting is such a pain to deal with. Okay. With heroes dead, we gotta push quickly. And it will be hard for him to rat for 2 reasons. 1, he's out of position. And then 2, I can dedicate 1 support or something down here to hold off the rat. And it doesn't cost us like, oh shit, Radiant only has 4 heroes pushing. Clinks just TP home 5v4, we kill them, right? That is part of what you do when you try to rat. You force someone home and then you take the fight here. But you come home, let's say it's you, and they go, okay, so can we take this fight? No, it's still 4 heroes versus 2 heroes. We can't do that. So now I can't like really rat, but I also can't really defend because these guys are dead. So here we have a very, like, I'm going to say a small window, but I mean, it's not that small. You know, they're dead for like 1 minute at most on Phoenix. So this, like, walk to top, push this out, that's probably about a 40-second journey, which means then we don't have a lot of time to actually push. So the death timers aren't quite long enough to make that work, and it would be tough. Unless you have someone with a global teleport who could walk bottom, shove it out, and then TP top, because then we have more time to prevent the ratting. Otherwise, you can imagine in 40 seconds of your team pushing top, Clinks, wherever he is on the map right now with his super speedy invis, can make it bottom to resume ratting before we get here. Our closest objective is to just go mid, take this tier 2, and then reset and wait. We're going to have to get kills again. That's okay. We still have Aegis time. So then we have like 3 minutes of Aegis to find a new opportunity to like push out against the rat and then get kills. And then the mid walk is faster than this kind of walk. It's just like the nature of the lanes, right? The mid lane is the shortest. So then if you had the same death timers, but you could go straight mid to the tier 3, like that is viable, but not in this case because of this tier 2. It's not ult, it's the Ags. Yes, so true. Sorry. That hero changes so often. I'm still mixed up. In my head, I even knew the ultimate was like sprinting, but I don't know. All right, so I see Clinks cutting the wave. Or trying, that's what he was doing, right? Am I crazy? Oh, yeah. So that's something you guys could have been aware of, is to see what happened. So you had 1 creep wave, but 1 creep wave can always be killed by a fortification of a tier 2. This is actually, we briefly mentioned this earlier. So then it's really important to have this creep wave. So knowing that they actually have 2 heroes really good at cutting the creeps, it would have been a very high level play for you to, whatever mix of heroes, it doesn't fully matter, but for someone to escort this creep wave, and you probably need at least 2 heroes, because if it's 1 hero, you might die to Clinks, or he can do it, take damage, and then run away. He needs to feel he will die if he goes for it. But notice you all just like ignore that creep wave, come to this creep wave, which is just a bunch of dead creeps walking, because I know fortification will kill them, and then everyone ignores this wave. But like, no one's actually doing anything here, right? Because like, we're all still walking. So actually walking with here is good. Clinks cutting the creep wave is actually a pretty smart choice that it's not even consistent in Ancient. So I would actually say he's doing something pretty smart. And for you guys to have predicted it would have been another level on top of that, which for Ancient into Divine is... I mean, it's not that you couldn't do it, but like, I'm not that surprised he's getting away with his creep cut, I guess. And then once he's cut the creep wave, he actually just saved the game, or like saved this push, right? Because you guys can't take this tier 2 anymore. So now everyone should just stop. You can hit this for a little bit, I guess. If your team thinks you can like brute force it, you can go for it. But actually with them respawning, it's kind of scary because to brute force it, you have to take damage and then they all TP in and they fight you and it's kind of scary. So if you guys backed off here, I'd say it's okay. If you guys set up vision as you retreat, that's okay. If you use the rest of the time to try to hunt down one of these heroes, that's also, I think, like all fairly viable. Okay, you guys actually do manage to just brute force it and then get out. Can we get him? Can we get the rat? All right, this is a very important window. We have killed the rat. We have 54 seconds of no ratting. Invoker can kind of rat as well, but it's not as scary as Clinks, right? And the scariest lane to be ratted is your bottom lane because your tier 3s are open and the others have the tier 2s to protect them, which is enough time to... Like if we're trading tier 2s for tier 3s, we're okay. So right now, your entire team has to go mid. You opened up the tier 2 on that previous play. This is the fastest lane. This creep wave is already here. This one, I don't know if you guys will make it to. So let's go with the next creep wave that's going to spawn at 28:30. 8 seconds off of his death time. 30 seconds-ish to walk all the way down. There's still like 10-ish seconds. You can hit this tower a little bit with sniper and then back off. And if you want to properly siege it, you can, because the only thing that has been stopping us from sieging is that Clinks has been ratting us. So as Clinks respawns and this becomes a 5-on-5, you can actually continue to push because I don't think your team is scared of the 5-on-5. Your team is scared of being ratted. So that's why this is really important to go while he's dead. Let's see what your team does. I see us scattering right now. So notice no one is going mid. You guys are pushing all the other lanes. And because the lanes are longer, by the time you get here, Clinks is going to be up. In fact, you guys aren't even there yet, and he's up. So this is one missed opportunity where if you're worried about ratting, we need to like really capitalize anytime the rat is dead. And this is actually now dangerous because they could 5-on for you right now, because actually I know Venomancer's not here. If they have any like wards down, you guys are actually in trouble. Okay, Techie's top, Invoker here, Soft Phoenix here. Okay, this is really important, right? Observer, Sentry, and Clinks has ran by. So what does that tell me? I know that he wants to cut the next wave. So we have to make a choice. Can I push with just this creep wave? In other words, do I have the Roshan's banner? No. Do I have my own fortification to use, and is it enough to take the tier 3 in one fortify? Probably not. You know, it's 30 minutes into the game. Sniper doesn't have a deso. He's the only one who like really does a bunch of tower damage. It's kind of iffy. But you could like get some damage with this creep wave and then back off after that if you wanted. So then the final option is like, I know he wants the creep wave, and we have to stop him. We have to protect this creep wave or at least kill him. You know, like he kills this creep wave, but we kill him. We can do something else off of that. Venomancer comes back. You come back. So we are escorting this creep wave. Now we have 2 creep waves to work with, but our team is jungling. So if you're going to do this, like, we'll protect the next creep wave, and with 2 creep waves, we think we can take this tower. Someone's got to be hitting that tower. We kind of split up here. You're actually lucky you didn't lose anyone to Clinks because of that. Invoker's top.
Guess what's happening?
All right. So you guys ended up coming home. Specifically, Rubik and Venomancer. So the question is, can Invoker and Clinks push faster than the 5 of us? And if the answer is yes, then yeah, you should probably go home. And if the answer is no, then you can stay and push. And then keep in mind, like, what waves are being cut. So actually, we don't have any creep waves soon because Phoenix is cutting. The enemy team is being good about cutting waves. So we need to adjust to that as well. Oh, no. So now...
Top tower's in bad shape.
Double kill.
All right, we have split the pins on everything. You actually did get them to come back. I actually thought they would just stay and take your base. But you guys should actually leave. You guys should have left like a minute ago. Once you lose the Rubik and the Venomancer, this push is done and you have to leave. Otherwise, something like this can happen, which is that they just kill you. Because it's a 5-on-3. If Invoker and Clinks come back, it's a 5-on-3. So as soon as Rubik and Venomancer went back and they didn't kill Invoker and Clinks and instead got killed, you guys all have to leave. And we have to like reset and look for a new opportunity. Translucent Blue Jellyfish, thank you. Happy Monday. I'm sure we will have a good stream. You've been trying to make LD work. It's so funny to me. There are some like very rare heroes to see, and anytime there's a new patch, you actually see an upsurge of them, of all the players who like that hero. Even if it looks like a shit change like Lone Druids, all the people who like Lone Druid who stop playing are like, well, I've got to see. And then they go give it a go. Or it is good and then they're all playing it. Okay, so we're kind of towards the end of the mid game, I would say. We're entering late game territory. I'm going to pop open the submissions, so just feel free to like add them in chat, guys. And then we'll go a little bit further. But this is essentially where it's like a very vague transition from mid-game to late game. To me, the mid-game is like this-ish window, this like 10 to 20 minutes, starting from like 15-ish to 20 minutes, ending around like 30 to 35-ish minutes. Everything after that, I would throw under late game. And then 60 minutes plus is ultra late game to me. That's my own rough definition. For you guys, we're just kind of like reset. The earlier push when Clinks was dead was probably your best opportunity. You had like a 10k lead with Aegis on Sniper, but you guys didn't just like run mid. You guys like scattered a little bit. So now we have to like restart on even footing. We have to, again, find the rat and then force the 5-on-4 extremely quickly. So support job, set up the wards that see the Clinks coming in. It has to be an Observer Sentry combo because he's invis. If he's not invis, if it's like a Nature's Prophet, it can just be the Observers. You should also get a gem. That's also part of dealing with rats, is make the map dark for them so they don't know where they can go. So like the fact that they actually just killed Sniper in front of his own base is very scary. And we had no idea they were here because we have no further vision. I mean, you have this one, but the lane he's been ratting is this one for the most part. Gotta wait for Sniper again. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Techies is missing. So right now, a couple of the heroes, the more survivable ones, can push bottom. And then you guys also have access to the same creep cutting they do. It's just very scary. But supports, for example, who have buyback. Now, you're trying to get to the Ags, separate topic. I actually don't think you need the Ags this game, but whatever. Let's just like hold off on that topic. If you have buyback as a support and you're getting trapped in your base and you're waiting for your carry, you can do the same thing they're doing. I know Clinks and Invoker are going to be better at it than us, but essentially if you make your way down the side of the map and then you're like waiting in this tree line, for example, this creep wave coming up that you can see on the mini map, you just pop out of the trees, nuke it, and then run. And And if anyone goes back, you've bought that time, and you can always buy back if necessary. Based on the information we just saw, where I called out like 3 heroes here, 1 here, and it's a Phoenix who's not like a instantly delete you kind of hero. So you guys, like a couple of you should be like beelining it down here, farming as you go. Like one of the heroes farms as you go. The other one, the expendable one, is like sprinting further to get in position to like cut the creep wave as it's coming in to stop it. Because right now they're pushing in 3 lanes effectively, which is going to make it hard for you to do anything. And you can see, like, when you're all sitting in the base, there's like, we're not really doing anything. Walking out of the base is only a risk. You don't need to go. You don't need to do this. Stay in the base. Like, whoever's in the base, stay in the base. The other people who are slipping out of the base, slip out of the base. But right now, everybody is just sitting in the base. So if I was you, then I would be like, okay, I am the one who will go down, so long as I have buyback, right? Like, I will just go hug this bottom edge to like get over here, and then I will nuke a wave and then hide in the trees again. Maybe I'll twin gate to the other side, whatever. That's what we would do right now. We waited for Sniper to respawn and we're smoked up, but there's a couple reasons this will be really tough to do, and we're about to see if that's the case. First, all the waves are still on our half of the map. So let's take this one. You guys have... This is actually a catapult wave, so it's going to live a little longer than usual, though it looks like Invoker summons are maybe coming to help out. Maybe they're retreating. Once these catapults are done, and this creep wave makes it to a tower, and a hero does not immediately show, that should be a sign that you guys are smoked. Because all you guys have been doing is sitting in the base. So there's only 2 plays. Continue to sit in the base or smoke out. And if no one is killing a creep as soon as it shows, that's got to be option number 2. Because what else? You're sitting in the base, but you're not farming the creeps. Then you guys are super bad at Dota, right? It's like, it has to be one of the 2 options. So someone is immediately showing, or you guys are all smoked. So from them, or for you guys, you don't have a very big window here to do this smoke because all the creep waves are actually coming in, like right now. There's probably about 10 seconds you have to find a play and make it work. Which if you think you can, then fair enough, you know, like send it. But that's where issue number 2 is. They've been camping here. They've removed your wards. So you are likely smoking into a high ground area that they have vision of somewhere. There's also a techie, so there's extra mines and stuff. And they took your outpost. So even if the other heroes aren't here, like Phoenix is bottom, actually, I can tell from looking at your creep wave. You can't see on the minimap, but that's why it's actually good to like click over and look for this stuff. But Phoenix and TP in. It's going to be a little slower, but like they can be here. So this smoke in here is pretty dangerous. Especially because your lineup is not very good at this type of thing. Your lineup is really good at being set up and being hard to approach. So you either set up on the defense or set up on the offense, which is what you've been struggling to do versus a rat. But like smoking into your own triangle is a bit tough. And then like once this happens, the smoke is probably revealed, because if they have set up vision, and let's just go double check, then they would see this kind of stuff. Now they actually didn't set up vision, but they do have the observer here that we were talking about, and actually an observer up here. So they did have good vision of this area. Venomancer's now hitting this, and now they should know there's a smoke, because this guy should have just appeared out of nowhere to hit this, right? So now anyone who was here should just back out. And now Phoenix has the green light to like send it bottom. Hey, Maishu, welcome back. Happy to have you again. Oh, thank you for the donation, Chris. I missed that. Okay, we'll have yours to take a look at. Once we finish this one, let me turn this off then. I want to see like one more major play opportunity for you guys, and then we'll move on.
Mid-tower could use a hand.
Okay, so top lane is starting to move out. Sniper's going to deal with mid. All right, 3 heroes showing. Smoke up, Techie's top. So I'm once again scared of top because 4 heroes were showing there, and the only hero I don't know is Phoenix. But there is Roche, so you guys are trying to make your way up here anyways. All right, that was a really risky movement. but it did kind of pay out. But I want to tell you why it's risky. All right. If you want to do this wraparound, wrapping around this way is generally safer. So if someone had been doing Roche, Undying would have been spotted right now, and then they could start the fight immediately, and then all of you guys would be like, oh, we're in the area, but none of you can instantly react to Undying being jumped right now. So splitting around this area is super dangerous. And you guys are kind of doing it to yourselves. If someone is walking this way, you're all walking this way. And you start with the one person, like the Undying on the front and everyone else behind on the high ground, so that once he gets jumped, you can instantly react. But you don't want to split like this. And I know you can't control your team, but at least for you to be aware. You put this observer down, but then you guys keep going. So what are we doing? Are we defensively setting up to fight Roche when it happens? Or are we trying to take an aggressive fight? In which case, this doesn't really help us, because this helps us with this area, and we just cleared this area, albeit with a lot of risk, like we went through here, but I can now tell you there are no heroes like right here. Now, if you're worried about the Clinks wraparound, so you're like, well, that's why I need this, so then we also need to drop a sentry. If you don't put the sentry, then this has no purpose. Even if Clinks goes through here, I won't know until it's too late. So I need that sentry down. And in fact, if we were only to put one thing down, the sentry is more important to put down, because they might have an observer here, so they see at least me walking through here, and that's the true danger. As we fight here, they have vision behind us to see us retreating. That's really bad. So if anything goes down, it should be a sentry, and if an observer is going to go down, it definitely has to be a sentry. Then you guys keep going, and then you split again, right? So one team, or part of the team is up this way, part of the team is this way. So if you get jumped, the tankiest guy can't reach you with the auras and like all this stuff. He's not in a position to put the tombstone and everything. So we're like on opposite ends of like where the fight might break out. If you guys want to go this way, that's fine. But notice as you go this way, the smoke might break and you guys are at a really bad angle. Like you can't even tell they're there because of the tree line and the double high ground. So all coming through this way is a little safer, that as this breaks, you guys are at least over here and can't see them, as opposed to like here and can't see them where they can reach you with their spells. Same deal with you coming this way and then like breaching high ground, because in case they're here, they could actually see you like where you're at. If they had an observer in this area, if they had one like on this cliff, there are certain slivers that could see you. Then you kind of like place this. You also need the sentry like instantly. You need to like sentry observer this, and then from here, now we have some more information to work with, like ancient apparitions here, so then you guys get the skill. But if they'd all been here, actually, and then your smoke breaks as you do this, you guys are essentially low ground to high ground without jumping heroes, so then it's just a really dangerous position. Because of your lineup, you guys are better to actually have just stayed here and like set up wards, and when you guys force the Roche, they have to come to you, which means they have to go into Plague Wards and Tombstone, and you're just sitting behind Sniper, waiting for Wheel of Wonder. Like, when they come to you, it's actually a lot easier. You guys trying to jump them is actually really difficult. And it actually kind of worked out that this guy was on his own, so you guys get a quick kill. And then we look at the lanes again, and I see you looking, right? Because of this smoke and what we mentioned earlier, the waves are back in our base. So for Roshan, this is actually worth it, I would say. Sack more tower damage. Unfortunately, you're going to probably lose bottom, but get Roche. You guys decide the full retreat. The one guy who needs to go back. If you're going to bring the whole team, it's because we're trying to kill Clinks. You have to have Rubik. Rubik has to be the first one to go to catch the Clinks. If you're going to send these heroes back, this is just like deal with the wave pushing in. Only one hero really needs to go back, maybe two. But if you guys want to bring this many heroes, it's because we're trying to kill Clinks. In that case, whoever jumps has to go first. With the shortest teleport, they go first. That's the Rubik. If you had different heroes like Mars, then they can go Shadow Shaman, stuff like that. It doesn't really matter, the hero, but it's whoever is the jumping hero is the one who needs to go back. Okay, with that, let's let's break there. Let's move on to our next one. I know we didn't fully see that one through, but I am trying to make a differentiation between mid to late game. So I'll have to break that one there. Looks like we had a lot of people sharing stuff, so we'll definitely grab one from chat next. We're doing this one. If you donate to the stream, there's a guaranteed one, which is what we're doing next. But we usually get through a lot of these, so I hope to make sure we get to everybody who wants one. Though I know we never get to everybody. Okay. Hard support Guardian. So your question is, I don't know how it's possible to win this game. It's basically Herald, so it's really bad. How can I win? Let me process the draft. This is a real pub draft from both. These are like, okay, Witch Doctor, Pudge, Sniper. And then we have like, wait, let's go back here. Okay, we got Offlane Weaver, Carry, Terrorblade. I guess this one's acceptable. The others are such pub classics. And on our side, we have Faceless Void, Necro, Legion, Omni, and then a support Invoker. This is like, even TV is a pretty pub classic, but I'm trying to think who could we, like a PA. If we had him be a PA, this would be like the most pub draft in the world.
Ready.
For you, let's see. How do we win this game? Your team is really good at individual pickoffs because you have the duel and then you have the Necro ult. You're also fairly good at full-on team fights with the chrono and then using the individual pickoffs as part of it. What you guys aren't good at is the early game. Your early game is really bad. You guys ramp up as you get to mid to late game. They have much better early game heroes. So as long as this game goes late, I would feel better and better about your lineup. This is where it can work because this is Guardian. Invoker is not the greatest support, and if you are going to play him support, Invoker 4 is a lot better than Invoker 5 in my opinion. So that's part of why like we're truly doubling down on being a weak early game team. It's a pub game, so there can be mistakes. So even though I'm saying you guys are weaker, it doesn't mean you like it'll go that way. But that's how I would look at it in these drafts. Missing a lion. Oh yeah, lion and ogre probably banned out. If it was ogre carry, something like that. So let's go ahead and jump. I've been saying we'll start around the 20-minute mark for these replays. And I'm not too surprised to see that we are down about 9K as we get to 20 minutes. This fits the we are the weaker early game team. So let's talk about how to navigate through this. So there was probably stuff we could have done earlier than this as well, but I won't worry about that. We're just going to start from where we're at. We need to drag this out. Much like we actually watched in the last replay, a lot of creep cutting is going to be great if we do that. We need vision to see what they are doing. If we only have defensive vision, we won't be able to react fast enough. We need at least one deep ward to see areas that are safe to go to and farm because they're not there, or to find a pickoff, which if you bring enough heroes, like you'll be able to do around the duel. Though it looks like the duel is struggling. This guy does not have an ult yet, doesn't have his radiance yet. Like truly we are a slow team coming up here. You are pretty rich for an Invoker support actually, but you still won't contribute that much damage to duel as a support. You'll have to try, because there's not really much else we can do. But like the three of you smoked up, duel one of these lighter health heroes, and then throw everything, you know, purification, sun strikes, everything. You should be able to still get a kill. If you can buy enough time for blade mail, that'll also help contribute a bit more damage. And then these guys like continue doing their best to like farm up the item. As he gets to radiance, maybe he is also part of the play. Okay, so back to us, the support Invoker. So I need Observer, Smokes, and Sentries. I don't know, I said it in a weird order. But we need all those, and if they have Invis, we also need Dust, which they do have the Weaver. And let me just take a quick look. A Glimmer Cape is coming online. So we need all of those consumables. I see that we haven't taken any tier 1 towers yet, so that's also going to limit our ability to make plays. So as much as possible, the more we can shove creep waves down and take towers, that'll help open up the map and help give us things to do. We are not going to fight the enemy. Anytime 5 of them move up to something, we're going to ignore them and avoid. So let's say 5 of them push up to this tier 2 tower. We're going to give up this tier 2 tower, and we're going to push both other lanes. If there's like Terrorblade's down here, and so maybe there's 4 heroes, 3 heroes pushing, this is where it gets a little muddy, and then you're gonna have to take your best call on how the game is going if you think you can do it or not. But once you're losing and you're the late game team, you pretty much, these are all sacrifices. Each of these towers represents like 1 or 2 extra minutes that the enemy team will spend killing this tower, and you're gonna spend 1 or 2 minutes farming other stuff. If you have a really safe hero to throw abilities to like slow it down, you can do that. You have Tornado, and it's not going to be that strong of a tornado. So you're the only hero who could do it, and it's not that great. So essentially, we're not going to do it. We're going to avoid it and play every other lane. So as they move into here, we just run away. This is kind of wild. Our team pretty much engaged in a 2-on-4 there. And we're going to continue the 2-on-4. You're going to get Sniper and Pudge. The second 2-on-4 went a little better, actually. Though I'll say that I think they made some mistakes. I think that should have been an even trade at worst. All right, pretty good, pretty good. Okay, we must capitalize on this. You cannot go home. I know that sounds scary because you're pretty low health. We are losing pretty badly. We have to take some risks. So if we don't do anything with this window, we're just going to fall further and further behind. This really worked out for us, but there's no guarantee we get it again. So right now, we need to do any de-warding we think we need to do. And notice we only have these defensive wards. I need a further out ward. Either at least something like in this area, but ideally something that like starts to push into their jungle would be great, but obviously a little hard to do. That's why when they are dead, this feels the best. Like sprint out here and drop something in this area. And I'm low. Let's say I'm Invoker. Terrorblade is here. Witch Doctor's here. So I keep my eye on them on the minimap, and I see where they go. If Witch Doctor goes top, then I feel great about running in here. And if I see him go this way and Terrorblade go this way, then I don't feel so great. And then I might change my path to try to like run up here instead and play something there. Or just like take it slow and see what happens. Everyone else needs to like push things out. Some people can farm defensively, but most people should try to like push lanes down. So we end up going back. And then look what these guys are doing. They're farming the most defensive stuff. So even when everybody was alive, we had access to this stuff. And it was a little scary, but we could do it. And you actually saw some fights break out, and they did it, right? We managed to win that fight because it's so close to our base. So now we have space, and this is the first thing they go to. But this is the last thing they should do. The first thing they should go to is like as far out on every lane as possible. And this is why, as supports, whether it was your job or not, we have to adjust to a pub game, right? It's not Invoker's job. Invoker's job was to go place a ward. These guys are supposed to push out lanes. They're not doing it. So now we have to do both. I have to go push down the lane, and then I have to cut into a creep wave, or like cut away from the creep wave and go place a ward. If you go home first and then you try to make your way out, these guys are all up. So now the window is gone. Whether you should or should not have to do this, you know, you can debate and blame teammates, but this is the reality of pub games, is that you have to be ready to pick up the slack. When in this case, it's the support pushing out lanes for the cores. For cores, where's my wards? You know, none of the supports are buying wards. Well, you got to do it. You got to shove in the lane and then come ward. It's the exact same path. It doesn't matter if Legion, Necro, Invoker, Faceless, whoever does it. Someone's got to do it. It is good for the team. It is good for the game. Someone must go do it. So I don't care who it is, but for our own like individual play, we need to identify it must be done. And so notice we won a fight and all of us are still on our own half of the map. You're in your base for this entire window because you went home to heal. This is the observer Omni chose to place. So it is like heavily overlapping with our other two wards, and it's still pretty defensive. So we gained very little out of that fight. Only now, as they're all up, are we starting to push a new lane that we weren't in yet. The fight started and ended, and we were all here. And now that everyone is up, she's still in this area. This guy made it here. Omni got further out. You guys got further out. But this is scary, right? This is where they respawn, come here, and then boom, they kill Omni Knight. You guys start showing, you start pushing, they respawn, they teleport here, they kill you guys. So that's why the order is reversed from what you guys did. We have to go do the most dangerous thing first because they're dead. And then as they respawn, we farm backwards and we end up over here as they are respawning and moving their way in. And you'll never get your whole team to do it, but like, for whoever you guys are playing in these games, Invoker support, cores, whatever. Okay, so like this though, I don't care who you want to blame. It's like, what's Necrophos doing? What's Invoker doing? Why are the two of you farming the same thing? It doesn't make any sense. Split up, go get more farm, right? We're 8K behind. We can't be splitting farm. We need different sources of farm. So someone should be in here, someone's pushing lane, right? Someone's over here, I don't care where, but like we need access to as much different farm as possible, which is why when they're all up, I'm really scared to do that because we might feed. But when they're dead, we need to be in 5 different places, absorbing as much money as possible, as safely as possible, and then fall back to our own half of the map as the enemy respawns. I was griefing him because he was AFK. Okay. I appreciate the upfront. I appreciate the upfront honesty that you knew what you were doing. It won't help you though. It won't help you. If you want to win, even though this guy is AFK and not doing much, let him do that and you go do something else. It'll be better for you in the long run. Plus, to be honest, he should finish the Radiance before he gets too involved. His build is bad. He skipped way too much, and this is a really late Radiance, so like, you know, making no excuses for him, it's bad. But when he does start working on the Radiance, he is supposed to be mostly AFK to finish the Radiance and only join on like really good fights, which the fact that you guys are 8K behind tells me there haven't really been any. So, I mean, we didn't look at it. I understand the sentiment, but if you want to win the game, griefing him like that will not help you. You should go steal farm from the enemy. You should like take the risk. Like for example, so you showed here and now they know you're in the area. What you could do instead is go invis, run around like this, come over here, place like a deep ward, let's say like back here or over here. And now you start jungling back here. And then when you see them pushing up on your side, you step out and then like nuke the creep wave with a meteor and then TP out or go invis and like run somewhere else. Kind of like what we saw in the last replay. The enemy team kept cutting creep waves. Like that's what you do to buy time for your team. Because I still have all these tier 2s and then I'm only going to fight like when we get forced to at the tier 3s. And my goal to win this is to drag this out as long as possible for my lineup to start shining again. I am still in the like time delay mode.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
Okay, so like Pudge, Sniper. Let's keep an eye on the minimap here. Witch Doctor, Weaver. You see how there's 4 heroes? So now Faceless died for it. Oh well. So Omni, can retreat and farm this way. He can also just like run over to you guys as fast as possible. Legion, shove out mid as quickly as possible. Straight to the lane, attack, nuke, blink away. You guys both have to run this way ASAP. This guy might continue being AFK farming and just go backwards. So be it. We must push the lane and then jungle this stuff and really try to take this tower, because 4 heroes are here. And we need to force 4 heroes to come back to their own half of their map, because that buys us more time. Or they don't come back and we trade a tier 1 for a tier 2 when we're 9,000 behind. Like, that's pretty good. So if we all fall back, huge mistake. So you're coming back to your own jungle. Legion went back here. Omni's is okay, but he chose the riskier side rather than top side. So here, Necro actually is doing the most useful thing. I know you were just upset at him, but he is currently doing the most useful thing on your team in this one, instance. And then, yeah, I said this was the most dangerous place. Look at that. They move in, they kill someone, and they're ready to push. So they are getting everything they want, and there's no reason for them to stop because this tower's not being pressured. And then maybe they'll feel pressured about this tower because Necrophos came here. I would feel more pressure if there was a second hero here also hitting this tower, and then these guys who are 10k behind or 10k ahead, and they should be thinking about ending the game right now. Like, oh, we get Aegis, we push up, the enemies can't stop us. They should be moving towards ending the game, and every time we stop that, that's good for us. Anytime we engage with it, it's speeding up them ending the game because they're going to kill you, and then they're going to go to the tower, and you guys are going to fight here, you're going to kill them, and then they're going to go here. So you don't really want to defend until you have the best defensive bonus possible, which is the tier 3 high ground. So when we come over, this is continuing it again. Like, we're engaging, but it's very hard. Now we're all over here. We actually kill the Weaver because he overcommits. That's his own mistake. Looks like you guys will get the Witch Doctor. So the enemy is making some mistakes to give you guys these kills. I don't know where the hell Terrorblade is, and I don't know, like, the rest of the team just got out. I don't think they even needed to. Where's Terrorblade? As much as you might say, like, oh, my guy's AFK, this guy's so AFK. He could be doing so much, but he is just AFK farming. It kind of balances out. This fight, it's much like the other fight where I really didn't believe in it, but it's kind of working out for you guys because these are the mistakes that will happen in pub games. For the same reason, I don't think you should grief the Necro, right? Like, he is playing poorly in one aspect, but so will the enemies. So there's no need to, like, hurt your chances further. The enemies will make their own mistakes and grief themselves. This shoving is fine, and then you go out of sight, perfect, and then be a little cautious. Like, don't show yourself on the next creep wave instantly in case they're here. I saw one guy somewhere else. Yeah, and Terrorblade's here. Okay, but see how you're retreating backwards? Actually, going this way would be great. Because previously, we are splitting farm with our team. But now you can steal farm from Terrorblade and cut things. And when they come back to kill you, they're falling back to their own half of the map. Godspeed, Legion. I didn't have a lot of confidence in that one. But you see how we're falling back again? So once again, he is going to push up and farm. Hopefully, if he wants to be useful, and then take a tower. And we're going to get pinched here with our team. So in these kind of situations, we must get away from them and then get behind them. However you want to go about it, whatever you think is safest, based on what you last saw on the minimap. Because when you farm here, this is where they should be as well, and then they, like, jump and they kill you. It does seem like only Terrorblade's here. Pudge and Weaver were top. And they've been doing this. They've been leaving Terrorblade alone, and then the 4 of them group. And Terrorblade should just be joining and winning the game. They're all missing. Okay, for a moment, I saw Sniper, Witch Doctor. So once again, I feel there's a lot of heroes top, and I'm very interested in continuing to shove bottom. We're engaging in a fight. This is an enemy mistake. Once again, this isn't us making a great play, like our team. The enemy has made another mistake. Anytime they're together, they beat you guys, but they keep sending individual heroes out. But we have no way of knowing that because we're losing all the defensive wards, and I have no deep wards to also cut out information. So these are like the coin flips that will sometimes work out, sometimes backfire. But the steps that we're talking about like split pushing farm, cutting waves, getting deep wards down, that will help us have enough information to know when to do this stuff so that we only pick the ones that work out. If you guys end up losing this game, it looks like you do, I'm gonna guess at some point you engage in one of these and then you lose. The last 3 we watched happened to work out for you guys, but because it is a blind coin flip, at some point there's a chance the enemy wins. And because they're ahead and then they win this fight on your half, they get everything. Like, what is Sniper still doing up here after losing those 2 heroes? That's crazy. Why is Terrorblade still sitting on his own half of the map when you guys are all top and mid, right? He should have taken your bottom tier too. Now, why are they up here? But it's still working out. Faceless is doing the right thing here, taking this bottom tier 2, pushing this in. All right, so I know Terrorblade's here, and I'm not sure where Weaver is. See how all of you guys are starting to retreat to your own half of the map? Who is beelining it this way to push in mid? Who is coming over here to start farming the enemy jungle while 3 heroes are dead? Let's see. Is it us? All right, Terrorblade came here. That's okay. So we continue on this way. Or someone now goes into the triangle. Or the person top who didn't fully retreat comes back top and starts working on this tower. See, we cleared the creep wave. But Terrorblade was farming this, so this creep wave is actually just going to move in, so someone can farm it here at some point. It doesn't need to be dealt with here. So this is gold that would have happened no matter what. Like, even when they respawn and things get really scary, the creep wave is going to move here and you guys are going to be able to farm it. What I can't get access to is this stuff once they're up. That is too scary. So that's why I need to do it now while they're dead. So we're missing the opportunity to get new gold. We're only getting the same old gold that I would have gotten anyways. So now we're in here, but now they're up, right? So we're kind of like throwing stuff out, but they could be here, and it turns out they are here, and so we die. So we're kind of swapping it, where, much like earlier, we did the really defensive stuff while they were dead, and then we do the really aggressive stuff once they're alive, and that's just like the complete reverse of how we want to go about it. God, this build is bad. This build's bad too. Oh God. All right, Witch Doctor, and some of these guys are okay. Some of them are real bad. Ooh. Oops. Would Terrorblade still destroy his team late game? It would be tricky because Terrorblade would have to deal with getting Chronosphered, so he can't Sunder. He could be ulted at low health, so he can't Sunder. He could get dueled, so he can't Sunder. Terrorblade is all right-click damage, and they have Guardian Angel, so I'm actually not that worried about Terrorblade. There's also, like, AoE Disarm from Deafening Blast. I think, like, the Dire has a really good lineup going in late. They just started off on a really bad foot. At this point, I would actually feel like we've won on the Dire. Ignoring how they've been playing up to this point, if I was on the Dire team and we screwed up early, but then we just won those last couple fights, we're only 7k down at 30 minutes. I actually think they've won the game if this was like an Immortal lobby. The builds would probably be a little better. The plays would be better. Admittedly, they wouldn't have given those plays, but it does happen sometimes. They're at the point where they're going to have all the late game counters to their stuff. You know, these guys can't do whatever. They get jumped. Getting dual pickoffs. All right. 4 versus 3. We're actually at the window where we can do things. So you guys can all continue to split push and farm to push towards late game, or you can actually make a play. We have Chronosphere, we have Necroult, we can actually get together and do things. Oh, Zach, they're not joining me. So just go stand next to them. Just go stand behind this Faceless Void. This guy's AFK, he's not playing, so ignore him. Come to this guy. When he chronos, throw all your spells, and you'll kill someone, right? So here's the guy we play with. I run this way. If I'm Omni, I'm running this way. But no one is playing with him.
Radiant's bottom tower and Radiant's down and fortified their structures.
We're still splitting defensive farm. Now between 3 heroes in the same area. So right now, Faceless is the only one doing the right thing. Okay, actually, one or two of you is doing the right thing. Like, someone should still be defensive, but someone should move out. So between the 3 of you, we have 1 to 2 people doing unnecessary stuff, and someone should be behind
Dire might want to find the top.
the Faceless. And I would say, because you've been farming so much, for better or for worse, you have the most damage to contribute to the Faceless, so you should be behind him.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
This is a lot of risk, by the way. You don't need to do any of this. Attempting this Sunstrike is great. And then look where the creep wave is at the tower. So this is job done. I don't need to do anything to risk my life. When you walk up here, you're risking like any of these guys killing you. You actually don't even need to be here at all. You can be invis, like trying to make your way to the enemy's half of the map right now. If you want to like sit in the trees and then tornado the creep wave, you can do that. But notice you're like walking up. This is like the danger zone, and the creeps are already here taking the tower. So we're not really, we don't need to be there as well. They didn't punish us for that, but at some level you will be punished for that. Where's the other one? We're winning. At this point, all we have to do is like keep farming and then group up and go whenever.
Radiant's top tower's hurt.
It's already split. You guys have already won the game actually in this mid game. So let's see when you guys throw. This has got to happen at some point. Everyone else can start submitting games. All right, so we did not group up. But there's our Chrono combo. There's the AoE Deafening Blast. Damn, if we had one more hero, we could have finished that. All right, so this is our own throw, is that we did not come as a team. We can blame Necrophos a little bit. Mr. Boots of Travel didn't even bother showing up. But you guys also came in scattered. Like, the 4 heroes here, you and Omni-Knight came first, then Faceless came, then Legion came. And if you guys actually all went together, ignoring the Necrophos, then that also would have worked out. I still feel okay, but a little worse now that they have Aegis. Now you have to survive through this Aegis, and then I return to feeling like we've won the game. All right, so this guy's just gonna jump on Sniper with no information, and Omni is showing in the mid lane for Pudge to jump when everyone's dead. So 2 really big mistakes from these guys. Will it work out? No. Maybe it'll still work out? Yes. It turns out no one was behind Sniper. So again, we can blame like Necrophos and be upset, but I would like to highlight, what is the enemy? What's this guy doing here? Everybody was dead and this guy's back here, right? So don't worry, the enemy team is also making really atrocious mistakes. You just can't see them make the atrocious mistakes because we only have vision of what's on our team. Like, a good Terrorblade would have ended this game with his team, like, at the 25-minute mark earlier. All the fights that they lost, imagine a Terrorblade there with meta, killing all of you, and then taking your towers and pushing high ground. The game would have ended earlier. We don't have to fight any of this, by the way. All the fighting going on right now is unnecessary, and we all should have been avoiding this and split pushing. And then only now, when they actually hit our tier 3, which they haven't yet, then you would start fighting.
Dominating.
So instead, we like fight outside where it's not as good. But it actually ends up pretty even, so I don't know if they'll feel comfortable pushing up. You shouldn't walk out like this at all. You should be like back here. Actually, you should be, because you are the longest range hero, you would be back here. Everyone else would be doing other stuff. Like, why isn't anyone pushing top? Why isn't bottom taking this tier 2? This is what I mean by like, we wouldn't engage. This is super dangerous of you to like step up, because they could have stuck around and then killed you. And it's not really worth it. Like, this creep wave will walk in and then you'll clear it here. Let's see, is Terrorblade making another mistake? Or is the rest of the team here? They're kind of here.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Mega kill.
All right, so as a team, we pushed out without our last guy being up. So that's everybody's mistake. And off of that, it looks like they might win now. Let's go look at that one more time. Okay, at this point, all just avoiding fights, pushing everything else. We don't really have the best vision, so it has to be very careful. So coming out like this, notice we don't see them. Like, it's 4 versus 4, you can say, but they have Aegis. So it's 5 versus 4. And we've also been losing this whole game. So you guys don't know the exact amount, but you should probably feel that they have the lead. So to engage in a 4-on-4 that is really a 4-on-5 outside of our base is not a great idea. You can just let Necro lead the way. Like, if you're like, well, Necro did it, so I had to follow him. Just let him go and go push other stuff. This is not a great idea, which is what happens, right? And then Pudge respawns first, so Pudge can start teleporting in to join this fight. And then Omni is still dead. If you had enough information on the rest of the map, then you can make that kind of play. But without everybody there, it's like way too dangerous. Quas fastest, you can cut the wave with Ghostwalk Shard. You know, when he first got that, I did try it. It's surprisingly effective. I think you can give it a go. It's a little bit dangerous. But if you don't have the right fast set, then yeah, it doesn't quite work. Do you already have a mid-game overall strategy video out? Kind of like your late-game decision flowing chart? I've been kind of thinking about one. To be honest, though, it's mostly map awareness. And I'm trying to, like, make that clear through these replays. It's a lot of just looking at the map and then interpreting it, which is kind of hard to make an exact video on. Because I think here's what the video would come out to be. Here's the structure, and you guys can give me the feedback if you think it would help. It would highlight the major objectives. Roshan and Tormentor are the #1 things you should go for over tier 2s. You should take tier 1s. Okay, stepping back. Take tier 1s first if they happen to be up as you get to the mid game. Tier 1s, enemy safe lane, mid lane first, most important. Off lane is good, but I think a step down. Any major opportunity you get, you should do Rosh. Rosh and then Tormentor are the order. But depending on the situation, Tormentor can happen first. The problem is, before even getting into the rest of the video, that is where most of the game will just end. Or like, the reality will end. Because like, you will not be able to get your team to do Roshan and Tormentor in the majority of games. You should still call it out and all that, but everything after that is secondary play. You're already down like the suboptimal path. Going for tier 2s next and is what people will do instead of Roshan and Tormentor will be like, yeah, it's fine. Pushing high ground before Roshan is pretty much always a mistake. There are a couple times it's not, but it's usually much, I'd say like 80% of games you do Rosh first. But you can't just like force those. You still have to like read the map and then your draft. Like, what can you do? Are you a team that just like walks up and does stuff? Do you have to get pickoffs first? All that stuff. it's where it gets really messy in a video. And what it comes down to is to like determine all the stuff is like you have to look at the minimap and interpret it, which is a really long video of just doing a bunch of case examples, which is kind of what this stream is. It's like a whole stream of case examples of like, this is what's showing on the map, so here's how we should react. Here's our draft, and so these are our options. It's like a really long process that is not a clean video, or like, I don't know how to make it a clean video. I mean, I wouldn't have even... Okay, so the funny thing is, because the Invoker was like, I was annoyed at Necro, so I kind of griefed him a bit, right? Then we'd be like, okay, that's griefing report. But honestly, for a Guardian game, let's say the guy hadn't said that, I would have just been like, okay, so that's a mistake. Don't do that, right? They could very much have won this game even without that. You could report it if you want for the mentality. In the same way, like, people might report Necro for being like 2 AFK. I get it. I still think if you like refocus your team on winning, you can turn both of those situations into wins. Like as soon as you, okay, Necro's being AFK, but as soon as he steps up to do something and you all go with him, like you can still win. Okay, Invoker's kind of like steal and farm, but he is getting rich and he's going to do damage. You can still play around it and like win the game. And then if you want to report it or not, comes down to like yourself. And I think it's fine if you do or don't, but Roche pre-20 for low ranks is really hard. Roche pre-30 minutes, pretty much every lineup can do Roche around 30 minutes. You typically just have enough items at that point and enough levels. Even in like lower ranked games where there are mistakes being made, you typically have enough items at that point. To do it around 20 minutes, outside of Herald and Guardian where there's still like farming issues, as you get to like Crusader and higher, around 20 minutes, a lot of lineups can do Roche if they have enough heroes there and enough safety to do so, which is why you have to like win a fight first or whatever. But then certain heroes can do it even sooner or do it with less heroes. And that's where you get to like sub 20 minutes. You notice how I talk about sections of the map and not eating your carry's lunch. How do you just want to even think about that? So we could talk about the theoretical meta of like, this is where the carry should be, blah, blah, blah. The reality for pub games is that where your carry thinks they want to be is their section. Whether they should be or not, if they are there, then like that's their section. And you have to work around that. So then you just go to the other half and do whatever. Carlolial? I'm butchering it. Thank you for the donation. Can I just noticed yours. If you have to leave in a quick time frame, we'll do yours first. Otherwise, I was going to grab one from the chat just to, because I said I would do a random one and then do yours next, if that's okay. But if you're only going to be here for a bit and you'd like to ask questions during it, then I'll do yours first. Otherwise, let me actually read through real quick what other people put in and, you're good with that? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's just hop into another. Let's try this one. Oops. soft support, Crusader, and then over the holidays, guys, I ordered a new keyboard. This one still mostly works. The I key is starting to, I learned the term is key chatter, I guess, where like you press it once, but like multiple I's show up. It is inconsistent. It sometimes happens, sometimes doesn't. I could still use this keyboard, but it's kind of loud enough. You guys can probably hear it when I stream and in video sometimes. And sometimes it can like come up in casting. So I ordered a keyboard that is quieter. I might have to like make it even quieter, like get switches or whatever. I'm gonna try what I have. But I was really debating between getting a full keyboard with a number pad. I like the number pad, but I don't always use it. But I sometimes use it. For example, I'm using it right now to like type timestamps and stuff. And sometimes like match IDs and things. So I really debated on getting that or not. I ended up getting an 80% keyboard and then a separate keyboard number pad attachment that I will have on the side. And I think that's supposed to arrive soon. And then you guys can tell me later if you can still hear it or not. We'll look into it, making it quiet or not. All right, I was not able to type and talk at the same time. Crusader. Okay, now I'm prepared. Actually, I need more water before we get into this. I'm gonna be right back and then we'll do this game. Chabroni, your favorite character is Earthshaker. Is he still viable? Mid Earthshaker really dropped off. I don't know about support Earthshaker. I wasn't really like strong paying attention to the buffs or not. Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Looks like the win rate's okay. It's like a little below 50%, but it's not that bad. Seems like it should still be fine. Get some pre-lube switches so it'll be quieter. Lubing stream. Yeah, maybe we'll do it at some point. We'll just have like a replay going while I'm sitting there doing stuff, giving the occasional feedback, chit-chatting. Yeah, I really didn't know that much about keyboards. I did a little bit of research like 10 years ago when I got, like, this thing is still chugging along. It's almost 10 years old at this point, and it's been fine pretty much for all of it. But yeah, I started looking it up, and then it's like such a rabbit hole to go down. Okay, let's do this Grimstroke one. And your question was... recovered the rough early game. Ultimately, they out-team fought us and we couldn't stop their PL. Still felt like we could have taken out more towers, gotten things more done after killing their cores. Would love to know how I could set up my team better, itemize differently, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let's just jump ahead again. I think around the 20-minute mark has been pretty good for what we've been aiming for. With the Grimstroke. Okay. So it's still a pretty close game at this point. We have more kills, but it looks like maybe they've been farming a little better than us. You have a Clinks, so your tower push is actually really fast, and so is your objectives taking. Looks like you guys only have the mid tier 1 right now. So, we actually just mentioned this when Translucent Blue Jellyfish was asking the question. So, we need to take some tier 1s first to give us, like, let's say we did Roche, but then they could TP here or here. And if this tower was up here, right? It's like 3 different ways that are all about the same to get to Roche. It makes it scary. Outposts can only be taken away if we like get an actual tier 2, but at least the outpost is like a 5-second teleport, even though it's like really close. So it would be nice to like take out this tower and this tower, or at least like if we're thinking about bottom Roche, you know, take out this tower and then do Tormentor. In this case, you have so many heroes up here. Number 1 play is to take this tower, go do Tormentor, and then reevaluate based on what's on the map. Possibly Twin Gate, cut the wave, take this tower. Could be like some super power play, but you know, let's see what they do, what we do. So they're coming to defend. You guys actually had decent vision for this, but you guys weren't really prepared to do anything about it. Some of you were, but like not enough. So now they're all up here defending. Now it's getting tough. So I would fall back a little bit, see if they step up, because it's easier to fight them like here than it is here. But notice we're really scattered. All 5 of us are in different areas. So if the fight does not break out mid and we can all connect in our different angles, and instead like happens here or here, it's really bad. So it's kind of dicey right now. And the guy that's low is showing first. I'm scared. It's kind of working though. Blade Mail's baiting him. Not the worst. Okay, getting better. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good. No PL. Okay, so how do we capitalize on this? All right, so Grimstroke has 100 damage. Clinks has nearly 200 damage and items to attack faster and reduce armor, whereas Grimstroke has a 4-staff. So only Clinks needs to actually hit the tower. What Grimstroke would contribute to the tower taking is very minimal. If there's anything else Grimstroke can do right now, it's in the area, it's better. You don't want to like abandon the Clinks and go TP somewhere else. Maybe, but preferably that's like at the bottom of our list of things to do. If you had observers, that would be number 1. So you would just head this way, de-ward this, and even if PL is missing, we're just kind of like hedging our bets that he's not going to come up here versus 3 surviving heroes, and he's going to go somewhere down here. If he is up here, then damn, okay, he got us. But I would just walk up here and de-ward. And the thing is, the enemy may know you're doing it, right? Let's say I know I have a ward here. I see you walk in this area, but this area is dark. Let's change that. Let's say the observer is here, you de-ward it. So I know you're here, and I know you have an observer. But did you place it here? Did you place it here? Did you place it here? Here? Here, 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 here. There's so many places you could put it once you walk over here. As long as I don't see you again to triangulate where it is for a little bit, I will have no idea. I need at least 3 sentries to check all this stuff. And that's what you want when placing a deep ward. You want the enemy to be like, damn, I don't know. All right, go, you know, like drop the sentries, find it, and then hopefully still miss it. So that's what you would go for right now if you had one. You only have sentries, so I would still say de-warding this area is pretty good because I'm usually scared to walk in there, but they're all dead. And for you, I would check this area because you guys only are taking this tower now. There's probably not anything on this cliff. And if they're looking for you guys coming in, then here or like here is more common with this tower down. So like I would come and put a sentry like in this area that checks these 2 ledges. See if we're right at all. Nope, nothing. You're centering in front of Clinks, but I mean, let's see what happens. All right, we take the tower. So now, do you need this sentry at all? No. Now, if we were all alive and we're starting this siege and they have an invis hero or like Sand King, Burrow, you know, Sandstorm, and I'm too scared, I'm going to be further back, not going to be able to dust, you put the sentry down, that's fine. Oh, I don't want them to have a vision of us. You know, even no invis heroes. What if they have vision, they fight us here? All right, sentry down. You guys won the fight, and I know he's going to take the tower. I know because I've played enough. Maybe you're not sure, but like, he's taken the tower, and now this sentry doesn't, you know, it's no use. So you can just hold that sentry, save it for one of the other things. I don't know why we don't have an observer. Maybe there's none in stock. Maybe there's like, I see several that are like already down defensively. But otherwise, you do want to have like one observer as you get going. So for example, this observer sentry that Ogre Magi just placed is the exact same concept here. All right, so I'm going to take this tower, and I'm worried they're going to fight us. So I need to prep. I need to make sure they don't have vision. I need to put down our own observers, and we're going to siege this. This observer is actually not that great for helping you take this tower. Something in the back is much better. But then we are 22 minutes into the game, so we're much more farmed than like trying to take a tower at 5 minutes and like, oh, we're going to be sieging here for a while, right? Like Razor can finish it with this creep wave if they don't defend at all. So that's where you kind of have to weigh it of like, are they actually going to defend this? Is it worth putting an observer down, or should I greed out and hold it? Because once we take this tower, it would actually be a great time to go put a D ward down. Same thing up here. I won the fight. I would love to put a deep ward down because that's the next play, right? This observer is for this play, and then I'm not going to have information to make the next plays, which are like pickoffs into Roche, Tormentor, tier 2s, whatever, right? So that's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking ahead to that point, and if I need to put this, then we can put it. But I really don't want to put it because I don't have another observer available. Just kidding. Ogre has them all. He's the one hoarding. Okay, I guess he can put this down then. He's got more to work with. PL is defending. I see them split up.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. All right. Queue up, shift click this observer, and mark to buy. Don't give this ogre another observer. We can't be committing overlapping observers for a tier 1 tower like this. It's too much. It's too much. Don't trust him anymore. I'm being a little harsh, but it is really bad. I would not do it. Okay. This is a good example. They did not defend this tower that well. I mean, they kind of tried and then, like, you know, scared him away. Clinks just killed Witch Doctor top. So, things I'm scared to do as a support. Go to the bathroom at night. But also ward on the enemy's half of the map when they're alive. So this is like the perfect time to do it. Now, you don't have one, so it's kind of understandable if you leave, but let's put an asterisk on that. Ogre definitely cannot leave. And if you see this and then you're like, okay, can't trust him, you know, you're buying them all and you have them now, you can't leave right now. Because once this push is done, I will not be able to make a play. I won't look at our map vision, right? Like, I don't actually see anything beyond very surface level information, and this is like not that far in. I need something deeper in here.
The educational content. I
in
play
here,
support and it helps a lot. Also, stay kind, smile.
Oh, thank you so much. Do you want to replay with that? I appreciate it, the donation, but this is also the replay stream. So if you want one donated for the same $5, you know, you can also get a match reviewed if you'd like. Thank you so much either way. I appreciate it, and we will do our best to stay kind. We do have a couple actually in the queue now. Two to go, and then third if you want yours, which is totally fine. We're going to chug through them all. Let me continue on here. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, we need to set the deep wards down so that we have information to work with to know like what else to do. you coming back here, this is a really common support mistake. And that's why I wanted to pause here. So you don't have an observer. So if someone needed to go back, it could maybe be you. But let's think about our job as a support. It's to enable our team. And you have your ultimate available. You have Inkswell, which is a really strong ability in these early fights, the silence versus like Puck and stuff, some of these channels. Your abilities are very strong as these skirmishes break out. And Clinks is already not with the team. So now I leave the team and I show mid. And because they know Clinks killed someone top, they roughly know his health and that he's top. So now from their perspective, they can bring 4 heroes to fight your team here. So we're trading off. You know, you got some of a creep wave and then we're looking at a little bit more. Let's say there's about 300 gold here. There is 200 gold for these creep waves, let's say, because, you know, yeah, I'd say this is about 200 gold. So 200 gold plus the extra gold creeps that you got there. So about 200 gold per creep wave here. And then all these camps that your team can stick around and steal make up the 100 gold difference that we're coming back to defend. And that's not to mention all the potential fighting that might break out. The hundreds of gold we get for killing or being killed and then losing that gold. So when we come back like this, it's actually making it hard for our team to do things. Like for these guys to feel confident to push this lane to stay up here is to know that Grimstroke is behind me and he's gonna like, we're gonna get double value out of Soulbind. You know, we're gonna like Inkswell stun a guy and silence and kill him. He's gonna 4-staff me out of like Epicenter. Like you are the wind beneath this guy's wings and you just TP'd out. And now he goes, I don't feel very confident being here. And now he's also going to back off. And the trade-off is this like chunk of gold here. So actually, as the game moves on to like the mid to late game, there are times to go home and pick stuff up so that your team can stay, but sometimes they can't stay when anybody leaves. And in those cases, the first person to leave to get this kind of farm should be the cores, not the supports. Or you're a support who used everything. You have like, you know, you blew all your spells, you're the warlock, you threw everything, you almost died, so then you come here. Because if you stayed, you wouldn't contribute anything. But you have everything to contribute, and then you leave. So that's a big mistake. We should stick with the team longer. You know, maybe there's a Sand King kill right here, right? Queen of Pain sees him for high ground, you Inkswell, send it in, stun him, boom. Dead Sand King right there. Lost it. Got it anyways. But you could imagine, right here, 4-staff this guy and break coil, LMAO, you know. But like really, you know, you're starting to throw the soul binds, you're starting to throw stuff, and your team can fight this, even though this is actually kind of a iffy spot, separate issue. But it looks like Queen of Pain's gonna die, and now maybe, you know, Razor's gonna die, Ogre might die next. And part of this is because there is no soul bind, there's no silence, there's no stun, because we left for a creep wave. So these kind of situations, when you are making it to the enemy's half of the map, you really do not want to be the first one to go back if you're a support. And if you're a core, you really would like to prioritize staying, and you're only going back because you feel the time to stay is ending. And then from Clinks' side, he should be the one doing this. Like, if he's not going to join the team, then he should make sure the team does not feel the need to come back while they're doing aggressive stuff. So he shouldn't have been like jungling in here. I missed exactly how it happened, but like if he was just AFK jungling here, he should not have done that. When he sees the creep wave moving this way and he sees his team moving this way, he should know, I don't want anyone to feel baited to come back. So I have to go over, and I'm farming the whole time, right? Like I'm AFK farming Clinks. So whether I AFK farm here or AFK farm here, it's all the same to me, but it's hugely different to my team if one of them feels baited to come back like this, like the Grimstroke did. All right, so now we gotta wait for everyone to be up. Good rune steal. All right, I see the 2 cores went bottom for whatever reason, and I'm with a Clink. So if you want to try to make a play with Clinks to get the Sand King, I'm fine with that. Otherwise, we got to make our way bottom to play with the Razor and the guy. Okay, great. Really good kill. Quick evaluation. 2 people just died to neutral creep, so that's a Tormentor going on. So let's beeline it up here. Let's pretend that didn't just happen. Like these guys just died to the Tormentor. In that case, 1 kill on the Sand King and we have 5 heroes. I want my team to go do something. From this position, actually, you guys doing Tormentor would have been great. And hopefully you guys are about to steal it away from them right now with what just happened. But even if they had been up, right, I would feel in a very good position to do it. We just got the Sand King kill here. He's a big part of the team fight. I might be a little scared. Like if I think the other heroes are in the area, maybe I put an observer down. Maybe I'm like smoke breaking with my body while the other teams do it. You know, a little bit of caution to it. But otherwise, Tormentor's a great play. Let's say Tormentor is down. Then the next best play, Roche. But then look at the time, 24:55. So Roche is actually about to beeline it over here. So push this with Clinks or whoever. You don't show. You can use spells from out of sight, and otherwise you stay in the tree. You let Clinks shove it in. And then, based on our vision, how comfortable do I feel deep warding? Because if I'm thinking about doing Roche when it's in here, I would love a deep ward in this area. And I want a deep ward anyways, so like, yeah, if I could place it here or here, that's good because it's a deep ward. But with Roche in mind, I would love it here. If you're too scared to do that because the enemies are missing and we don't see them down here and I think they're here, then that's okay. We're not going to do it. But that's what I'm looking for right now. As soon as I kill Sand King off this kind of play, I am looking at the minimap, looking at the time, and trying to pick what is the next thing I want my team to do. What kind of vision do we need to do that play? And then do I feel comfortable putting that vision down? Where is the enemy team? That's the information we're trying to grab right now from the mini map. But then because of that Tormentor play, I actually know where they were. You guys don't care. You guys are like, oh, let them have it. It doesn't matter. No big deal. Okay, yeah, sure, why not? You guys, because it takes about 30 seconds for Roche to walk like this. See, he's here. It's 20. So you guys actually probably have the time to like twin gate, take Tormentor down here, twin gate back up, and then come over to Roche. We didn't do it. No big deal. Also, because they're dead, actually, going back to like what's actually happening in this game, because they're dead, I would have felt pretty good about just like sending it in here. And if you're worried about Puck, you can even scan. If they see me, it's not a problem. Like they have an observer there and they see me going in, I don't care about that. I care if Puck is there to kill me. So scan, okay, Puck's there, don't go. Otherwise, just send it, D-ward in front of their vision, like whatever, 2 heroes alive, you don't know. You don't know where Clinks is, he's behind me. So you can do that. See how you have fallen backwards though? You're like jungling back here. That doesn't give confidence to your team here or your teammates here if you're like jungling back here. So this is where you just have to pick who you like the most, stand behind them. If you think these guys are stronger and you should be playing with them, then you stand behind this tree and you get ready to help out. All right, 4 of us have gotten together again. They're up, so I'm a little scared. This is why I would like, this is what the deep ward is for. If we saw a hero here, like say Phantom Lancer ran through here, then perfect. 4 of us smoke and we go for Phantom Lancer. Or maybe there's a different fight I want and I know Phantom Lancer's here and we'll have to teleport, so he'll be late, so then we can do this. Maybe you don't want to go for Phantom Lancer. You want to go up here and you want to reconnect with your 5th guy. So you go, okay, we all connect in this way. That's also viable. You don't see anyone down here. Okay, so what does that mean, right? Let's read this map. These creeps are pushing forward. Soon you will get information because people could be jungling this, waiting for it to get closer and then clear out this creep wave. Same with up this triangle. People could be jungling this and then about to head over to here because things just respawned, right? So they could be doing that right now. If in a few seconds this creep wave is hitting this tower and no one is reacting, well then what are they doing? Because they should be done with jungling this stuff. And even if they're not and they see the creeps dying to tower, they should stop jungling and come get it, right? So if no one is getting a creep wave that's dying to the tower, they're not here. Then I look bottom. I have 3 freaking observers like right in a line here, but whatever. Okay. I don't see anyone in our deep ward down here. So in theory, no one is jungling this stuff because like time is passing. They should have finished and they should have like headed through here and I still don't see anyone. right? No one's dealing with the creep wave either. So no one is here. No one is here. We're on our half of the map, so no one, no one should be here. Maybe one guy snuck in the back, but it'd be weird for the whole team to be behind us, right? So like all of this is probably fine. Maybe this area, that's like another, like I snuck through here and I'm actually jungling this stuff. Another possible area. But that means the places that the enemy has left to be are in their base because they're dumb, and that's not really a good assumption to make, or here, right? Like jungling this stuff, so it's not close to the sides where our information would have been. So you guys should be really careful about moving in, because based on everything I just talked about, that's where they could be. But the last thing is they are smoked. So they're not dealing with stuff, even though they're in the area and someone is like here, they're not dealing with this because they smoked and they're trying to make a play. So you guys need to be careful. You need to be like in position to break a smoke or to react to a smoke right away. People AFK farming on their own, like I'm trying to hit an item timing, that's fine. Do the safe stuff. Don't be jungling this in a really dangerous way. Fall back to like really defensive stuff. You'll see the pros do this all the time. You get scared. Who's a great smoke target? These 4 heroes that are really strong together, or the solo clinks that we can jump with everything, right? It's this guy. Okay, we have a lot of sentries down, so maybe they don't see him, but there is a chance, right? The sentries don't cover everything. Maybe there's an observer. Maybe they just blind scanned it. Maybe they're just blindly running. You never know. But if they get him, it pays off. All the creeps they gave up, it pays off. So if you just back out and waste their time, and you guys also fall back to a defensive position, and in fact, the best would be to like combine in this area, defensive together, you guys see, and then smoke yourselves to like do your own counterplay. Like that would be number 1 if you could get the team to coordinate. Let's see what actually happens. There's a Lich mid and we're just going. I'm very scared right now because I still don't know where the other heroes are. And I said the highest concentration area is right where we are fighting. So there's a very high chance the enemies all collapse on us right now. Here's the Witch Doctor, double bounce. Double bounce, here's PL, here's Puck. The only hero we're missing is Sand King. Sand King, where you at? Where are you at, Sand King? Here he is.
Double kill.
So in the end, we lose however many, 3. Let's go back one more time, but look at from the enemy's perspective. Okay. We can see, not trying to flex, but I was pretty much right. Based on our information of the creep waves and the wards, PL, Lich, Witch Doctor. You don't know where is Sand King? Oh, he's over here too. I missed him over the PL stuff. So Sand King was also over here. And then I guess Puck just, did Puck respawn, or maybe he had just gone back to base, whatever. I guess I forgot to include that as a possible option. But sometimes the team does weird stuff, and like, based on what I say, they end up not being there at all. And you're like, oops, guess we're wrong. But a lot of times, like, this is what's happening. And this is what the mid game is. It's just like reading the map, guessing where they are, and reacting accordingly. How's it feel to be just an Oracle after that one? Feels like every other work day. It's just another day in the office for me. No, it's pretty validating when we talk that stuff and then it's right. Sometimes we do it and then they're totally off. It's totally off and people are doing the most bizarro shit. It does happen. But that's pretty much what reading the map is like looking at all this stuff and trying to read it, and what the mid game is, because like once you determine that, you can determine what your best play is, which is why I have a hard time doing the video. Like, it's just a bunch of case studies like this. Okay, I was locked in there a little bit. Let me see. I think some of you guys were saying some stuff. Let me go back and check. I also see Jethro, you also donated for a replay. Yes, you can send a replay on YouTube. There's a little bit of a queue building up, so let me chuck through it and then I'll let you know. Although if you have to go before I get to it, you can feel free to put the match ID in the chat. I'll just scroll up to find it when I need to, but I might ask for it again when we get to you. Telodafont, I hopefully didn't butcher your name, but thank you so much. And then Yeah, it sounds like it's too late for you. Have a good night then. But you're also, these are all VOD recorded. So if you guys ever, like, time-wise, you still want to, like, pitch in your replays, whether they're from donations or just, like, you know, adding them into the random raffle, feel free to do so, and then just, like, check the VOD later if you'd like. Where can I see the queue? I don't really have a queue system to show. Maybe I should add that. I just kind of like see it on my list of people who have donated and I haven't gotten to them yet. You would be third. Once we finish this, there are 2 people ahead of you. Which we'll definitely get to because we're like 2 hours into the stream and we usually do like 6-ish hours of replays. Maybe a little less, sometimes 5 to 6. Can you buy a blink to beat Legion? You can. It kind of depends on what hero you are. Taking Legion outside of the picture, supports especially, people who don't usually buy Blink Dagger can buy Blink Dagger as a defensive item to stay further back. So for example, you know, this is the hot topic area, scared to show here, and I know, like, say Queen of Pain is looking to jump me in the back, or like on their side, Burrow Strike, Puck, they're looking to jump me if I'm like showing like this. So then I'm actually back here, because when the fight breaks out, I can blink into here and then use my spells. So then blink ends up being a defensive measure, as opposed to like the typical instant initiation. I guess it's still instant initiation, but we're using it to be really far back as opposed to reaching further. Like, oh, instead of threatening this stuff, I threaten like this stuff. You can do that. If you don't have a blink and don't think it's a good blink game, you can do what Easy's saying, which is a lot of patience. Stay out of sight. So for example, this Ogre and this Grimstroke, their position's not too bad, but let's say there's an observer down, then Legion actually sees them and might be interested in dueling them. So then, this may seem minor, but like Grimstroke standing here versus standing here is very different because you are blocking one angle with the tree line. So even as Legion runs through here, she just may not see the Grimstroke because he's behind a tree, or there's an observer here that happens to like see through here but doesn't see through the trees. So it's a lot of like positioning like that. For example, in this tree line, surrounded on multiple sides is pretty safe. Standing in here, as opposed to like being in the lane with the team, being out in the open here, where people might see you, you surround yourself in the trees. And then Dota players don't have a lot of patience. So a lot of times it's like whatever you see first is what you go for. So because you're in the tree line and they see Razor on the outside, they go like, I don't really want to kill Razor, but my hand is forced. I only see Razor, so I guess I've got to jump him. You know, they'll go for him and then you'll just save him. Okay, this was a really good example of the reading the map. We may have to. I'm conflicted.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
Because to really talk through the map, I was aiming for like 20 to 30 minutes. We've been going a little long, but it's taken a good chunk of time to ramble through. So maybe we have to shorten it a little bit to get to more people. Let's like see through this one more example, I suppose. So your team immediately smokes as you respawn. This can be okay, but notice like someone got left behind to clear the wave, so this is actually a little awkward. And then off of you guys being dead, you guys just lost the fight, right? What do I always tell you guys after you win a fight? I tell the supports, all right, now you do your de-warding and you go do your warding, right? So if you smoke and go right away, in theory, the enemy has a momentary vision advantage over you because they just removed your deep wards, potentially. They may have just placed some deep wards. They may have placed defensive stuff. So you got to be extra careful when you just like go immediately. That's not to say you can't do it, especially based on cooldowns. It could be fine, but just keep in mind there's like, there's an extra level of risk.
Dire's top tower's getting beat.
No, Ogre, don't kill the creep wave. All right, they weren't looking. It's fine.
Double kill.
Hey, Clinks. What you doing over there? All right, I can tell this. You might have to just follow this guy. He's following his own pace in these games, and this is where sometimes people complain about the carries being AFK, and if that happens, you just have to go to them. When he goes this way, and you're like, they're all over here, man. Like, you just got to go with him. All right, go place your deep wards. Go do Roche. This is a Roche opportunity. Like, Clinks is griefing right now by not doing Roche. It's not actually, I wouldn't report it, you know, but like, it's bad. It's a really big mistake. This is a free Roche for you guys that you're just gonna give up, or a Wisdom Shrine and a Creep Wave. Look at you, Roche, please. You guys vision, little overlapping. So this should actually be further back. See, look, again, it's Ogre. Don't try, take it from him. Don't give it to him. You want a deeper observer in this situation when you already have this one. Now we're gonna leave. We set up all this vision and now we're leaving. I don't think you should TP here. Maybe he was calling for one of you to come here. I would walk if you guys are gonna do this. They should actually just go do Roche, because they should realize you guys just walked out of there. So we just lost our wards, couldn't fight over it.
Dyer's mid tower.
I guess, okay, I mean, I guess Roche is leaving. So now we're set up here, but we could have just lost Roche and you could have just taken the top while it was still there. All right, I'm gonna grab the next replay. Oh, big fight. Not even looking. Let's see what happened. Let's go back. Alright, so I kind of know they're all here because they're not showing anywhere else. You guys are all clumped up here versus Puck and Sandy. This is so scary. You have your 4-staff, so you should be like behind this tree. Because if you think about your cast ranges, they're all pretty long. So from back here, you 4-staff yourself in here. You can reach like anything over here. Oh, Zach, what if they're over here? I shouldn't really be reaching over here with their lineup. Like, you guys need to be really careful about what you jump, because when you jump, you're asking for like not only the coil epicenter, but then the cask witch doctor ult plus lich like bounces and everything. So you guys have to be really careful about how you initiate. So your position would be back here, and then Ogre can kind of frontline because he's like a tankier melee support, but he could also just be like further back. Like, let's say you're here. He has shorter cast ranges, so he could be like up here. Clinks, he's the most free with Invis. Razor should probably be taking point because he's like Blade Mail tanky core, and then Queen of Pain like ready to blink in like behind. You guys are actually all lined up. Look how many times you guys are lining up for like every single ability to hit all 5 heroes. This is where you want to just passively position in the best way possible, because you never know when you're going to get jumped. Which, if they had any vision here, holy shit, we would have been deleted. We do jump in. You actually catch both supports, which is pretty amazing. But we actually didn't kill them in that time, so then they did respond and then delete all of us. Oof, ouch, owie. Queen's probably just could have killed PL instead of going for the Puck, but oh well. All right. We are gonna lock in because we have several in the queue to go through. This is an unranked game, but you said the enemy was like a range. I'll just throw in like Archon-ish. Crusader through Archon. Let me just fix the timestamp again. 9:30. See, what would I do without a number pad? I actually use it a lot. I'm glad I bought another thing for it. Okay, so this one, I struggle to be impactful when we're far behind mid-game and the enemy controls most of the map. How can I close the gap? Okay, so we've actually been touching on this topic a little bit throughout the stream. This is going to be a great way to like revisit it. The goal here, let's look at the graph real quick. So 20-ish minutes is where we're going to jump to. And I see, yeah, we're kind of, wait, is this the right one? Oh, Beastmaster. I said, okay, I typed Beastmaster. I read Beastmaster, but in my mind, it was Brewmaster. I got really confused for a second there. Okay, we are the Beastmaster, and so it does look like we're a bit behind, but actually maybe not that bad. 6K at 20 minutes. Yeah, it's not feeling amazing, but it's not the end of the world either. So there should still be some opportunities as we load up the game. And then let's just pretend there aren't. Maybe we're even further behind, or it's just your interpretation. You think you're further behind than you actually are. You don't know. That's okay. Then the mindset we want to have is to avoid the enemy and do a lot of creep cutting, avoiding them. And that's what we're going to be looking at the mini-map to find. We're going to look for those opportunities to just avoid the enemy, see where they are going, and then go somewhere else. And you only want to fight under your own towers, if that. Tier 3s, we're fighting that. But tier 2s, tier 1s, we may just sacrifice those as part of being really far behind, and we use that window to catch up. One more minute. Okay. So where are we? Beastmaster.
Towers taking hits.
So it looks like your Aghanims is being delivered right now. Okay, so we actually have a lot more solo pick-off potential. Looks like you guys just got the axe.
Radiant's top tower.
Okay, so SF's top, Techie's top. Eyes on the mini-map. That's all we're looking at right now. We jumped here, so I'm not sure where everyone is yet. We have to, like, reestablish that. Okay, so they're trying SF. Okay, so if we feel we are behind, these guys poke at SF a little bit, and you're thinking about, like, oh, maybe I should go join in. I don't have the ult, so I'm not joining in. So I just need to push as much as possible for my team and take up space. So right now, pushing out the bottom lane, making sure that's going is good. If you are too scared to go, send your boars. Just have them go A-click down the lane. Pretty straightforward. Just like A-click here, shift A-click down the lane. They'll make their way. Like even if you're here, right? Just shift A-click, shift A-click. They'll just like shoop, shoop, run down. If it's safe, you can also be the one there, but let's just say you're scared. And then in the meantime, you just jungle this stuff further away from the team. I don't know. If I guess your ult is getting close, you know, you could maybe join, hug the edge, and then join in with the ult. Let's see. The problem is, if nothing happens and you walk over, it's like, oh, I want to farm now, and then Queen of Pain, so she actually went top, but then she's like, oh, I want to farm, and then you guys are overlapping. Whereas if you stayed over here, you'd be okay. This game, we have some extra challenge. It looks like there is a support Riki, or a core Riki with phylactery. This is whack. He got a... Wait, is this like off lane? No, it's carry. We're doing a little cooking here. This is a wacky one. This is a wacky one. Let's not worry about that. Let's keep going. Got to be a little bit more careful because there is a Invis Riki, though, with whatever build this ends up being. I do know, though, he ain't top. So this is a good fight to join. Worst case scenario, it's 5 versus 4 for your team. And just imagining the core net worths, not that you know the exact amounts, but you can get a feel. Like, even you guys are struggling. But if you were out of the picture, that's 6,000 gold. That's the gold difference. So with no Riki, you guys are actually 2,000 gold up. And then this is a good fight to take if we're like all there. So you got to rush over, possibly even TP, intercept this axe. Because if you chase behind him, he's always going to arrive first, which could be okay depending on the situation. But you may want to TP here and then participate and then turn around on him. Or turn on him because you know this is working out and then he's going to change his mind and run, like whatever. Greatest blink call. But they don't actually do that much damage. Okay, great. So let's redistribute our jobs right now. I know Riki is bottom. I just killed 2 heroes, and I don't know where Ogre and SF are, but Presumably, they were maybe walking over, so they could be in the area. But I have some observers and I don't really see them. So they're actually probably somewhere else. So if we are behind and we just get a good fight like this, we want to maximize the farm we can get. If I see any hero walk to this stuff and they're not literally about to die and have to go to Fountain, then they're griefing themselves. This would also be a little bit griefing yourself, but it's okay for the defensive farmer to do it. Everybody else should be moving up this way. If we bring 4 heroes this way, it doesn't matter how many show up. It doesn't matter that Ricky came through the Twin Gate, that he TP'd over here, that the others are grouping up. It doesn't matter if we didn't have this observer. 3 versus 4, we'd be okay. Except maybe consider cooldowns. Maybe we're not okay, but you know, I'll leave it to you to adjust. By numbers, we're okay. So we should all go up here, push this out. Supports, do some deep warding. This one is down, but it's only got a minute left. So now's a great time to put another deep ward down. They never found this. If you want to put it on again, you could. If you want to put it somewhere else, also okay. Oh, look, SF is actually here. Sometimes, if you watch the minimap, you can see the creeps move. And it's also why it's sometimes good to just click over. Even though you don't see the heroes, you might see different spell effects. SF is actually here. Anybody got a smoke? No. Do we have 3 in stock? I can't tell because it's a replay. Ah, never mind. There's 3 in stock. Support players, especially, but core players, you can do it too. Just stick it in the backpack. They made it even easier now. Quality of life. You can even just double click it in the backpack to use it. You don't even need to take it out. Super fast play. Smoke. Go kill SF. One guy pushes top. Let's say Juggernaut in this case. Whoever is the least useful, someone who was dying, someone who used all their cooldowns, someone who is still just farming to their later timings, which is often a carry, right? They go farm this. Everyone else is still ready to do stuff. Pudge, Blink, setup. Treant support. No ult, but like, whatever. He'll join. He's Treant. Queen of Pain, ult is about to be up. You have Roar, right? We play fast. Go find this SF. SF sees it coming. He backs out this way. That's okay. Just take all this farm. Juggernaut push top. And so then we set up on this tier 2 and we start pushing that. Okay, we don't get the SF. Tormentor. So then we all cut this way and we do Tormentor. Okay, maybe we want Roche, you know? I guess we can't because he's over here. So we'd all have to like back off. It'd be a little weird. Okay, so maybe Roche is not the time unless we want to like go this way. You could because you have Beastmaster eggs. Let's see how many people go backwards, which is what I would expect because there's Archon Crusader. Currently, everybody. Oh, Juggernaut's doing it. Okay, so out of 5 of you, 1 guy is going in the right direction. But I would say if any of you were to farm here, it should be Juggernaut. Like he would take the least risk as the carry, except of course he's got like Blade Fury, Omni Slash. So as a carry, he usually can do more aggressive stuff. I would have been more okay with that. Although actually, I'll throw out an alternative. If you guys are thinking, let's go get the mid tower, I'm also okay with that. So if we're just running through here, jungling to get to mid, okay. Yeah, pushing in mid. No. No. All right, so let's reevaluate. From here, okay, Axis respawn. So where did we end up? We got multiple kills. You essentially had 30 seconds to do whatever you want. To push the Radiant agenda. No one can stop you. Push the Radiant agenda. And where have we ended up as the enemy respawns? 4 of us are on our own half of the base of the map. And then Juggernaut, he did push top, but now he's scared. So he's going to like twin gate over to join you guys. So in all the time we had, we didn't make it to a tower. We didn't take anything from their jungle. And so notice the gold lead isn't really going to shift. They're going to respawn and they're going to have all their camps. Whereas if you guys had moved up, let's say you ignore this tower. Maybe you take the tower, so that's gold. Maybe you come up here and they've all respawned. Axe just respawned and they want to fight you. So he's going to TP in, but we don't want to fight. While he is TPing in, we are clearing the camps and then running away back to this half. So then they respawn and there's nothing in their jungle and we just farmed it. It's like 1,000 gold or whatever if you manage to get everything. If you don't get these because they're kind of far, I would get that. So maybe like 500 gold, right? You farm it, you back, you farm your half. They also stop chasing, they go farm this way. You have a full jungle to farm. They have about half their jungle to farm. You will then see the gold lead actually drop down. But after you get a winning opportunity and you just fall back to your own half, that's where the gold lead doesn't change that much. It'll change a little bit based on like the kills you got, but you don't see like the snowballing pro stuff where it's like, oh damn, they're climbing like 1k a minute. Oh man, that one team fight, they just regained 6,000 gold. It's because they're taking it from the enemy team. But if we don't do that, then you won't see it either. Like you'll just continue to still be behind. For Earthshaker, should I bait or initiate more? Initiation is stronger. If you wait to counter initiate, Echo Slam does not pierce BKB. BKB piercers are better counter initiators. So Magnus, Enigma, those type of heroes. If you can't pierce BKB, you typically prefer to initiate before they can BKB. That's not to say you always have to do that though. There are times to counter initiate. It's very like, you know, situation dependent. But if I gave you a general rule, Earthshaker would prefer to initiate rather than counter initiate. If there are no BKBs, then it's fine. You know, you can wait a little longer. What do you think of things like glyph and scan being items? Wait, so like you make the glyph and the scan an item you have to buy and use? Could be interesting.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
Trying to think of like the greater implications of that. Notice you guys are still on your own half their map and they're actually coming over again. So notice despite getting some kills, they have increased gold because they are killing you guys and stealing now your money. So they've bounced back. When were they coming? No idea because we didn't have like vision on their half. So anytime you get a window, you gotta go push over. And then these are the kind of fights you might take. It's not panned out this time. Okay, kinda okay. Usually you would avoid split push other stuff, and then as they dive, you might consider fighting. Let me go back to that actually. So let's go back to when Juggernaut died. Okay. Juggernaut jumped by axe. As soon as you notice, check it out and decide immediately. Am I going or am I not? If we're going, then we're going. Self-explanatory. TP in, do stuff. If we're not going, you have to do something else. AFK farm, only if your item is game-changing and you're close. Otherwise, you must immediately push a lane or go for a different kill. For example, I see Ricky here, invis. Okay, we lose Juggernaut, go kill Ricky instantly. Like, beeline it. Stop what you're doing and go, unless it's super, you're like in the middle of a creep wave. You can't just like leave. That's too obvious. You gotta finish the creep wave and then go. But like, you have to go to something. Supports, definitely prioritize pushing out lanes, getting in position to creep. Oh, we're losing Jug, they're gonna take top. Can I get over here? Can I cut the creep wave? Can I twin gate, pop out, get this stuff, right? Think about those things to waste their time. They kill Jug, they want to bring a lot of heroes, push this, you fortify one creep wave, you kill the next creep wave. They now need to wait a minute for the next thing to spawn and come through, Juggernaut's back, right? That one play to cut through buys you a lot of time. Core players are a little bit more likely to continue the like AFK farm for game-changing stuff, especially if they're trying to hit like a later power spike. So it kind of depends on your role in the game and your all that stuff. For Beastmaster, Blink is close, but not that close. I would say pushing mid is fine. And if you're too scared, it's okay. Axe and then send the boars if you have any, and then you don't. So like axe, back up, send the boar, and then you can like come over here. But you at least do the initial pushing, right? Axe cannot TP and kill you right now because he's killing Juggernaut. He can't do multiple things. If you finish, let's say you were jungling. If you finish jungling and then you head over, he's done. He can run over, he can TP over, it's too late. Much like earlier, we've been describing, like when they're dead, you have to go do the most aggressive thing and then fall back. Same deal. If I'm not helping Jug, I have to go do the most aggressive, useful thing because Axe is busy killing Juggernaut. So I have to go do something with that time if I'm not helping him, and that is like this stuff. Let's see what you do. Like rewind. You guys did think about TPing, decide to cancel. Oops, okay, that's fine. Readjust, you know? Okay, they're over here. I gotta go this way. I gotta like shove this in. I gotta make my way here. I still gotta think about that Ricky bottom. Pudge could be looping around if he knew Ricky was here, right? Moving to the twin gate to cut the next creep wave with Rot. Still see them all here. Do they have any reason to go back? Our creep wave is being cut. No. The bottom lane is shoving in. No. Why? Because our heroes didn't do it. When Juggernaut was being killed, we didn't start pushing that other stuff. So now Juggernaut is still dead and we can keep pushing. They have no reason to back because we didn't give them a reason to back. And that's what you want to think about doing. As soon as like you see them show somewhere, boom. Okay, SF, Ricky, Axe, Techies. Ogre, let's say we don't know where Ogre is. He's just a support. So like if he's over here, I don't care, right? So if I'm not ready to fight and I want to avoid the enemy, I can't go anywhere in this area. This and this stuff might be safe, but it also might be dangerous. So I have to run over here. I have to start pushing this out right away and give them a reason to stop taking my tier 2 and into my tier 3 and to go back to their own half their base. And otherwise, I'm going to farm that stuff. And if they send one hero, we're going to kill that hero. That's why having multiple heroes go is like a little better than just one hero. You know, if we stay here and we're like, oh, let me help, you know, fight this stuff, they're already set up here. So then this stuff happens. Like they're just continuing to go. You need to make someone leave and then you can take this stuff.
Radiant's top towers in bad shape.
Hey, Shrimp Gripper.
Radiant structures like this.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to make them items, but I don't know what the purpose of it would be. Okay, actually, here. You guys respawn, and you know Shadow Fiend is not with his team, and they don't have this outpost. The fastest teleport is through creeps, which are not guaranteed and will still take time to like rejoin in a fight over here. Especially like this, he could join here, but you guys might nuke the creep wave, right? So this kind of fight is good. And then what do we do from here? We could go for SF. He's under a ward, so we know where he is. We smoke and kill him. Or, okay, SF is here. I'm scared to deal with him, and the others are dead, so it's just a techies. So all of this must become mine. I must push in to the enemy's half of the map. Queen of Pain is going backwards. Starting to move forward. We lost 10-second time loss there. Beastmaster Pudge split up a little bit, but we were close enough. Ricky showed in a very dangerous area, and now we are okay, killing him. Great. Same deal. Okay, we just extended it. It's now 5 versus 3. We did use some cooldown, so I'm a little bit scared. But Axis mid. SF has boots of travel, so at this point he could technically be anywhere. But if we're still in the full avoid them mindset, and Axe is here, okay, so then this little like radius around Axe, let's avoid that. I gotta make my way out to their stuff. I need to go here. Where are we going? We're going backwards. Just like the Queen of Pain, backwards, farming the safe defensive stuff. No progress is being made in stealing things from the enemies. That's why the gold lead drops a little bit, but like not a lot, you know? This guy, what is he doing? He is on his own and he's super deep. And this is where, okay, if we had pushed out and we see this, we can all TB home and get him. because it's our half of the map. So we can always do that. It's harder to like, oh, SF is up here, we all TP and kill him. That one's not as doable. Killed Ogre, do Roche, pretty good. Or at least push out other lanes. Pushed out mid, take mid, that's okay. Techies is here on his own, gotta get Techies. SF and someone is mid, I missed 2, Axe, Ricky, okay, 3 mid. Are we so behind we can't take 4 on 3? Yes? All right. Everyone go top. You run this way, Jug through here, Queen of Pain through here. Someone is going to twin gate and head bottom and push this in. These guys, look how much vision you guys have on your own half of the map. I'm going to know exactly where these guys go. So you guys all move to their half of their map and push. If they steal your stuff, you're just taking their stuff, net even. They're looking for you, so they're going to keep walking. They're not farming. They're looking for you. All the time they're looking and you're farming, we're gaining on them. What do? Moving away, which is good. Okay, Lotuses, but then she's coming back. Go, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around. So why is she coming here? This whole part is empty. Let me show you. This is why it's scary, guys. This is why reading the map is really important. Because when you look at it like this, it's so scary. I don't see anything here. But if you're like really tracking heroes and thinking about it, it's all empty. And if you had a map vision hack, it would probably be much easier to be like, oh yeah, I can move this way. You know, I can go in here right now. It's all safe. Oh, I can go down here, right? Oh, I'm scared of them. They're in this area. But they're not here. So I can go down here, twin gate. I can like cut these waves from this side, right? There's so much empty space. But when you don't see it, it doesn't feel like empty space. It feels scary. That's why, one, having the deep wards helps to give actual vision to make it easier on your teammates and yourself. But even without vision, you can still read the map if you're like constantly looking at it and practicing. I know it's easier said than done, but like it's what lets you make these decisions in these moments. That's why so many fights are happening on your half of the map. They keep coming over here, but you guys are rarely going to their half of the map. Oh, amazing. I can't believe he hooked the axe around the Juggernaut. That's incredible. Would it be considered bad if you just AFK farm their half of their map in a similar situation like this? No. You guys are actually closer than maybe you thought, because the way you described it, it sounded like you wouldn't be able to engage at all. It's actually closer. But let's pretend you were in that situation, or you just think you're in that situation. Dota's all about vibes. You think you're really far behind. It's totally okay. Sneak your way around the map and then drop an observer like right here. And then you're just jungling this stuff. And then when it's safe to do so, you see enough heroes on the map, you cut the wave. Well, once you cut the wave, they may come over, so you got to be like extra careful at that time. If you don't want to cut the wave, clear this, then clear this. Put your observer like closer to the tier 2 to see rotations. A lot of times when they're winning, notice they keep coming to your half of their map. That means theirs is empty. So rather than have like 3 heroes here with 1 guy farming and 2 just sitting, you could have 1 guy farming this stuff and then TP back when it's necessary. So it's actually really good in bad situations to make your way over and then just AFK farm here. And my example, have you ever played with someone who you're getting wrecked and then they're like, I hate you guys. You're the worst teammates I've ever seen. I'm breaking my items. Like, GG, go mid, right? The carry breaks their items. They walk this way. And then you don't see them because they farm uninterrupted for 5 to 10 minutes. They only make the correct play after they rage out by accident. Like, they don't know that's the correct thing to do. Instead, they keep standing in this area, getting killed by the enemy, saying, like, my team's not making any space, wah, right? And only after they're trying to grief and they go and avoid everyone do they actually start farming efficiently. And if they would have just done that from the start, it would have been so much better. So it's actually the good thing to do in the right cases. When you go over here and farm because they're crushing you and they're wrecking you on your half of the map, the hard part is getting past them because they're on your half of the map. But that's why you got to look for an opportunity because you've got to kill, or you do have a ward down, so you see them in the bottom. You have to sprint top. You're like, oh God, this is my window. Like, get me out of here. You got to run up there and then hide in their jungle as long as possible and farm this stuff. And if they come back to look for you and you get away, amazing. If they kill you, unlucky. But now they got to walk back, which means everyone who is waiting here, when they see 3 heroes come back to kill you, they should all sprint out as well, as far as possible. And the next guy, 3 heroes are killing your Juggernaut here. The Beastmaster's like, this is my chance. He's running down here to go like farm this stuff. And then he's like hiding in the tree line. And then when they start moving from here to here, he's going this way. And you just take turns. You're just like pulling them on different parts of the map. And sometimes you die, but you hope not to die. And it's legitimately the right thing to do. It feels so weird, but once you know that's an option, you won't feel as close. Like you're saying, like, oh, we felt really trapped, but this is the new perspective. Once you realize you can do this stuff, then you won't feel as bad. Like, oh, it feels so bad to engage them, right? They're winning, and every time we fight, they're winning. The key is don't fight, right? It's play everywhere else and avoid them, and you'll catch up in gold. Although the fights you guys have been taking actually are not that bad. You guys have been catching up. So it's actually been working out this time. Usually, my challenge to you and anyone watching, the next time you feel you play a game and you're being destroyed and it feels like there's no space on the map whatsoever, like I have nothing to do, I challenge you guys, watch the replay on the free cam perspective so you see everything. And then just look at the minimap. You can time 16 it, right? It doesn't matter like the exact things happening. Just watch, and with full free cam perspective, realize that even with 5 heroes who are all really farmed, there's only so much they can cover. So at any given moment, somewhere on the map is open. And once you realize that possibility and know to start looking for it, it becomes easier. It is still difficult, and that's why map awareness is such a critical skill in Dota, because you do have to be constantly looking and finding this stuff. But once you do, that's your response. That's your counterplay in those situations. That was a lot to learn. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. I'm glad that was helpful. They actually play better when they're griefing. I know, right? Like, it drives me crazy when the carry players, like, finally break their items and go to the enemy's half of the map. It's like, just do that from the start. Just do it from the start. We would have been a lot better. This one, we have a safe lane duo, it looks like, in about Archon. You guys are safe lane, right? Yeah. Okay, so safe lane duo. We won our lane, but mid-game got out of control. I'm a bit clunky on Witch Doctor and messed up a bunch dying to LC. Okay, so dying to LC will be like a positioning thing, most likely. Like if you're showing and she knows to blink duel you. So we'll look for that. While this is finishing downloading. You guys are missing some farm. But it's not out of the like realm of possibilities for this rank. Okay, so also at 20 minutes, it looks like it's not that bad. About a 4K gold difference, but then it gets real bad very quickly. So I guess we'll see what happens here that they snowball so much. For your actual draft, oh no. We're gonna try to restart Dota. Sometimes Dota gets funny, but if you restart, it'll download it properly. Oh, okay, there we go. One more try. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Your lineup is a little awkward because you don't have a real initiator. You're kind of going off of Ursa jumping somebody or Lina LSA, and then they respond, and then Dawnbreaker responds to that. So a little bit of a draft issue. It's probably not, I mean, you probably picked first phase, probably not really on you. Theirs is a little easier because they have like Lion and Legion who can start things. Troll versus Ursa can be a good matchup. It goes a little bit both ways depending like who's doing better. All right, it did download this time for whatever reason.
Dyer's ban.
Okay, let's start here. So we're looking at the safe lane duo of the Witch Doctor Ursa. I'm just gonna go off of Witch Doctor's perspective for now. Let's take a look at their map. Looks like you guys just won a fight. Oh, we going for the troll. Get his ass. Okay, okay, nice. Oh shit, Leshrac. We hopped into some action-packed moment right here. Oh my god. 4-person split earth, that's crazy. Ah, man, it was looking good, but then this fight, not so good. Ha-ha! He never expects it. The old glimmer and stand still, we out. Okay, let's actually start here. I was gonna see as this fight, so this fight backfired. I'm not even gonna worry about breaking down the fight, because it just happens, right? Let's go from here. As soon as the fight starts to turn and like, oh, I think, you know, bad, time to get out. Don't panic. We're looking for the next thing. Let's first think from their perspective. Okay, we just won the fight down here pretty well, right? We turned it around, so what should we do? We, as Zach has been saying, should push forward and we should get down our deep vision and we should, you know, steal the farm from the Dire. We should be playing this area. And let's look at our map. Okay, this creep wave moved forward and this creep wave is, it's not that bad. Like maybe it's coming into our tower, but it's not a huge wave. We have time to like deal with it. Maybe the troll can go deal with it. So I'm the Witch Doctor now. These guys are dead. Dawnbreaker's almost dead. Do I want to fight here? If the fight had gone a little better as Lina joins, maybe we could do something, especially like Maledict into Lina stuff, you know, get a kill. It's possible, you can keep your eye on it. But actually, running over to mid, shoving this in for your team sounds a lot better to me. So that they want to play here, and I want to start making them want to TP home to the mid or the top. So you could rush mid, push this out. I would actually say Lina should have done that. She's joining this late. She should have gone mid or top. You could go mid. You could also go bottom. And I know that sounds scary, but right now a lot of them are here killing the Dawnbreaker and you have a ward down. So if the situation was really dire, you could go through bottom and cut the wave to kill what they're trying to do, which is like push. You don't really need to do it now because it's 20 minutes into the game, but it's something you could consider at like 30 to 40 minutes of the game. Like, oh, they're winning this fight. And then they're going to get our barracks. You know, we're going to lose. So then you walk down and try to cut the next wave and then get out. And if this tower is down, it's obviously a lot safer, which is why I usually recommend if you're losing, try to get the tier 1s at least to give yourself more room to work with. So let's see what the Witch Doctor goes. I suspect, I guess with the creep wave pushing in, going mid would not be that strange. The question is how fast does Witch Doctor shove it in? I think a lot of players would also feel like, oh, I got to stick around and then like hang here. But this, I would say this is probably the wrong choice. Maybe with the Lina you could do something, but I mean, looking at it, right, does it feel like I can do much? Not a lot. She actually even killed Leshrac, which is pretty good. And, you were going, and then I think you felt guilty as you saw it break out, so you came back. But you gotta commit. You gotta keep going. Let's go back. I want this point to hammer home. Free cam. Oh, a little further back. Right, so we were making the choice here. So look at the map. everybody is right here. So I can do anything. The world is my oyster. I can even, if I didn't have a creep wave to push, like, so let's say our mid lane was shoving and it's already at the tier 3. That's already mission accomplished. I could maybe spend the time running over here, but by the time I get there, they'll be done with this and they can respond accordingly. And they may have vision. The further I have to go, the more likely I run through vision, which actually we can see would have been the case. They would have seen me making my way top. They would have known to deal with it. This is close. Even if they have vision somewhere here, are they really backing away right now in the middle of going for Dawnbreaker, possibly the Lina next, right? They are moving in. If they back, I'm actually okay with that. Go ahead and back, right? Leave my team alone, leave my half of the map alone. Come chase me a support on your own half of the map. More likely, they ignore you for now, so you can do any D-warding you need to, and then you can place a deep ward, and then you could even, like, jungle in this area, potentially, and then think about the creep cut, depending on what heroes you're playing, how critical it is, right? There's, like, farm over here you can get, because it's so empty. And this is what, let's say this wasn't a witch doctor, it was a core we're talking about, and you're really interested in farming. This could be your opportunity. Just, like, sprint through here, start jungling on the enemy's half of the map. But when you come over here, there's like really not that much we can do, right? Okay, actually they chose to dive the tier 2, so I guess there is something we can do. That goes to the nature of a pub game. Sometimes it pans out. But I would say you could have pushed this, could have done all this, and then just TP'd back as, you know, that stuff happened. And that's what I would recommend rather than wait here. Because if you wait here and they don't make a mistake, then you've spent the whole time doing nothing, and then that's gonna feel bad. Because we need this tower, I kind of don't mind that you're out here hitting it to make sure we do it. If you also just stayed out of sight, I could kind of, I felt you guys were gonna get this because like Abaddon and Ursa were hitting it with a catapult wave, and I see heroes showing somewhere else. So I kind of know they're not gonna defend this. And you even have an observer from earlier. So I would say if you don't hit that tower and just stay out of sight, and instead use that time to go place a deep ward, that could actually be better. So for example, you didn't go, you headed over, so you're already over here placing a deep ward as they respawn. I'm safe because they're not alive yet, and the others are showing elsewhere. And then now that I have this deep ward down, I have a little bit more information to work with to know, can we stick around? Can we look for more kills? Are they coming to kill us so I have to run away, right? The ward is already placed. Now that I'm going to go do it after this is done, they may already be here. They may find me placing the deep ward, and then I'm in a bad spot. It does depend on the situation. Like if you think they're going to fight you, then you should stick around. Okay, we do get one deep ward down. I'd prefer a little further in. I don't know if this is a bug or not, but I think you place this out of the Watcher and now you're like glimmering through it. So that's kind of okay. But I think stuff in this area is relatively checked for. If you're gonna do this sentry, for example, putting it in the tree line might be better for you because I think you'll still reach. Yeah, like you see how this goes a little far. They're not really putting the observers here. It's gonna be on the ledge, right? So you can actually hide yours in the tree, which gives you a better chance at living. And then something in the river is worse vision, but more likely to survive. And if you think you're doing poorly, you really need to your deep wards to live. Even if you're not, you still want them to live. Not that you're actually doing that bad. It's an even game right now, though we saw it's like about to dip. I am glad you placed a deep ward down, though, even if I'm critiquing the position. So that'll give us something to work with later. Unless we lose it, which is why I'm nitpicking, but we'll see. All right, we spent a lot of time walking back. I actually think you guys could have stayed on their half of their map a little bit more. It does happen. Let's go back to this, though. All right, so this is what the deep ward was for. I see Leshrac. I don't see a lot of the other heroes. I see Troll. Now, should they be making plays around a Troll Warlord who is working on his BKB? Probably not. Troll Warlord is actually more likely a sign that that there isn't anything going on top. And this isn't always true, as we've seen in a lot of replays. You know, teams aren't always playing the most optimal way. But usually, if a hard scaling carry is farming somewhere, typically the active heroes are somewhere else, at least at this phase of the game. So I actually am not as worried about top right now, and I see Leshrac bottom, and then the other heroes are missing, and the other heroes are enough to kill, right? Like, duel into Skywrath ult and Finger is enough to kill anyone except Abaddon with his ultimate, and if Enrage comes out in time, sure. But everyone else will die instantly to that. So you actually want to be careful and possibly break the smokes for them. So, like, if Ursa wants to farm this area, you stand here for the Ursa. Something like that. Lina walking up to push is really dangerous. First of all, she should at least do it from the tree line. Right now, she is showing on the minimap to the enemies, so if they didn't know where to go, oh, there's Lina, let's go get her. If they're only watching the minimap and she does it from the trees, if they don't notice, like the creeps suddenly die, they may not even realize Lina was mid, and it's nothing to like work around. But with the kill combo missing, she shouldn't even be here doing this. It's like really dangerous. She even backed away, and then she's like, oh, well, maybe I do want to turn around. And then they got her. All right, question, do we want to fight or not? If you don't want to fight, you guys should be beelining it this way. We're going to assume that they're going to take mid tower and that we can't fight it. If you think you can fight it, some of you can stick around. But for the people with teleports, especially the carries, they should just go to farm. If it ends up not fighting, they're farming the whole time. If it ends up fighting, they'll TP back and fight. That way they cover their bases. If everyone sticks around and then nothing happens, they've just not been farming. And I know bottom's pretty safe because we did have a deep ward earlier. So then, because we stuck around, now he's getting pushed away, right? He has to run away. It's getting a little scary. So Ursa ends up not farming in this time. And there are times you can take like 4-on-5 fights, but you can kind of... I'll leave it up to you, but a good general rule is, you know, if you lose a core hero and they have all of theirs, you're probably not interested in fighting. But you guys are trying to fight. It's kind of working. I think if you ulted a little sooner, it might have gone a bit better. Yeah, hello, Legion. You wanted to hang around, I see. Okay. Okay, so... that sort of worked out. You did lose your Ursa, but that was Troll's first BKB. You end up with like some other kills. Say kind of break even in the end. So then reevaluate. Eyes on the minimap. We just fought here, so what are they doing? If they are low, they're probably not moving in this way unless they're psychos, which could always be possible. Realistically, they're probably retreating this way. So as supports, what is a good thing to do? If there's farm to be had, it should go to the cores. So we should be moving further out. We should spend the travel time. Let's head down here so we can start split pushing. Head up here, start split pushing. Oh, I want to do some de-warding. I think they set up here. All right, let me head in here, bring the courier out, you know, drop my sentries. This is the time to do it while they're dead and while the other heroes are low. If they're healthy and you think they might actually stick around, then maybe you do have to stick around and, like, you know, see how things go. And you seem like you're sticking around. You may not be sure on their health, so like I said, it can be okay if you think they're gonna like re-engage. Okay, and as they respawn, I'm getting scared again. Okay, you caught sight of Leshrac. He's a little low, actually. Skywrath Lion. But the others are up. We have Dawnbreaker ult. So actually, maybe we could start something. But let's say we start here, and it turns out Troll and Legion are on their way. Even if they're not on their way, they can always teleport here. So this doesn't feel great to me, except that this guy is really low. So maybe we could do it. Usually I would say no, but because he's so low, you might be able to burst him and get out, working off the 3 seconds it takes for a teleport to happen. we're assuming, like, I'm going to take the risk that Legion and Troll are not here. I'm trying to burst this guy, and even though they react instantly, we're, like, in and out before they finish teleporting. You could try. If you're feeling bad about this game and you think you're losing, don't. Just go somewhere else. See if they split up. So, for example, you four smoke towards bottom. Maybe you don't even have to smoke. Maybe just walk if you think, like, you have the vision and all that. But if you have a bunch of smokes in your backpack, like, why not? Just do it. There's a chance Troll will show over here. There is a chance, as you watch these guys, you'll see them scatter. This guy might go this way. This guy might go this way. Right? You might see one guy push the creep wave. And now they've split themselves up, and they're further away from the tower, so it's safer. I don't have to be as worried about people teleporting in. Troll's actually here. Okay, I am super suspicious now. If Troll Warlord is with his team, I think they're trying to do something. So, Dawnbreaker cannot be killed by Duel on her own, and the other four are here. So Dawnbreaker should shove the lane really aggressively, and if you guys are going to fight, you guys have to get together and get ready for this. If you're not going to fight, then you all have to, like, scatter to the winds and min-max your farm. And you want to do as much aggressively as possible, and you have enough vision to help. Now, what if they smoke? That's your job. So, like, you and your Ursa head down here, and you watch him farm. You can maybe do a little farming yourself as well to speed this up, but you position really aggressively. So, like, let's say it's between, you guys are farming this camps, right? Ursa's farming this, and you're, like, over here farming the small camp so that they are running into you before the Ursa. You're, like, pulling the camp this way and standing in the open, like, get me. I am the target. Please duel me. And you hope the Legion instantly duels you as soon as you come into vision, rather than, like, see a better target was behind you. As you move this way, right, and Ursa's farming this, you could stand, like, up here to see them coming in, smoke break, and then they kill you first, and then your Ursa gets out. And it'll be worth it, because for the amount of gold you lose for your death, let's say, like, 500, Ursa, you know, 160, 60, or sorry, 80, not quite 500, but the longer you live while he farms, we're ramping up to that point. And of course, losing Ursa is more painful than losing us anyhow, so kind of worth it. Notice if you guys had smoked this way and then you run into Legion, boom, kill Legion right now. Yeah, the other four are close, but even if they all blink, they're still out of range. So you guys could have actually killed Legion right here and then gotten out. If you had made that proactive move of, like, we don't want to fight here, let's get into a better position in case something comes up. I don't know that it's happening, but if it does, you know, we're there. Now they're going for Roche. This is why Dawnbreaker aggressively shoving top is really important. She is trying to bait someone to come in, or at least take this tower. And if you guys go straight from the front, this is where it depends on your draft. Sometimes you may want to, like, go around the sides, all of that. I'd say this is okay because your ult is really strong around Roche. So you're probably positioning somewhere back here, especially because on your ward, you do see the Legion who just LMAO got stunned by Ogre Smash. So actually there's a window right here to do this. Lina probably should have started with a blind LSA before Ursa jumped in. And then notice you get dueled and killed, so we didn't get our stuff off. So let's go back. This is not about, this is the actual fight execution. So you, won. Any smokes? Okay, no smokes, that's fine. Maybe you guys were, did I just, I don't even remember. Maybe you guys smoked on your way here. Maybe this is a bug. I think you were smoked, actually. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're smoked. So Legion can't see you, even if there's an observer, like, anywhere around here, anywhere here. So you just need to stand in the back. Your biggest job right now is Maledict, Death Ward, Cask. So we just need to be really far back. And just imagine Legion's blink range and avoid that. So that's why, like, anywhere along this ledge is okay. And why when you walk in, this is too much. Until she commits, we have to, like, continue not showing. You have to keep waiting at this edge. Because they won't kill you instantly. And even if they kill a hero, it's okay. as long as you guys get the response. And as part of killing a hero, it will set you up for the Maledict, Cask, all of that. So you want to actually still be at the edge. I would say like right here would be great. And I'm still waiting, I'm waiting. Legion ends up picking you. But as you imagine, as you keep waiting here, waiting and waiting, you're a position 5 support. Legion is an offlaner. So if she is waiting, right, let's actually just look at the net worth. You are 6,000 gold of the fight just waiting at the edge. She is 8,000 gold not in the fight. So even if you two just never join, it's probably better for you because you're not as important as this Legion. Now that actually depends. Sometimes your abilities are super impactful even with less net worth. But, right, at some point she's going to feel, all right, I'll go in. Like, I was like, screw this witch doctor. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go and I'm going to try to get Lina. And then boom, she shows. Now we cask, we maledict, we drop the ult, and we're hitting like 3 different heroes. But you had to patiently wait for that to happen. Because otherwise, I even knew she was in the area from your deep ward. Even if you don't know, you know she might be in the area. So you just kind of have to like play it safe till then. Oh, denied by Roche?
Radiant's top tower.
She trying to get denied? She's trying to lifesteal?
Radiant's courier.
Not the worst fight in the end. Stop him from doing Roche. If it was really close. If it had gone just a little bit better, you guys kind of wipe that fight and you guys get Roche. That is a not to like not to break your heart and flame you, but that is where your own individual impact could greatly impact the game. And that is not meant to flame. That is to give you empowerment to feel like, as a support player, you know, I can change the way these game goes, even in like the team fight executions, not just talking about warding and laning, right? A little bit better execution from the side of Witch Doctor and positioning, and they probably clean up this fight, and then they get Roshan, and that's like a huge power play at this time. Aeon Disc. Oh, maybe is this why we were discussing earlier about the potential blinks on supports? You could do that. You could get a blink on Witch Doctor, sit in the back, like over here, and then once you see the Legion, you know, go in, then you blink and duel, all that stuff. I'd say it's possible. Lotus could also be really good. This is really good positioning. Right? No one is touching you and you are destroying with your ultimate. Damn, couldn't get the stuff off. Got their carry. Damn, if Lina didn't get dueled, it was gonna be pretty good. That's not your fault. That was why did she even come through here? Oh, she TP'd in. Okay, some real minor nitpicking, guys, because Lina's probably just watching the fight and then like clicking the teleport and clicking over. But this is why like a little difference can, little change can make a big difference. First of all, she should teleport to this range creep for extra safety, and then she should walk around like this, because the river is super dangerous. There could be wards on either side that see her, but definitely wards on this side don't see like up to here. So Lina's own positioning could be safer. Because she shows like in the creep wave, then walks here. That's why Legion knows where to go and then runs into Lina and then gets the duel off. Although it was a little delayed. I don't know what happened there. But because of that, Lina doesn't participate in this fight at all. And she would have won you the fight if she threw a couple more spells here. But if she had like gone around this edge, she probably wouldn't be found. All right, we gotta at least go till Roche gets taken. All right, I know this isn't you, but I just want to highlight this for your team. Maybe you think they're doing Roche, and so he's like really trying to push it, but there's still a limit. as long as this lane is moving forward, you're good. So like, let's take Abaddon out of this picture. There's 4 creeps versus 2 creeps. This creep wave will move forward. So actually, you don't even need to do anything, especially if you think there's a risk of dying, which, you know, with this build and all that, there's a risk of dying, as we are about to see in a moment here. So if you want to create pressure, use long range spells and then get out. And then if you think Roche is about to happen, you have to stick around. But if you have a teleport, if you have a tower still up and you think you can do something else, you want to try to like bait one of their team to have to come down here. So then you would leave this area and try to like cut a creep wave, push in the lane depending where it's at, and see if you can get someone to TP here, because then you can immediately TP home and like run top, and then they're stuck bottom having to run back. So you want to spend this time, you want to be the one running first. Does Ursa have a teleport? If he does, he can like push more aggressively rather than stick around in this area. So because Ursa farmed this stuff, if we start up a siege and you guys are sticking around here and you want something to farm, now there's nothing to farm till 28. So Ursa was never going to solo contest this. So Ursa always had to wait for the team. So that's why if Ursa moves out first to like further stuff, places you don't want to be when the standoff is happening, right? Like you don't want your Ursa over here. So that's why when everyone is dead, Ursa wants to like go do this stuff, maybe even like twin gate, clear out whatever, cut the waves, right? And then teleport back up here. And then while you're waiting here, now these camps are still up for you to farm and be closer to the fight. So you get a little bit more farm efficiency. Ah, scary. I think you can just give up Roach. I don't think you have to take that kind of risk. That's so scary. Ah! So scary. That was really, really risky. I kind of appreciate the risk. I also don't know if you guys needed to do that. But the deed is done and we have escaped. Oh, I forgot to say, instead of the Aeon, yeah, we could do the blink. I think Force Staff could also help, and it would help you save. So like when duel is happening, can't do much about that. But if there's a stun, you can Force Staff out of Skywrath ult, which is huge. You can Force Staff away from the Leshrac, which helps reduce his damage, right? To get away from him, kite him out through this stuff. Troll and Ursa are also 2 very kiteable cores. And the more you can do to like waste their time or to help their time on your side, that's really good. Lotus is really good versus Lion and Skywrath, but kind of iffy versus Legion. Might still be okay. If it wasn't for the Legion, I would throw that one out as a possibility, and I would prefer it over Aeon Disc.
Gold and sweet.
Okay, well, with the first Roche, we're kind of getting into the late game at this point, but we can talk a little further. Usually, if you're the situation to get the Aegis, you're the team looking for more aggression, so we need the deep wards down, push together, all that. We are actually behind. I don't know if you know that. But it is okay to use the first Aegis like a farming Aegis if you need to, but you still got to kind of be together. Right now, they're all missing, and it's really scary. They did just do Tormentor, and then Leshrac showed top, but like at this point, they could have twin gated, they could have reconvened. This is a bit dangerous. Leshrac actually now showing mid means he teleported, so we are now good to go. Scratch everything I was just saying and send it. Just blindly run in here and start whatever you see. But with the team, with the team. Where's Ursa? All right, so this is great idea, but individual execution and the way we path got us. So... by the way, Dawnbreaker players, around now, usually you do want to be careful when ganks are happening and all that, so you can make sure to show up. But with Leshrac showing mid and then the scan connecting top, you're probably good to like send it bottom. Anyways, you guys can't be split like this. You need to be together. Ursa needs to be with you, or you all need to like go here to the Ursa. It's easier for Ursa to come to you all though. And then Ursa could have immediately jumped and killed Skywrath. And instead it ends up being like scattered. Like Ursa's our strongest hero and none of us are there to assist him. And then we're trying to do things without our strongest hero. It's like, it doesn't work either way for either combo. So you just have to like reevaluate when you see this splitting. Pick the strongest hero, which you may not know who that is, but in this case it's Ursa. And the other reason for Ursa is like he has blink to actually start the fight. Lina just has to walk in, which is very awkward. Though she could have LSA'd that Skywrath. Otherwise, a great idea. This is where Dawnbreaker should already be bottom shoving it in. Like, oh, we lost this fight top. Like, okay, at least I, you know, get him to go bottom. Instead, we're kind of showing up to save an Abaddon. Oh, it's a disaster. Okay, after they win the fight top, they're probably still in the area, especially if you see this. Go back. Okay, so win the fight. I mean, I know they didn't like get a kill, but they got the Aegis, you know, and they got out. And then Leshrac was coming up here. Abaddon actually risking his life to clear this creep wave is so dangerous. It's really greedy. You guys scanned, so maybe you thought, oh, is it your scan? Oh, it's the enemy scan, actually. They were all up here. So what are they doing now? Did they all retreat? Maybe. This is where having a deep ward helps a lot. But the other possibility is that they have reconvened and they're gonna go. There's no duel, but everything else is pretty much available. So if they all retreated, what we're doing is okay, though it doesn't really take advantage of the fact that they retreated. If they are pushing in, then what we're doing is horrible because we're so scattered. We're all in like poor positions to get jumped from like high ground to low ground. So that's like, you know, pretty big coin toss on like what's going on. So in those situations, you really got to be careful and you have to assume the worst case scenario, which is that they're looking to come kill us and everyone needs to like posture defensively as a result and be together. And that way stuff like this won't happen. If you had just lost Abaddon, that would have been okay. Dawnbreaker coming in, unfortunate. Because if you lose Abaddon and then you see Troll bottom, you guys can immediately smoke to Troll and try to get a response. But now that we lost another hero, now it's even harder. It is still doable though, actually. Like you still know this guy's on his own. If the rest of you ran in, you could try for it. They're actually going real deep on this. We don't want to fight. Or like if you do, then you got to get together. It looks like maybe you just thought you were fine. You thought you were getting back. The very mild difference between low ground to high ground. If you're high ground, you probably live here. And if you think you want to rejoin these guys, you want to go through like this path up here. And in fact, from the high ground, I would even like invis glimmer this way because there is a chance off of this type of play, they are going to ward in this area. And I don't want them to know I'm like setting up top. Which actually does get you here. Okay, I'm going to let this just play out for a second. I'm going to be right back to go get more water. We got a couple more to go through. Hey, I think we're seeing a lot of good examples of like reading the map though.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
Hopefully you guys feel the same. Let me know.
The Dyer couldn't hang on to that mid
Don't let me
tower.
stop on you. Okay, I'll be right back.
Dyer's top tower, you know the drill. The Dire might want to find the top tower. Dire's lost the top tower.
Money changes hands.
Mega kill. Double kill.
Do something about that bottom tower. The Dire went and fortified their structures.
Let's stand up for a little bit. Okay, time to scroll up. Jethro, are you here? I think you might have sent one earlier. But if not, scrolling up to try to find it. My Luna game. Okay, I should be able to find that. Eating a snack. Am I blind? Where is this? I may be blind. Can you send it again? How many more paid games are left? We have this one and then one more. Thank you. Let me copy that in. Yeah, I actually started streaming on Twitch first. And then multi-streaming became a thing, so I started to add it onto the YouTube channel as well. So whichever platform you prefer, feel free to pick. I try to read both. I have a multi-chat feature, though there isn't. Multi-streaming is still relatively new, and maybe I just don't know the tools that exist, but I don't have anything for notifications from YouTube as easily to pop up on stream. I do see them on the side thing, but there's no noise, which is why I sometimes don't notice for a little bit. And then We used to have a raffle system for these replays, but I don't know how to raffle between two different chats. It becomes awkward. A lot of the like streaming tools are still set up for like one, you know, like Twitch, YouTube, whatever else you may choose. Okay, so we're looking at Luna, Archon, and then fixing up the timestamps. And then let me see. Okay, I was against Omni, bit of a hard lane, left it early, spent the rest of the game trying to catch up. Okay. Almost have the square root of 2 Dota plus points. I should see, what's the easiest way to like increase or decrease the number a little bit? Is there any way for us to fine tune? Spend a lot of time farming, couldn't come back despite getting Roche. Okay. Let's do the usual. We'll jump to around 20, speed up a little bit to like get an idea of what's going on. So it looks like the lane was rough, but actually where we've jumped in, you're actually not doing too bad. So at this point, you actually feel pretty recovered.
Haste!
All right, looks like his ultimate is almost back up, so maybe he got scared. I would actually say that guy can't solo kill you. I think you could have actually stuck around there a little longer, but it might be fine. I'm a little scared coming into your triangle. I might scan it if you want it to be like ultra defensive. I see you are buying, yeah, this is exactly why I'm scared. I see you buying some of the observers, so perhaps your team not doing the best there. Are you real? No response to me stealing stuff in front of you. Your team is maybe looking at the faceless. I would drop an observer like right here to help you with this. It'll be both defensive and help you like find the faceless. All right, I'm feeling very nervous about what's going on. Oh, okay, they're showing over here. I'm feeling a lot better suddenly. Chrono got used. I don't know if you noticed, but that'll be into the equation now.
Mid-tower's getting banged up.
Okay, based on what we've seen, and you actually fell back, so let me come back to this. Let me, I know this is a hard call to make because it feels weird to leave creeps. We're right here, right? And then you're helping your, who are you partnered with? Is it the Slardar? Helping somebody up here farm. Slardar and Techies. Okay, so you definitely know Chrono got used. So let's take a look at the map and decide where to go as this Luna. Because if we want to keep farming, we want to make sure we are in safe areas, get as much possible done. First, our own team. Slardar is up here. If we farm up here with him, we're going to split stuff a little bit. That can be okay, especially when you're doing it aggressively. So that's not the end of the world. Lina, I think, just respawned, and we're going to see where she ends up going with his Boots of Travels. Techies is a support, so we don't care. If he wants to farm, we can steal it from him. But of course, if we could, you know, give him some space too, that could be okay. Mid is maybe being pushed by some of the heroes. You mentioned the Omni Knight was having a good game. It looks like he is. So maybe I'm scared of him. So he's mid. So bottom is all open, and this top area should be open. The 3 cores are actually right here. Queen of Pain, Omni, and then Faceless Void that we are tipping for using Chrono, you know, like this and running. So this guy is no longer a concern to me. Dark Willow is dead, and then the last is Lich, which I just got to make sure I don't stand next to a Shard ultimate bounce, but it looks like that's actually down, and he doesn't even have the Shard anyways. So right now, you chose to come back for these creeps. This is a little less than 100 gold right here if you get all the last hits, but we may even miss one so that it ends up being less. It's like 50 gold, and then we're back here on our half of the map, and then the 2 places I can go I guess 4 places. 1, back up. 2, home. We don't really want to do... That's a lot of like back and forth, so it feels weird. Here, camps. Okay. And here, some stuff. But she was here earlier, the Queen of Pain. They're also here. So there's a part of me that worries that they may have warded this area, and if I walk back in here, I might actually be in danger. So I really only feel comfortable going this way. And then we're so early, I mean, not that early, but like you're gonna finish clearing these camps, and then you're gonna be stuck waiting for them to respawn, which is sometimes okay, but we actually had an earlier decision point when you were here with the Slardar. Instead of going back to these creeps, just give them up and go forward. There will be another creep wave that comes through. They're about here right now. You can tell based on this creep wave. So maybe a little further back. It's mirrored. But also if you know the pull timings, you know roughly where they are. As if I was doing a pull, as if it was like 0:20. I guess there wouldn't be camps. 1:20 into the game, right? Then the creep wave is around here. There's also these camps. Any of these are worth more than this creep wave right here. So then we can be up here farming with these guys, and you're in a good position. There's actually no blink on the Slardar, so maybe initiating's hard. But I was gonna say, if you see someone come up here, between Eclipse and then Blink Crush, pretty easy kill if we're together, but now we're kind of split up. So if you stay up here, there's more farm that helps to avoid these guys. It steals it from the enemy team, which is also good. And you then also have the option to Twin Gate, come down here, get access to this bottom stuff, or better yet, with Slardar, Corrosive Haze, Tormentor's actually pretty easy to do as it spawns at 20 minutes, and you're going to be up here because you push this, you did this, and then the 3 of you come and you do Tormentor. So the time is also affecting our decision a little bit, but if we ignore the exact time and we're not thinking about Tormentor and Roche and all that, it still feels better to move up. It's scary, I get that, but we have enough information to work with. And because you bought the observers, maybe not trusting your teammates to do it as much, you have some responsibility to place them. And we don't want to just place them on our half. Placing them up here could also help. Help do Tormentor, help you feel comfortable staying up here in case they're like TPing, coming to get you, stuff like that.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's toughened up their structures. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's mid tower ain't doing so good.
You can play Dazzle and Climb. Any support works. You just have to be good at what you're doing, which is easier said than done. But play what connects to you. There is value to playing some like some carry type supports that can transition, but you also need to play that way. Like it needs to be something you can do and are interested in doing. If you're not, then it's like it's not really gonna pan out. Okay, I'm gonna come back to this because I got distracted reading the chat. So we do this. We get our Manta. Going forward, when you get scared, like say we're at this decision point again, now that you have the Manta, then you can Manta forward and run the main hero back. And I'm gonna be way more open to that. Okay, here's the area that was a little scarier earlier. Notice they did come in. So I do think there is something here. Very sus. If you really want this, I would Manta and then move the Manta illusions forward to scout for you, but to also speed this up so you can get the hell out of here. Okay.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
All right, 2 dead. 2 of the heroes you were really scared of. Dark Willow, bottom. Faceless, top. And then you don't actually see Lich right now, but I know he's like somewhere in here from earlier. So you're running top. I'm not that scared for you, but let's say we are scared of Lich. Then top is more likely to run in him. and I actually just want to like go straight mid and then air on the side of bottom because one, I know Lich Faceless are somewhere on the top half based on the fight that just broke out. And then Dark Willow is here in the lane. So if she moves up, I have time to react to that. And I've got wards to help me out as well. So if I want to air on any side, it's got to be on the bottom and push mid in for your team. They're dead. I'd actually just keep going mid. And then if you don't feel comfortable moving in here, just send your illusions in. But like you should move forward and then use the Manta to steal stuff from their half of the map. If not, do it yourself. You're coming over here, which means we're going to have less farm. You're actually waiting for this to spawn, but at any moment they could come back and fight and all that. And you're actually not as far behind as you thought, like when you made the message. So that's okay. Like sometimes our read of the game is wrong. However, let's pretend you're right. Like, oh man, I feel really behind and I'm just trying to catch up. All the more reason you want to avoid enemy heroes. Even though I'm not that scared of Lich, I'm not that scared of Faceless without ult. But if we farm next to each other, I gotta respect it a little bit. You know, he's gonna like ice blast my creeps. I can't like just let him hit me for free forever. I gotta back off. So if I am in the mindset of I have to catch up, I have to farm as fast as possible, you actually want to avoid enemy heroes as much as possible. Unless you do want to fight because you have like Eclipse, your team's making a play, that's okay. But in this kind of situation, I'm just gonna go mid, and with the power of hindsight and the map, you can actually see how empty all their stuff is. I know we were talking earlier about like, isn't it funny when you like see a carry who like grief rages, breaks their items, then comes and farms here? But like actually you look at it, it's like, oh yeah, it's like totally empty right now because these heroes are dead, these guys are gone. There is a part that's a little scary of like, I move in and I farm here, and then these guys come back and the other people respawn and I get sandwiched and killed. But that's where you just play off the timing of it. They're getting close to respawning, so I gotta get away from these towers. Okay, I see these guys disappear from the lane. It would take them 10, 15, 20 seconds to walk to, you know, different parts. Okay, around like 5 seconds, I'm just gonna cut it early. I'm gonna get out, you know, whatever. I'm not a pro, I don't need to push it to like the very last second. But that way you would have just stolen enemy farm, and then let's say you like TP back here because you get scared, and then you like, you can farm this stuff. Or TP like here, then you got triangle.
Arms for the dead.
All right, what if he jumps you right now? You just like Mask of Madness yourself with some heroes missing. It's a little scary. So actually the safer play here, as you get to like this area, use your Manta and have the Manta go to the creep wave, and then have the main hero go to the jungle. Because from their perspective, I'll just show you their perspective. Here is a real Lina farming the creep wave, and she's silenced. If there are Mantas here, now I know Luna's probably in the area because the illusions are there, but where is Luna? Is she in this jungle? Did Luna Manta here and then run back this way or this way? Did she Manta and then run to the Twin Gate? Did she Manta and she's just like in the tree line? There's way more possibilities of where the real hero could be. So anytime you start to feel a little bit scared, and anytime you don't see enemy heroes, you should feel a little bit scared, put the Manta illusions in the enemy creeps and keep the main hero to the neutral creeps, because the neutral creeps don't rat on you and tell you like, she's over here, Faceless, come get her, right? They keep quiet. They just sit there.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Nice. This is a great part of the map to play. Slardar is kind of giving you some info. Funny enough, this observer over here would probably help you a little bit more. Because the lane, they could time it, but there's a chance they just walk into creeps by accident. So actually seeing them come this way might be a little bit better for you. I don't hate this though. But you bought observers without sentries, so I don't know if you're like, you know, you're not clearing out the info before placing your observer, so you might lose some stuff. Right here, notice you're sitting on the Manta. Manta, Send them to the golems. Send them to this stuff. Steal farm. Before you leave this area, if Slardar wasn't here, Manta, send him over. Looks like they're running mid. Okay, so if I come here, if we win this fight, it's fine. But if we lose this fight, what are they going to do? They're going to siege this and then either move here or move here. So I'm starting to limit myself again. Or when you were back here, twin gate over here. There's heroes showing top, heroes showing mid. It's all the core heroes. I'm not that scared of the supports. Techies is here farming. I am the carry, so techies can go somewhere else. Like, I will kick the techies out, right? So you can come down here, and now you have access. Don't forget about the twin gate. It's huge for carries to find more farming rather than feel like they have to like keep going back and forth on the same side.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
You have a great question. I just have to finish eating this. The problem is, if I don't eat a snack on stream, I get really tired. But then I'm eating on stream and I can't talk. Okay, so first your question. I'm worried if I Manta, I'll use too much mana. Don't be afraid to buy Clarities. I know they're a little bit more expensive, but they're still worth it. 60 gold. Let's say the 60 gold covers one Manta use. One Manta, as soon as you get this, even if you go straight Manta, it's enough to clear a creep wave. So right off the bat, that's break even. As you get more farm, they can do even more. They can farm multiple creep waves. They can jungle. There's also the information you get. There's keeping you safe because you're doing the main hero. Your main hero is also farming, right? As opposed to like only being able to do one thing, you're doing two things because the Mantas are doing one, you're doing another. So it pretty much pays for itself to buy some Clarities throughout the game. You've been doing some tread swapping. I've seen you, which is really good. That'll also help with the mana usage on the Manta. If you pick up a couple Lotuses, you can use that. You can get lower. You do want to be careful, but you need like 200 for this. This is 6 seconds, so 120 to use it once, but you'll probably need to use it a couple times throughout a fight. And then I need to double check. Actually, a lot of people just completely skip Lunar Orbit. They don't even level it. I don't know if that is still the build with the recent patch. But if you do that, then you don't have the mana cost on that ability. And in fact, you have even more mana because you're putting points into attributes. The other question is, are you actually trying to fight? Because Luna joins a little bit with Eclipse, but actually Luna's trying to hit some like critical mass build and then go. So you're actually not trying to save mana on like, oh, I might join a fight at any moment. If you have Eclipse, maybe. But as soon as Eclipse is down, like just burn through mana and at some point go home. Because we are just trying to reach the item timing. So it's okay if you can't join fights, because I wasn't going to join fights. I'm waiting for the Ags +1 plus whatever, right? That's my timing, and then I'm gonna like send it. And so I'm trying to farm super efficiently until that point, and I will use the mana to do so.
Guess what's happening to Dire? The Dire best do something about the tower.
That was kind of backwards. You used the illusion to clear the jungle while the main hero was showing. Every game is different, but clearly this game, they really like to invade your triangle. So you have to adapt from there and learn to like get away from it. Pick a new farming pattern. Make your way back bottom. Bottom has been really empty. For the last, since we've been watching it, like 5 minutes, you guys are always in the mid or top side. So bottom has been completely empty for all the all the course. It's been like support heaven down there.
Mega double kill.
Right? Like, I'm not joining the fight with Eclipse, so I don't need to save the mana on Manta and worry about, ooh, I might not have enough to join the fight. Now I might join the fight with Eclipse. So now I would conserve it a little bit, but you've got room. You can get down to like 600 mana before you get nervous, and then depending how many wand charges you have, you could push it even further. Yes, Manta down. Excellent. Ignore her. She is not money. Your illusions will never kill her. This is all like... it's essentially pointless. I know reducing her health a little bit is like, okay. But try to have the Mantas just ignore heroes and just hit creeps. Send them to jungle camp, stuff like that. We don't care about like doing some damage. We just care about stealing as much farm as possible. Okay, now what? Now where do we go? These are all gone. So earlier, as you're running away, try to look at the minimap, try to keep aware of what camps are available. You actually wanted to go down here, because then you have 4 camps to farm, and you'll get a lot more. If you have vision, you might have even be able to twin gate, because bottom is looking like, you know, Queen of Pain's coming in and stuff. Maybe I want to get out of here, go top to this stuff instead. So that's a bit on you to keep an eye on that. Help with the farming patterns a little bit. You should actually wait here. They just respawn. So if you wait here, now you farm and you go through it. All right, they're all here, so actually you should leave. So if they are trying to do something aggressive, and they even killed someone, if we are not joining the fight, we have to be as useful to my team as possible. And pushing in other lanes where the enemy team is not is usually the play. Okay, I'm still scared of like Queen of Pain and Omni. I don't see them. Okay, that's understandable. Manta. So run over here, hide in the trees, send the Manta illusions down, and then the main hero goes back to jungling. But you have to like get out of here and get as close as possible before you do it, so that the illusions can push. And that way they will be baited to come back home, not capitalize on the fact that they're getting kills and they should be doing towers and Roche and whatever, right? Oh, a big creep wave at my tower, I have to go home, right? That's what you're trying to bait out of them. And you'll still be farming. Whether you're farming here, whether you're farming here, you are doing stuff. Manta before you go. Manta, send them down. They cut the next creep wave that is coming in. And now they won this fight. They're setting up in this area. They want to push top. Or sorry, they want to push mid. They want to push bottom. Your Manta illusion cuts one creep wave. They push in with this creep wave that you missed. Fortify the tower. Lina Dragon Slave, whatever. It's down. The next one's down from your Manta. They're still waiting like for this one to spawn. So you buy your team a lot of time. Totally worth the mana. We're sitting at full. This, I'm getting a little scared. Not that I think they're here, because I see a couple here, but this is where you could send your Manta illusions forward. Like Manta, send one to the lane and one in here to scout for you, and then you follow in after. And you have the mana to afford it. If you were really low, like I would get it. But
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
I don't think you even have to retreat yet. Hold on, let's go back.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So keep in mind, it takes time to teleport. And then watch. Okay, so who can get me? He, Lich with Sinister Gaze, Dark Willow with Yules, and then Faceless Void with the Chrono. The others don't have any way to cancel a teleport. So those are the 3 I'm watching for on the minimap. Click this, and then I'm like looking over here and watching the heroes. Are they starting to teleport? And as soon as they teleport, then you start running away.
Right now.
Or, okay, Dark Willow's out of sight. I can't see anymore. Time to go. I can tell by the way the arrows are pointed. Like, none of them are teleporting up here. So you're actually retreating because you're scared, but you can actually see on the map that none of them were moving yet. Now that they're done, now you'd have to move. Okay, here's where I'm scared. So you have time to do this, and then we are watching the map and evaluating. So it looks like they came here. So we're gonna twin gate. Excellent. Manta one more time before you go, if you could. If it's like really close, you might even wait and then do it. If you're too scared, understandable. You know, let's get on out. But one more Manta, send them around behind these guys, and then they clear the next creep wave. Huge.
Radiant's mid towers getting banged up. Radiant's mid towers getting what for?
Okay, they're still top. I was a little worried if they twin gate. Okay, I just saw all the heroes. 2 top, 3 here. So, we don't go this way. We're going this way. You can finish this. It's pretty fast for you. But then we want to go forward. Excellent. This is where you can Manta and then jungle this stuff if you want. You can also just keep going to like try to get to their stuff. But it's a little scary. Now we're showing the main hero. So now they have information to work with. They could start TPing, twin gating, all that stuff. With the illusions, they technically know you're there, but again, you could already be moving left, and there's no point. You could already be moving here, TPing home, TPing here. They won't know. Think a lot about it. About, am I showing the main hero, or am I showing a Manta illusion? Am I showing one Manta illusion so they think it's the main hero? Got him. They'll never know. Oh, the channel name, ZQuixotix, is how in my head it's pronounced. You can just call me Zach, it's a lot easier. I didn't think about branding when I made it. Or I thought about the branding in terms of a unique name. I didn't think about the ease of saying and spelling that helps with the marketing of the name. All right, so whether we join this fight or not, notice how, if we go back, this has been building up, right? We have seen them make their way over here. It's been building and building. And then when the fight finally does break out, we're like deep in our own jungle. But as part of punishing them for grouping top and moving in, right? I want to be stealing from their side as much as possible and pushing things in. You did kind of do it with the techies. Like, the lanes are moving in, actually. I'm kind of nitpicking here. But maybe this fight is bad. For example, your Lina's getting caught outside the base, even though, like, everyone should be back here. And now we go, okay, there's no point in teleporting home. We'll lose the fight. They'll dive us and kill us. So I gotta commit. I gotta take this tower. I'm over here. All right, I better start running, you know? And then by the time you get here, they may be done, or they're getting close to being done, so you can't, like, really threaten a trade. All right, get out of here. It worked out. They threw everybody. I don't want to see any jungling on our half of the map. Nobody on our team should do that. The supports can ward and deward. All the cores should push down lanes and try to make it to enemy stuff as much as possible. Roche, number one. You know, you can get the team coordination. You're in a party game, so you should be able to. Roche, Tormentor, great things to go for. In a pub game, people aren't listening, fine. We best be pushing lanes and chipping towers and then jungling enemy stuff and then coming back. I don't want to see you go here. I don't want to see you go here. Maybe you could maybe use a Manta to do it, but I would probably save the Manta till we get further out. Okay, free face as void kill. Didn't know he was going to show here. That is acceptable to move into this area for. And now we go back, right? Who's the closest to respawning? Dark Willow in 33. This will take you like 15 to 20 seconds because Luna's pretty fast. So you could finish this tier 2 by the time she respawns. And then you can, again, reevaluate. Am I pushing the tier 3? Am I backing for Roche? Am I clearing their triangle? Am I clearing their safe lane jungle? And while I'm doing it, they're dead. And then when they respawn, I'm on the way back, and then I'm farming this, and they respawn, and their whole jungle is empty, and that is how I actually build an extra 500 to 1,000 gold lead over this winning fight. We are looping around a little bit, looking for a rune. Okay, we do end up at Roche. I am pretty happy with that. We took like, maybe like an extra 10 seconds, maybe a little less, but we're getting it in the end. All right, pretty good. And now we just have to like reset because now they're all up, but you ended up with a pretty big objective in the Roche. And you didn't like jungle and then go Roche and then they're up to fight you, right? So this is really good. Now you reevaluate, you look at your own abilities that are available, Echo, all that stuff, BKBs. Are we close to any major item timings? Looks like we actually have a lot of what we might want. Maybe you want to like finish the E-Blade. Lina's not that close. Techie's actually kind of close. Could maybe wait like a minute or two for that. And then you with your Hurricane Pike, not that close. You should at least finish the Dragon Lance, and then we could consider grouping up and doing stuff. But otherwise, I feel pretty good with this Aegis. You mentioned you still lost, but from here, you guys are actually in a good position to like fight it out for the win. So it's gonna come down to plays being made. Notice you guys are completely scattered right now, and they're respawning, should be looking for something to do. So you're actually in a very dangerous spot. You should actually, again, Manta, fall backwards. This is really risky because I don't know where anyone is, and we weren't pushing lanes because we were doing Roche, which is fine, but we just need to like fix that. Briefly showed the real hero, but in the end you do run out. Just try to like micro the illusion over to the creeps. I know it's like extra work, but don't care about chipping the Dark Willow, just here for the money. All right, moving in bottom, but I don't see a lot. Queen of Pain and Lina are fighting, but where are the other heroes? I don't know. You could be killed in Chrono, right? So you and Techies shouldn't be moving over here. Not without everybody else on your team anyways. So that's kind of like a free Techies kill. And then we're supposed to be strong for 5 minutes with Aegis. We just lost 1 minute for losing a random hero. So you want to be very careful when you get Aegis, because you can still lose out on the time. The Aegis only matters if we like put it to use, and if we keep losing heroes, it won't pan out. So from 1 minute now, here's an extra minute. It does happen in pub games. Chrono got used, so as soon as as soon as she is up, Chrono will still be down. It's a really big timing to go for. Kind of losing 3 heroes unnecessarily, but there's still stuff we can go for. So as they respawn, your team wants to immediately smoke and make a play because there won't be Chrono. Keep running, keep running. They're top and mid. Keep going, keep going. All right, shove bottom, check in there. I'm still waiting. God. Guys, this creep wave is worth the same here and here and here and here and here and here. The creeps are always worth the same. So kill them in the safest place possible. This actually loses so many games. Support players do it all the time too. You're like trying to clear creeps here instead of just waiting for them to come to your tower, and you just give up kills like this. You're 10 seconds away from like being able to make a huge play, but then you're showing outside of your base and it's 35 minutes in, right? It's like, I thought I was safe because I was near the base, but like clearly we're not safe, right? Like we're in the late game, mid to late game, you can die very quickly. So there is a world of difference from standing here to standing here to standing here. It's like, it's literally like the Herald to Crusader will clear creeps here. Archon to like Divine will feel like, oh yeah, I can like stand here. And then you'll see like Immortal players here, and then you'll see pro players in the freaking base knowing that they can just sacrifice this and like they need a better fight than that, and they can't risk getting dove back here. They'll be like in the base, they'll be out here wherever, right? But where you stand is like really important. And there's like whatever, like I lose a couple creeps to the tower, it's like it's not important. Yeah, so we got the Aegis, and I think 4 minutes of it are gonna have to be spent farming, and now, oh no, we've lost one more hero. All right, so the issue here is that your team just didn't know how to reset properly. Like, there's no idea of this power spike that's coming up, and as soon as we're all together, like, power spike activate, we've done it, right? Everyone is just like scattering all the time. And it doesn't really matter who, but someone needs to call it out. Someone needs to be like, just wait for everyone to be up and we'll be strong. It doesn't matter if you miss out on 300 gold. It doesn't matter if you miss out on 1,000 gold, right? Like, we are strong when we all respawn. Sometimes that's not true, but I don't know, just lie to your team. It's stronger than, like, you know, losing heroes one at a time after another. We go hard. I would always take, probably not always, I'm sure there's exceptions. Roshan over tier 2 is certainly 95% of the time the right choice, in my opinion. I think there's not as much value to a tier 2. I'm all on board for the Roche. Even the choice between tier 3s and Roche, I'm like, I don't know, I think I kind of want that Roshan. I am a huge believer in doing the Roche before some of these tower pushes. As to how to convince your team, I don't know. I can't even convince my teams to do it sometimes. I think the most you can do is call it out, but I played one game. Oh, it was so good, guys. I was gonna make a video out of it. The first 10 to 20 minutes was so good, and then I had to call Tormentor. My team had like 7 different opportunities to do Tormentor and Roche. This was off stream, and a rare off stream ZQuixotix game. I just couldn't get. I called it out again and again, pinged, times, kills. They just wouldn't do it. Like, sometimes people just won't. They just won't do it, no matter your rank. So you can't sweat it too much. Besides calling it out and then hoping they listen. Yeah, you have, like, when you get Aegis, you have time. It's 5 minutes. So it's okay if, like, 1 or 2 people die. Not, like, okay, but, like, you know, it happens. Someone dies. You gotta wait a little bit for an item. It's fine. But at some point, you do want to, like, group up. The thing is, okay, take that back. Sometimes you're just using the first Aegis to farm, so you don't actually need to group up. But it's not like you would just give free kills anyways, you know? It still just comes down to looking at the map and saying, like, hey, they're moving here, get out. Hey, this is happening here, you know, don't do this. Whether you're actually grouping to push and be strong or just trying to avoid them and farm, you still have to avoid the places they're at. And it doesn't hurt to, like, be all alive before you try to, like, do anything. Okay, sorry. This game, we're taking a look at Lina mid versus Monkey King mid. I don't know if you're cool shoes. Are you here? I guess we can look at the laning stage. I've actually been, the focus of today is the mid game. Holy shit, it's a long game, 80 minutes. Since you said, like, mid versus mid, it makes me think we're looking at the laning stage. Or like you wanted me to look at the laning stage. Looks like we did struggle a little bit. Okay, we can take a very quick look at the lane, but then after that, I'll probably jump to the mid game to keep the focus on the mid game for this stream. But for you versus Monkey King, you should be.
And here we go.
Let's see what happens to you. I think you just need to save your stun, and if this guy ever tries to, like, run at you, you stun him and back away. Buy boots relatively quickly as well, instead of your Like you might skip it for like other items, but versus Monkey King and Huskar and Viper, they just have to run at you and right click. And since you're long range, you would just like keep your distance and right click. It looks like we're maybe missing some CS. Like that first wave went by and we ended up missing a lot. I'm not gonna, you know,
First blood.
I think you know you're supposed to get the CS, so I don't need to like harp on it too much, but it does come down to just like timing the auto attacks. And for like range creeps, it is okay to use like Dragon Slave. For this matchup, you're mostly just getting to level 6 and then you're good. Like you can burst him in one go or just jungle. So like he does not have good wave clear. You can just shove this, stack, come back, lane, stack. And then at some point you get like 3 points Dragon Slave, and then you like bring the camps together and you like Dragon Slave. Even if you don't bring them together, whatever, like you're clearing out a stack. You don't have to try to kill him. I think you could because you're Lina, but if you wanted to just focus on your farm, I'd say it's okay. Okay, also secret circle tech. Turn on your attack range indicator, and this guy should not... He shouldn't be inside the circle all too often unless you're going aggressive. If you're trying to last it and all that stuff, there is value to getting closer so that you don't have to have as much travel time. So there is some element that it's okay. But for example, we're hitting him while this creep is getting low. So I think that's a prioritization thing. If you go for this deny, you're going to miss the last hit. Okay, so let's go back to that one. I'll give a quick laning tip here. So first we focus on that, we get that last hit. Okay, here we have some time. You could deny this creep. If you hit it twice, it's pretty close to dying. I think you'll kill it. If he knows you're doing that and he's standing closer, don't hit it, hit Monkey King. Like, if you hit this once, he will then hit it and get the last hit. So you're kind of holding this creep hostage. Now that it's getting closer, I would like to get denies, but the last hits are more important. So I have creeps hitting this guy. I'm going to have to get this creep. He wants this last hit. But if he is scared of you, he needs to be really careful here. And actually going for the deny is a bit safer for him. He could also creep aggro and then try to go for both. But if he was being really careful, just the deny. Using a stun, if you had it here, could be great. I actually think... Now, I don't play a bunch of Lina mid right now, and like the patch is throwing everything up. I don't play mid much ever. So like that's what I mean. I think you might start LSA versus melee heroes. I know he has the mischief dodge, but this is also Crusader, and he still gets like stunned. So it still gives you the value of like making him miss CS and hitting stuff. I don't fully know right now. But it could be something you do. This one is just like starting the animation late. But like you see how you're both waiting there for a little bit? That's where you would hit him. And then when he goes for the deny, you just use a spell to secure it anyways. And then hit him a second time. And then he's taken like 200 damage and missed out on the deny. But if you're worried about like, oh, his animation's a lot better than mine, then that's what you do. Like you use your long range to harass him. And then the spells to get some CS when it's in contention like that. But if you repeat that enough times, like he won't be able to do it anymore. So you just have to do it a couple times and then he's too low. So like this, Monkey King shouldn't get that close to you. Put on my attack range indicator. I know it's kind of blocking a little bit, right? So he's already halfway in and now we're attacking him. But that doesn't make sense. Like he shouldn't be allowed to get this close to me. I want him at the edge of the circle. So start backing up this way. If he gives up and turns around, then you like also turn around and attack. Keep backing up. If he chases you, when he gets to here, now you fight him. Because now when you fight and he's standing here and you're over here at that point, you don't draw any creep aggro. He will draw all the creep aggro. So right here, you're both drawing the same aggro, right? Despite being a super long range hero and he's melee, you're both drawing the melee creep aggro, the range aggro, which is a downside to me as the super long ranged hero. So he's happy with this trade. And then because you skipped LSA, now you can't just stun him and back up. And you also don't have your boots yet, which is fine because you're like going for the bottle. We're missing some CS, so we don't have it yet. but separate issue. If you have boots earlier, maybe you can skip LSA. But I would say versus Monkey King, definitely get 1 value point and save it for these kind of moments. Stun him back out, or you think there's a really good trade, stun him and, you know, commit. And then, like, once you do this, that's really good. Ignoring his now stun, healing him up. But prior to that, right, the only reason he can heal is because he managed to get close to you and get the Jingu proc. So that's what the LSA for, is that he never gets this healing moment. And because of that, over time, right, even though you're being safe and you're maybe keeping your distance more than you need to if you're erring on the side of safety, you will get him low, right? Like, he was reaching the point where, if I walk up and I, you know, tank a couple auto attacks and a Dragon Slave, if she hits level 4 and goes for the LSA, right, I am now too scared to walk forward as Monkey King. So I can't go for denies, I can't go for last hits. So you just keep your distance, harass him down till he gets to that point, and then you're good. Otherwise, he has to commit. Like, he has to, like, jump from a tree to try to get close to you if he wants to go, like, that hard. Or he has to wait for you to mess up, and then he commits to the trade like he did here, and then it's okay. As long as you keep your distance, he can't do much. So once you, I think, turn on that circle, it helps a lot. Like, see how you kited forward here? This is what gets him closer. This is the range, right? So around now, he's, like, just at max range, just about. So I'm pretty happy here if we're keeping our distance. And then we're moving in for, I think you're hitting creeps. You should hit him, right? If I want to hit this creep, I can be, like, back here at max range. I can be back here further away from the Monkey King even. If you're getting closer, it's because we're hitting the Monkey King. But if we're getting closer to hit the creeps, then Monkey King is going to commit on me. And now I'm low health, so now I'm, like, super scared. So this is where you have to be really far back. Another approach, let's say you get low for whatever reason. Back one more time. Okay, so let's say I'm low here and I'm running out of mana. I'm like, oh, I don't want to, like, even harass him. I just want to get out of here and deal with this. So just attack the creeps. See where you are? You can do this. You can even stand a little further back. Attack non-stop. Try to get the last hits, of course. Shove the wave in. Monkey King does not have good wave clear. Monkey King in the lane is really good at beating up enemy heroes he gets close to, but can't deal with big creep waves being shoved in. Whereas you're great at that. So if the lane is not feeling great, just start attacking a lot, non-stop. Don't worry about equilibrium. Just attack. Q, he will take chip damage because he's a melee hero from the creeps. You get the bottles, you do the stacking, and then you just farm that stuff. And you pass him that way. If you can't beat him in the lane, just out-farm him because your farm speed's a lot better than his. With that said, I am going to jump forward. We'll give you a little bit in the mid game. It looks like you did manage to recover. Your lane just, like, suffered a bit. But it looks like you know how to get back to farming and focus up on that. So actually, if we had just started at 20 minutes, it actually looks pretty decent for you. So let's go from here for a little bit. I think you have maybe your Ags on the way. Yeah, okay, so you're about to be pretty strong here. So now we can look for opportunities to do things with the team. Huskar maybe not having the best game for being an offlane Huskar. Okay, bots mid. This is gonna grief yourself and your team a little bit. So first, a lot of the enemy team is missing right now. We kind of jumped here, so I don't fully know where everyone is. Lion's dead. We want to be a little careful. Let's look at where people are on my team. There is farm to be had here. There's farm in here, but I don't know where the enemy is, and that's kind of scary. The edges are a little bit safer, even if they are still scary as well. Juggernaut being up here makes me think the rest of the team is probably not there. I am a little scared because of, you know, Monkey King could be watching me in the trees. That's always a little scary. If we want to do a little extra caution because of that, I would get it. Looking where these guys are, right? Maybe they farm this stuff, and then what are they going to do? This is very natural for them. Sniper might also go here. Sniper could go here. Monkey King ends up being bottom. He's one of the heroes I am scared of. So when you use your boot to travel to, like, go mid One, this is pretty scary because I am still missing a couple of the heroes. So for example, if they were actually smoked and they just sat here and then you finish your TP, Ravage, Maledict, you're dead, right? It's actually a pretty scary teleport to go out this far. But also, these guys, where do they farm now? In fact, if we don't even worry about them and we're okay with taking farm from them, where do you farm? You're going to shove out mid, and we don't feel great about going forward on our own, so we're going to fall back, and then you're going to find like a sniper here, Huskar, Zeus, they're all in this area, so you're going to clash on farm anyways. So actually, staying top would have been pretty good for you, like just make your way to the Ancients, farm them from like the high ground, I would say, or just wait here for a few more seconds, and then everything respawns. So like this camp is up again, farm it, come back, farm this camp. By that point, Juggernaut's probably pushed in the lane, you shove this out, then you come do this camp, and then you can like choose a new teleport at that point. Line is back up, your team might be making a play, you might have somewhere to go. So you ended up farming fine, but I can see Huskar like had to turn around and then go back. And if that happens a lot, that's going to be part of why his farm is low. That actually came up in the replay last week that became a video today, the Tinker one. Like he had a lot of farm, but a lot of times it was at the cost of teammates. Boots of Travel is similar. You want to be really careful about where you go because it's very easy to grief your team. Here, couple lessons. One, Monkey King, always be scared of him. Two, you're moving forward with the creeps, so if an enemy hero showed, they would see you and the creeps at the same time. You want the creeps to scout for you, so you just let them go forward and you jungle or you wait in the trees. First Monkey King, I gotta be extra careful and maybe we are falling back. Taking Monkey King out of the picture, that's what you wanna do. You wanna let the creep show in the wave, you determine if it's safe or not, and then you can show after that. But don't show at the same time. With everyone missing, I don't feel safe. So here I probably would have just like hung around my tower and probably like make my way over here so that as it respawns, I can farm. It doesn't feel amazing, but since everyone is missing, I am a little scared. If you can organize your team to do stuff, like look how much damage you did to the Monkey King despite almost dying. So if you need, oh, there we go. We just need a little bit more help and we can do it. So rather than like AFK split push, like everyone on your team is doing that. I feel like your team is like, oh, we're all scared, let's all scatter. But that's really dangerous from a Monkey King, against a Monkey King. And I don't think you guys are that far behind. Like you're actually quite strong right now. Your ultimate and the other spells, and then, okay, Lion, done. Zeus, done, that we saw. Huskar, done. Sniper, a couple auto attacks, done. Right, like any combo is pretty good.
Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
Not that bad. At least ends up being 4-on-4.
Radiant's bottom towers.
I think you both TP'd at that point, so I guess it's fine. But notice Huskar ended up getting no farm whatsoever. Went to the rune, went to go Roche, it looks like. And now we have to walk back out. Okay, you TP over here. Okay, I can kind of sense a trend here. We need to try to how do I say this? You are online already, and the way you're teleporting is like, I'm not online. I actually just need to farm, and even if it like inconveniences my teammates, I need to just like max out my farm and I'll become the game winner. Now maybe you believe Shadow Blade is that tool, in which case, you know, that's fine. Then I want to see you start to get really active with the Shadow Blade. But actually, even with just the Ags, what's up? Oh, thank you. I got a new keyboard, 80%, and then a separate mouse number pad. So the number pad arrived. Nifty. I'll do that later. Live unboxing. Not actually, but what was I just saying? Oh yeah, with the Ags, you're pretty strong. And what you need is to like get your team to move forward and then show up, or walk to different lanes and then be able to teleport back to different stuff. But you're like constantly teleporting to farm, which means anytime a play happens, you're probably not going to have your teleport available. So even though you get Boots of Travels, there is still a certain amount of walking you need to do to be able to get the value out of Boots of Travels, which is to show up to fights. And if you only teleport to farm, that's why I'm saying, like, it feels like that's your only goal, is like, I gotta max out my farm. But Lina with Ags can, like, delete people. Anyways, maybe you're doing it to the Shadow Blade, you feel more comfortable with that. And I'll admit, with the Monkey King, I kind of get it. It does feel a lot safer with the Shadow Blade. So let's see if you shift the way you play now, in which case I'll say it's fine. But if you continue to just, like, TP to farm and not, like, save it for any plays that eventually happen, then it's gonna backfire. Like, the build won't make sense. Okay, I know Monkey King is down here, but we're still here. This is really scary. And then, yes, the rest of the team is here. So we're gonna lose the lion. You actually should call the retreat there. Monkey King already saw both of you, and we're missing everybody on the map, so it's really scary. We should clear this out. They might be twin gating after you. Better LSA angle, and you'd be done with this faster. Notice the 3 cores are once again on the same part of the map. It's not fully on you, but it's like a shared responsibility between the 3 heroes to figure things out. See how you, like, move forward with the creep wave as well? So let's say there's like a hero right here. So they see the creeps, but not you. So this part was good. And then you, like, cut back in to, like, show. But then you stop at the last second, so I think it's okay again. But, like, I want, as the Lina, I want to see a silencer here on his own. I want to Shadow Blade in and then kill him. And then get out. So I need the creeps to go forward. The reason you split push is so that the creeps move forward. Someone's got to deal with it. And then your cast range is so long, like, between these trees and stuff, right? Some silencer is dealing with it here, and then you, like, LSA him from behind the trees. Now you have the Shadow Blade. We're not as limited to the tree lines, but, like, that's the idea. Is, like, I shove the wave to get information of where the enemy team is, but they don't know where I am, just that I was top, I was bottom, but I could have moved, and they don't know. At some point, someone bites, someone goes for the wave, and then I get them. But if we keep moving forward with the wave, then they'll see us, and we're actually at a bigger risk, because we are very squishy. If someone gets to us, we will die. So we need to be very careful with our positioning.
Radiant's top tower's hurting. Dire's bottom tower's getting.
They're showing bottom. This is really scary because they could be rotating. I don't think you actually need to take this tower. Any detection? No. Woo! You don't actually need to take this tower, though. Let me go back. This goes back to how dangerous Monkey King is to you. If there were different heroes, I would say you could take this tower. The danger is, like, they're shoving this, and who knows if they're still here backing up their team or coming back. Also, this is a tier 1 tower to a tier 2 tower. So even if you lose the tier 1, but you shoved in the wave, it's fine. So right now, you would go jungle, right? We shoved in the lane, and then you were here, right? So you could scan this, take a look, jungle here. Let's ignore the Monkey King again for now. You could maybe jungle this side. You could just, like, back up a little bit. You wait to see who deals with this, like what they do after this. And then with that information, you Shadow Blade and, like, get people, or you, like, teleport out. But if you're showing, they know they can take this tower for free because you're here, and they know to set up on you if they want to kill you, which they should have killed you if they had dust. So they saw you to set up, but they didn't click your items to look at the Shadow Blade. Otherwise, he gets us. Also, I don't know why he jumped out. He should have just ulted on top of you, defusal stunned, and then you're dead. So we got pretty lucky there. Then you TP on out. Oh, our team finally gets Roche. I'm also noticing how often we TP onto teammates. But if you have the choice of where to farm, you should be picking, like, empty parts of the map so your teammates can also still get gold.
That wasn't too hard.
See what I mean? We're like in the creep wave. My super long cast range Lina is like leading the charge with the creeps. I want to be here. Like where the lion is good. Jungling right now is good. Jungling over here is good. I'm actually kind of scared because once again the Monkey King is missing. So I definitely do not want to be leading the way, and I want to be behind. It's not surprising to me that you haven't found anyone to surprise with the ultimate, because you're like telegraphing where you are all the time. Let me change perspectives. This is earlier? Or is this earlier? Wait, did I go forward or backward? Oh, I went way too far backwards. No wonder why. Oh shit, guys. What time were we just at? Was it here? The replays are kind of buggy lately where it goes too far back. I think. Maybe I messed up. Maybe I'm crazy. Here. Okay. All right. Here I am, Juggernaut. Wait. Here I am, Juggernaut. Okay. You guys just disappeared off the map. The creep wave is dead. I have the object permanence of a goldfish because I'm playing carry Juggernaut. And so I am jungling this camp and I look at my map and I go, no one's bottom, time to rush into the wave. And then there you are, you get me. But before I can do that, and I'm finishing this. Ah, there she is. Ah, I have object permanence again because I see the Lina. And so I know if I were to walk into this creep wave, that would be bad. Lina would kill me. But if you didn't show, and instead you were just jungling right now, and you let the creeps meet a little bit, Juggernaut would go, there's no heroes down here. I better farm that creep wave. And then he'll run straight into the wave, and then you'll LSA him from the dark, and then you can kill him. But every time you show like this, you're just like constantly reminding them, like, here I am. Don't endanger yourself. Stay out of sight, because I will kill you. You know, straight into the creep wave. So now everyone who is like, oh, could be scary. Better be careful. Lina's missing, right? Oh, Lina's top to the creep wave, straight in, right? They know you're here. So you actually want to like TP to this creep wave, jungle on your way to wherever the creeps are, and see, can I LSA someone here because they're doing whatever? And if not, okay, let me push from Fog of War. Let me use Dragon Slay from behind the trees, LSA. If they're looking, they will see it. But on the mini map, you will not show because you're using the spells from out of sight from Fog of War. So you won't show on the mini map. So if someone is not constantly looking and checking to look for your animations or for creep waves just being deleted on the mini map, they won't know where you are. And they'll go, is she still down here? I just saw her clear a creep wave. She has a shadow blade. We all better sit under the tower. Or is she up here? Is she here? They have no idea that the 100-0 Lina is missing and where you are. So everybody has to be scared. In the same way, we are really scared of where Monkey King is. I don't know where he is. I'm really scared of what to do. So when you stay out of sight down here jungling, I'm not only scaring Juggernaut and the supports to sit under the tower. Imagine your silencer trying to come out in war and you're like, well, holy shit, what if Invis Lina finds me and kills me, right? You're sitting under the tower with Juggernaut. Over here, they're like, well, Lina's got boots of travels. I saw Lion mid. Lion doesn't scare me, but Lion stunned into like Lina. That's scary, so I better be careful too. And top, you know, the guy's jungling. He's like, oh, I better split push this, but oh, what if Lina's here, right? She's gonna get me. Everybody is scared the less you are showing, but you're constantly TPing into the creep waves and then like leading the charge on them. So everybody knows where you are and where to avoid, which is part of the reason I don't think we have found a kill since buying Aghanim Shadowblade, which is like the point of that build.
Money to burn.
What do you think this says? Go. It doesn't make sense. What can we put in there? Why are we lol as game and why are we? YouTube, let me see. YouTube ain't that smart. What can you do? Maybe I'm not that smart if I didn't remember to double check this. I typically type Dota in as the game. Sometimes I forget, and I suppose when I forget, all our AI does not have the knowledge to correctly label what game we're playing or watching. Thanks for the shout out. I'll fix that in now. Okay, I think that's probably good for this one. Go to minute 79 of your board. Let's see it. Let's see the ultimate final fight. Oh, I see a gem. See what I mean about leading the creep wave still? Still scary. Still very scary. But this is also a bit of a unique situation where it looks like you guys have been mega. Monkey King could still solo you guys, though. This is really scary. Oh, speak of the devil. Just going for this, tanking through the tower. Oh, we screwed up. Oh, it's fine. All right. I'm not sure that's the best execution of that type of play, but woo, we got out of there. How many divines do you think this sniper's got? I'm gonna guess 3. I bet that sniper's carrying 3 divine rapiers. Only 1? What's he doing with his money? 80 minutes in? Sniper? Can't be. Ooh, we got our own. May I throw out the idea of a hex, though? A lot of times in these late game situations, especially as you run around with the Shadow Blade and the consumed items and stuff, the instant initiation is often stronger than more damage. Now, Lina's a great damage dealer, so like I kind of get it. And you did have a Lion on your team, so maybe he could have done it. But as you get into these ultra late game situations, usually hexing for the sniper to hit for 800 damage per auto attack, and then sometimes Daedalus, right? Like, you don't also need to hit for 600. Like, sniper just needs 3 seconds to hit a target, and then that target will die. So hex from Invis into the LSA can be really good to prevent the BKBs and all that stuff. Look at that, right? Like, we didn't also need to damage the Monkey King. Just needed sniper to damage the Monkey King. Oops. Yeah, gotta save the, Actually, wait, whose was that? Was that not your Ghost Scepter? I thought I saw you Ghost Scepter him. Huh. What was that? I guess I'm crazy. Was that like the Conda animation? I guess I haven't seen in a while. Silencer Ghost Sceptered? I guess he's the only one with it. Oh no, Zeus has it too. I guess one of them did it and I missed. All right, let's do. Oh, my monitor shut off. Oh, that's fine. Okay, we've been doing a lot of back-to-back of the donated ones, which thank you for the support. But let's do one from the chat again. Let's do a random one, and then I think there's like one more guaranteed one to do. But let's do let's get the people in here. Thanks for the tips. Didn't realize how poorly I played. You didn't. Okay. I don't even make it sound like you played too poorly, so don't, you know, I hope I wasn't too harsh. But it'll help you a lot. Like, when you stay out of sight, you'll suddenly find you're getting way more kills. That'll be the big thing for that play style. The fact that you recovered in farm is pretty good, right? We just need to fine-tune that a little bit to make sure your teammates also get farm, but then also for you to get kills and to, like, truly make use of your net worth. So you're like, you're on the right track. We're just adjusting a little. see. Let's see. Which one shall we do? Consider using something like Wheel of Names. Is that a third-party thing? Previously, there was a raffle system. When we were just on Twitch, you know, people could join. We pick from the Twitch, like the raffle feature, whatever. Since I started multi-streaming, I haven't found a tool to be able to pull names from both, which is part of why I have changed over to now just randomly picking people myself, which I realize is not like truly random. But the slight benefit of it is, as a content creator, I can sometimes like cherry pick a little of like, I think this will be better education, or like, this is a good question, whatever. So there's a little bit of bias to it, I suppose, in a way that it's my own stream, so I guess I get to do it. But we've been doing that since we started multi-streaming, and I've kind of enjoyed it. But I might look for something to do it again. It's a website. Easy, but you'll need input. Okay, maybe I'll take a look at it. I wouldn't mind getting a, like starting a new system. We can always choose, right? I can do it, you know, the chaos mode if I just pick, but we could also do random stuff. Oh, maybe we can do marbles. Maybe we become a marbles stream. I've never used it. I don't even know how to set it up. But isn't there that like the marbles game everyone joins and then whatever marble makes it to the bottom first? They're the replay. And that could be funny. Okay, I'm gonna start with this one. We have been rambling on a little bit more. I guess I'm not that surprised when I sit down and think about it. The fact that talking through mid-game situations would take a little longer compared to other topics, and late game is probably the same. So we didn't get through as many replays today as some of our faster ones. But hopefully that's okay. Load this one in, and then do marbles. People would play just to play. That's true. That then adds the next question of like, oh no, I don't want one. Okay, who's the next winner? I just go down the list. I guess that's not that bad, right? We just go down the list until we find someone who does want the replay. Back up a little bit. Okay, so
Trouble brewing at
you were asking. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong. With myself. Oh, I see. I misread that. You're the Shadow Shaman, not the Tide Hunter. I'll just assume you were soft support. It probably doesn't matter that much, anyways. At this point, the difference between 4 and 5 will be like whatever. Okay, so you were saying there was a little bit of a disconnect between hard carry jug and mid. Oh, you said bro, I just can't read. I just can't read, I guess. You told me all the information. I still typed it in incorrectly. All right. Hard support Shadow Shaman. It doesn't matter that much, but like you gave it to me. I got to at least put it in correctly. Okay, so disconnect between the jug and the NP and felt like you struggled to initiate smoothly. Okay. Draft-wise, some of it will come down to the initiation. Like, are we finding sniper? Are they getting a good ultimate off? Eclipse, you know, the call that can pierce the spin, stuff like that. So I am a little Like, we have good tools too, like the Ravage, your stuff. Omni Slash can avoid a lot of things. So that's why, like, it really comes down to how the fight breaks out. It does help, though, that they seem to have an 8k gold lead, so they probably have a little bit more wiggle room than we do. We just jumped here. Actually, let's jump back, because this seems like a big fight about to break out. It looks like we just lost some heroes, and we're getting out. If you're dead, make sure you're, like, clicking through, checking all that stuff. Okay, so they lost Luna, and then we have 2 heroes respawning, so maybe we could fight here, but we should also be careful. Ogre warding right now is actually so dangerous, guys. If you're a support, don't do this, because if you look at, like, what was just happening, like, we just ended this whole fight, so what are they doing? Are they all TPing home? Maybe. But more likely, farm here, farm this way, continue to push, right? So they're occupying this area. And as part of making this play, they may already have some deep wards down. I don't know. We also just jumped here, so I truly don't know. But just, there could be. And so because of that, you really don't want to just walk in here and start warding and de-warding. The classic would be to go to this cliff to de-ward. Like, I'm going to go be safe. They see you. Like right now, they see the ogre coming to do it. They know these people are dead. So they could be running over to now just like kill ogre. So this is not the time to do any warding or de-warding. Like after this and you see them retreat this way, this is like where you can play. And the more time that passes, you can't even play here in case they're wrapping around. I can just do that now because they're here. So you have to, like, if you want to ward or de-ward, it can only be in this area and then, like, maybe this area. Otherwise, you just have to play in the dark here until something else happens somewhere else and forces people to move around. Or you have enough heroes here and you can feel comfortable moving in. Otherwise, this is really dangerous. And then, looks like they don't have vision down because this observer came down. So real quick, guys, let's extrapolate beyond this. I now know they have a ward here, which means they didn't see Ogre do it, which means there's also no observers anywhere here. Everything would have seen Ogre, anything here. Obviously, there's probably not another observer in this area. That'd be kind of weird. But maybe, who knows, for the rank. But you don't want to waste any sentries in this area now. Because, like, why would he put this observer if they had anything in this area? So don't waste anything here. Okay, they seem to, like, really be pushing this. Nature's should go somewhere else. Nature should teleport to other lanes to push it out and then save the town portal scroll to show up here. Or maybe you guys just delay for 20 seconds and then he just uses this to come back. So Nature should go somewhere else. I suppose alternatively, you could town portal scroll here, farm this stuff, and save the teleport to come over. But I would say, like, walk or teleport out and then TP here as necessary. If your team wants to fight, you and Tide could walk over. But I think realizing you guys are behind, you don't know the exact amount, but we're missing Ravage, we're missing Omni Slash, we're missing Nature's Prophet ult. You have yours, and you have your Blink, but we've been losing, and we're missing a big abilities. So you're probably just going to lose this tower and use that time to push out other lanes. So actually, I would prefer if you guys did that. Like, everyone just move out somewhere else rather than try to fight top. Axe overcommits. We actually get him and the sniper. Amazing. All right, we're so good now. All right. Reevaluate. What do we do from here? Supports. Let's start here because we're actually looking at the Shadow Shaman. 1 observer, 1 sentry. I would really like to place a deep ward in this time because we don't have any, right? And we don't have any tier 1s either. So times have been tough. We were losing by 8k up till that fight. So let's try to get a deep ward down somewhere. Now let's say I come over here and I put my observer down and they actually had one here. Then they're gonna know, right? So I need, because I only have 1 sentry, I need to save it for when I come over here to do the deep ward. And let's say we're doing it here, so we're sprinting over, scan, because Luna could solo kill us, and I don't want that to happen. So scan, it's safe, let's come up here, de-ward, and then place your observer. I need to know that they don't see me here. Because if they see me here, they know if I'm warding here or here, 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 wherever it is. I think I did that exact same example earlier. They'll know which one it is because they see me here. Now, what about stuff here? Ignoring that we knew they had an observer here, right? You might be thinking, well, should I de-ward as I go through here? If we had the sentries, yes. But let's pretend they do have an observer. Let's pretend it's like, let's pretend it's here because it was there, right? And there's one here and there's one here, whatever. And they see Shadow Shaman coming over and they know, okay, Shadow Shaman is probably placing a deep ward right now. I can click him. I see he's got an observer and a sentry. He's walking over here, but they don't have a ward in here. I know Shadow Shaman came here. I know there's a deep ward, but we just listed like 7 different locations the deep ward could be. So as long as Shadow Shaman doesn't disappear in here and then re-show here in like 7 seconds, in which case I kind of know it's like somewhere in this area, I won't know. If Shadow Shaman walks in here and then TP's out, walks back out, whatever, just waits a while, I have to guess where it is, and I might guess wrong. At the least, you'll make him use a bunch of sentries till they find it. In this situation, you do the next level, that if you were Shadow Shaman, make sure you put a really weird one. Not on the cliff, not like in any of these basic areas. Put it like here. Put it like out here. Things that are very uncommon. So even though they're looking, like they're missing it. And then later, you can check this stuff. Even as they see you walk back, like it'll be the same. Like I know it's here, but where is it in there? That's what I don't know. And that's why it's more important to save this one sentry for this rather than like check this, walk in, and then they have vision of you placing your deep ward like here, you know? All right, Witch Doctor's hanging around for whatever reason. All the more reason to head out. Where are we going? Back here dealing with this stuff. I know you're low, but only Luna could kill you because only Luna's alive, right? So you're doing a bunch of defensive stuff, but that was the time to do the offensive stuff. Now we're coming to be offensive anyways. So I wish we had I don't know, some kind of vision over in the area. Might have helped to see some of this coming. Is there any way this could happen? So warding could have been good there, might have helped prevent this. It also looks like, we weren't really watching you, but it looks like your team maybe took a fight they shouldn't have, and then Omni Slash ended up, he says unlucky, but I think only like 2 bounces went to the illusions. This is just a really deep fight with your team not quite ready. You see Ravage still not online yet, and you weren't there. Your ult got used earlier. So I would say that was a bad fight to take more than, you know, any unluck. Even if you warded, you're probably still avoiding that fight.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
All right, so now we're on the same page again from earlier when we were behind and we won this fight and we're like, oh, a moment, you know, let's go deep ward and all that. But now here we are again, being sieged, no vision. And, you know, it's because we kind of missed the opportunity to deep ward earlier. So we just have to, like, do it again. We just need to wait for the enemy to make a mistake, get a decent fight, and have a chance to, like, you know, move out again. In the meantime, with our 3 observers, we're saving 1 for that opportunity we just talked about. And we can use 1, maybe 2 for safer defensive vision, things we can place now. Don't really love the cliff, but if you think you can fight, you know, you could do something like that. Otherwise, it's like out here, it's like here, you know, whatever. Some things that are like more defensive, easier to place, but still a little bit weird since we are losing. TP straight in, but the question is, do we want to fight this? Not feeling great about it. Definitely not feeling great about it now. All right. With a few more seconds of time, that would have been a really, like a pretty decent fight. but Nature's was not ready to teleport in. You mentioned that there was some disconnect there. I see that. Ogre getting jumped, also not great. You guys were close to like getting everyone together and then taking the fight, but instead, right, like they got to go first. You guys didn't have Omni Slash. Like there's some flame going on to the Natures, and like sure, but overall, even with the perfect execution there, but you guys don't have certain abilities, it's still gonna be really rough. So you should just lose that tower. Like give up this tower and push the other lanes, and you'd have a better shot after that. Nice. Really big kill. Juggernaut's about to be up. So even though we don't have our abilities, Axe just like baited his team doing a call into the tier 3 at 23 minutes. 2 of them are dead. So exact same deal. We have talked about this many times this point at this stream, right? Go do the most aggressive thing possible first. In this case, Roche. Roche would be number 1. If that was down, I'd say Tormentor. Pushing mid's also pretty good, and I might start with this and then go Tormentor. And then same with Roche. You might have to go mid and then do Tormentor, or sorry, Roche, but it depends on your lineup. Your lineup is not very good at doing Roche, so if you had your ult, I would say you guys could go straight Roche. You guys may have to settle for the tier 1 since you're not a good Roche lineup and you're missing your ult. So at least get this tier 1 tower. And maybe you can do both. Maybe one guy can do this, or like a set of the team. Like 4 of you go mid, Nature's walks bottom to push this in. He can teleport to join you guys as necessary. And then you guys like run bottom for the safe lane tower. And then you like Tormentor when it makes its way down here. That would be like a really big series of power plays for you guys. I know the Tormentor and Roche are like hard to like force to happen, but I have to call it out. You guys have to know like it's the right play. You guys have to like ping it, and then when the team ignores it, you settle for like the next best thing. Which for you, if we go into that, would be to go, I don't have my ult. If I had my ult, I could help my team push and take this. In terms of wave clear, I guess I could help with that. But does like Anchor Smash, Battle Fury, Sprout, like do these guys need help wave clearing? Not really. So let them shove it in, take towers, and you come place like the sneaky deep wards, do any dewarding you need to on your way out. If your team's not, well, actually, even if your team was doing Roche and like Tormentor and all that stuff we just talked about, you would still stay out of sight and do the warding along the way.
Guess what's happening to Dyer's bottom tower?
Was this an observer? Try to have your courier come out. Anytime you win a big fight, bring your courier with you. On one hand, it's not like the most critical skill to learn. On the other hand, you see stuff like this where it actually makes a pretty big difference. If Shadow Shaman could have just put the sentry on the low ground like this, and then have the courier check high ground, Shadow Shaman would get the same D ward, and then you could put your observer elsewhere. You could put it here. You could put it somewhere up here. You could put it here. Because the enemy is required to come put a sentry here, right? They lost their observer. They're going to put another sentry in the case there's an observer, but they know there's a sentry here. And them playing aggressive, they have to check this area. So I know they're going to do this. And then they could miss your observer. Now my team is required to fight over this, or we're going to lose it. And that's what like bringing the courier out consistently with you can help prevent. And you want to bring it out early because like you don't want to put the sentry and then go ward and then come back because like they'll have seen you a little bit. So like the more you can get in the habit of as soon as you win a fight, call the courier out to you to like check high grounds, you'll get a little bit more mileage out of your wards. We'll see if that gets us later. We got a Venomancer. Okay, we got the axe. Pretty good. Jug, you want to compliment the natures? No? Only flame? Okay. All right. These, pretty good. Pretty happy with. If you could move them a little further apart, I would be happy because there's a bit of overlap here in terms of this like middle area. But otherwise, either of these is great. I'd actually say this one's better because checking this, like Sentry over here is not that uncommon now that these tier 1s are out. If I had to pick between one of these, I would take this one. But I'm happy you put some deep wards down at all. What are you working on? BKB. Is that worth it this game? Problem is I think you'll still die.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Ownage.
Okay, we are kind of scattering. You're taking a massive risk walking up like this. I know you have these observers, so we have a little bit more safety, but there's still paths that can get to us. Smokes, things like that. Could have been scary. Looks like we're losing Venomancer. We're getting Venomancer. You should actually be with your team here. Like, if these guys are trying to push a lane, you should go with them.
Radiant lost one of them bottom towers.
Ownage.
All right, free sniper. Free Luna. Yo, we're winning right now. Did we win this game? We lost. But you guys just came back from a massive deficit, so this part's pretty good. I see no all chat compliments to Natures, though. All right. Let's ask ourselves. With Natures and Juggernaut, Ogre Bloodlust, do I have to use his ultimate? If you're really worried about time pressure, you can drop it. But I think you should try to greed out on it and, like, hold it. Just stay out of sight, put down your wards, and then, like, push this. The other thing is you put it out here, so, like, the creeps coming in are kind of an issue. I mean, you did it at a good time where they're dead, but I think if you put it further back, you can do this more defensively. Right, like, as they come to defend, they can, like, chip away at this. Or Sniper can do it. Like, you should actually put it back here. But maybe it was all a bait. I don't know why they're fighting without their Luna. But turns out without your Luna, you don't have the damage. All right. Very good now. I would say we could do high ground with our ult if we had it, but I guess we only won that fight because the enemies got baited by our ult, so guess we'll take it. All right, are we doing Roche? Until your team moves to Roche, you should just, like, work on this tower, and then as they respawn back up. We did not do Roche. That's a pretty big missed opportunity from your team. What's Tide still doing here? Oops. Everyone should retreat as they all respawn, and you guys are backing up to spend your money. We should actually lose Roshan. They should go do it. Uh-oh. If you want to come down here, I'm totally fine with that, but notice where you got found, right? If the enemy is not doing Roche and they're moving between lanes, they're going to be moving in the jungle, right? So we want to avoid these, like, open areas, and you want to just be, like, in the tree line. So you want to send it straight, like, over here and, like, wait in a tree line. If you, like, the more you waddle between these open areas, the more likely you will be to eventually get found. For example, you were standing here, you had enough time to be standing in here, and then Sniper would not have seen you. The way he's attacking you, I think there's probably a ward here. Yeah, so maybe they would have found me in there, but you get the idea. Let's pretend you ran point blank into Sniper here and then he killed you like this. So that's why, like, sitting in the trees is what you want to do if you're making your way out to split push. I think it was pretty good that you came down here, though. They're throwing so hard. All right, how do we throw?
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days.
Oh no, at the very end.
Radiant's bottom tower in Radiant's center.
Oof, ouch, owie.
Radiant's
We gotta see how that happened. I mean, from here, you guys are actually good to go. All you have to do is like clear objectives, go, 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 which seems like is what you do. You guys had a pretty big lead. Let's see how we threw 18K. This should technically be for the late game video, but I can't help myself. Let's take a peek. What do we got? What are we working with? All right. All we gotta do is watch Juggernaut hit a building. I see Juggernaut is off on his own, and we are still pushing. Who gets blamed? I don't know. This has vision, by the way. This Guardian thing can see you. Right here, same deal. If you hold Alt, you can see. This is the vision range. So they can see all this. We're actually lucky we didn't die there. Bold play. Solo Omni slash into the axe that has passive 73% physical damage reduction, let alone when he uses Berserker's Call. Yeah, if you guys just repeat this, like Jug walks up and hits this, he doesn't even have to go. He can just send in illusions and you drop your ult on occasion. You just repeat that a couple times and then you would get it. You would also continue to just massively outfarm. Like nature shouldn't even be with you guys, right? Just nature's jungling over here, TPing into the fight. I don't know if you really need a blade mail. I think refresher's pretty good. Like if your idea is that I want a BKB channel remove someone, I think the refresher to get a second cast of it would be better, or an Aether lens to be further away so that you're less likely to be channeled. Like once you are targeted, you will die. Even if you were reflecting some damage, it's not going to bother a late game Luna with Satanic. You know, Sniper is going to kill you. The blade mail would be annoying, but like he'll do it, especially if God forbid he built a BKB, right? So positioning is the greater tool to save yourself rather than this blade mail, in my opinion. Or if you think you're good with the Ghost Scepter, then the refresher to have the second set of lockdown, you know, is what I would go for. For example, I mean, this one obviously worked out, great catch, but this is your hex range. So you actually blinked closer than necessary. When you jumped this Witch Doctor, you probably could have jumped like, right? You can actually jump up to here. Now, whether you want to do that because now a cask is bouncing, fair enough. But then you could blink here to hex this guy. Here is the overlap, right? And then with Aether Lens, you can actually be even further back, which is just going to be that much more extra safety. And then Shackles is shorter, so you do have to walk in a little bit to Shackle. But even when you get this guy, we're shackling, right, a little closer than necessary, and then next to him here, as opposed to like back here. So you can see there's like a lot of danger to what can reach you versus here. And then we didn't even like Ghost Scepter or Blade Mail anyway. I got the buybacks pretty good. Oh. A little preemptive on that ult. Make sure you target it to your the objectives though. And this is the melee barracks, so it can regen. If you're gonna like drop the ult to try to force an objective, start with the range barracks in my opinion, because it can't regen. Oh, this is a very messy fight. The Luna Glaives are going out of this world.
Triple kill.
I bought back earlier? Sad. Tide knows. Call it. It's Jover. I mean, they only have one lane. If Nature's cuts it, If Nature's does 2 creep cuts, you guys survive. You can send your courier out. Okay, guys, hold on. The most unlucky bounce ever? Like, for real? Let's go back. On Sniper, Axe, Witch Doctor, 3 Lunas, and a Venomancer. That wasn't even unlucky bounces. Sniper just did a sick Hurricane Pike through here to drop the Jug aggro, which is a little weird. Even if you call that unlucky, did he want to kill Sniper in the fountain? Like, hello? Is that where we were trying to get him? I don't know about that one, guys. I don't know why this surplus shows so high. Does Sniper have buyback? I guess you would have gotten the buyback, but I'm pretty sure Jug would die twice in fountain because you would just axe call right after and then pull him in. I don't think that had anything to do with the that had nothing to do with the ult bounces, like being lucky or not. That was just not the time to do it. All right. We need to do this one, and then we're going to see. We're going to reevaluate where we're at on time and how I'm feeling. Kanisi, are you still here? Because I don't think you said who you were playing, except that you were mid. But which mid? Could be any mid. The Crusaders are showing up today. I think most of our replays were actually that Guardian to Archon range. You guys are here to improve. Guardian to Archon. Not for long. You are here. Who are you playing, please? I could just 50-50 it, you know, just jump in and take a guess. But I guess we might as well give you feedback for the right hero. I guess if you said you lost mid, I guess I could have done it off of that. I could have checked the 2 mid laners, then see who did worse. It looks like it might be the Muerta.
This was in the bag the day Axe was born.
I'll drag them to hell myself if I must.
My friends, this one
Muerta.
is in the bag.
Okay, hold on. Pretty long game here. Okay. So same deal. I am trying to focus on this window of time. But if your question is related to the lane, we can do a very quick look at it. I will tell you that Muerta mid is not really a thing. You can do it here in Guardian, I suppose, but it really should be a carry or a position 4. Mid lane, you just don't rotate very well. Like, even let's say you won mid, what would you do? You know, like, how do you force pierce the veil value? It's really tough. You have to land a really tricky skill shot, you know, like dead shot someone into you and then pierce the veil. So it ends up just like farming mid, which is just like what the carry would do. So that would be like one thing I would mention.
And away we go.
let's see. So we've used some of our dead shots already as part of other things. Try not to use like too many. But then here, this one was like kind of for harass. Maybe you were going for the melee creep as well, but that's not the important creep to get. You want the range creep. So save your dead shots for range creeps or multiple creeps at once, like 2 last hits and you deny something, like some kind of combo play. Then that one's worth it. Otherwise, try to save your dead shots for these range creeps and then just use your auto attacks to get them. Your animation is like pretty decent. Skywrath is going to be annoying. If you're going for a bottle, that'll help you deal with this. If you get 1 salve, that will also help you deal with his harass. Because he has to like send out a bunch of nuke damage. You live and then you salve. 1 salve is your whole health bar. 1 clarity is like 1/3 of this guy's health bar, and it takes way longer to clarity up. So then he's got to do like 3 mangoes, you know, whatever. The gold efficiency on healing is a lot better than on mana to damage. So bottle or a salve, if not both, and then like I don't think he can do that much to you, and then you just like last hit. And in fact, if you get some good dead shots on him and can harass, he has no armor, so your right click could actually go a long way. Yeah, there's like another dead shot for the melee creep, but then we lose the range creep, right? So always prioritize the range creep with your spells. It's around that time where I need that extra regen, right? We have a couple more tangos to work with, but maybe this will be a better example. All right, we live. And then here, if you salve, you are full health, you're ready to go. And then this guy only has 200 mana left. So he has been harassing you. He just did a whole combo there at the end. And now he has no more, like he can't do it again. And so now it shifts towards you. But you have to be able to heal up through it, which is either the bottle or salves. Or like 1 salve. 1 salve should be enough. Your actual last hit and deny is like pretty decent. If you switch it up so that more of your secured last hits are on the range creep with the dead shot, you'll have like the same stuff but better. So that's already a good change.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
And I'm just gonna speed up.
Double kill.
I am guessing he eventually kills you or kills a teammate. Like we're reaching that point where you're too scared to approach. You're trying to buy other small items, but the main thing you're not buying is the salve. So like we just don't have enough health. And then this is the issue you're gonna run into. If you try to slowly regen your way back up when, step back. You two fight to the death from where you are right now. Who wins? He wins. Because he has so much more health over you. Certain abilities sometimes can turn it, like especially Huskar, right? He has less health, but that he still kills you first. So that comes down to like matchup specifics. But in general, whoever has more health has a pretty big advantage. Because every time you walk up and you start fighting, you will always have to run first. If you don't run first, he will kill you first. So every time you engage with him, you run away, and then he hits you once for free. It is a never-ending slope downwards until you heal up above him and you make him run away first. Or you are a hero who can get in free chip damage and you somehow reclaim the lead that way. Though the question is, how did you fall behind if that was the case, right? Maybe some mistakes happened and whatever. But essentially, until you are on a similar health level to this guy, until you have enough that you will not die first, that you know you won't die first, or at least this guy is scared and he's like, I'm not sure if I die first. Until you can make this guy run away, you will lose the lane for the rest of the time, which is why it's so important to get some kind of fast healing like a salve or the bottle regen, like whatever. Until you can bring it back up, you will just lose. That is especially true for these like double long ranged lanes. It's a little different, like melee to range and stuff like that. And then of course it depends on how the heroes fight. But for two heroes who essentially long range poke and whittle you down, whoever gets the health advantage will just be in the lead. Sergeant Mofo, thank you. Thank you for dropping by with the kind words. I appreciate that. Okay, I think that's my tip for this this lane. Let's jump ahead to like the mid game. And it looks like we'll start where we just lost this fight. So at this point, we are struggling as the mid hero. The team is not that behind at this point. I don't know if you know that, but this is one of the issues with Muerta mid, which is like you can't, like winning or losing, you can't really make plays. You notice you're still going for like a carry build because like there's not that much flexibility on this hero. I guess you could try. You could do like the old Gleipnir would have done it. Maybe you could do like some Atos Ags mid stuff, but that's like support Muerta too, so it just feels weird. Because of that, we essentially need to talk as if you're playing carry, because I think that's what you need to do. Like you can't make plays. What was your other option? I feel like that's probably not the best. Damn, maybe it is your best. This is probably still better for when you do get into a fight. But you're gonna be Pierce the Veil anyways. Maybe Essence Ring? Maybe you hold the Dormant Curio. Damn, these are ass options. And what do you even take? I guess you take attack speed or attack range. Maybe attack speed though. We're mostly farming. What did you get? Attack speed. Okay. Yeah, poor man's shield is unfortunate. I guess it'll help when you're jungling a little bit, but it does not feel great. Thompson skips Maelstrom, tries Witchblade. I would be more open to that. I'm not going to try to speak for Thompson, who's like 5 times the player I am. But in my mind, if he's trying to play Muerta mid, I think he also recognizes like probably can't just play like another carry from the mid lane. He's not going to do much. So the Witchblade gives you a little bit more upfront power to try to make plays happen. And then, I mean, Thompson probably landing most of his dead shots, right? So like, you know, dead shot someone in, land the Witchblade attacks, a little bit more power than, you know, farming. This is essentially a carry Muerta playstyle with this build. And it's how we're going to approach it going forward because it's what we have to. But I would guess that's why Thompson is trying that.
So much for the Radiant's courier. Poor little
You know how I say people think 4 and 5 are interchangeable at low elo? I heard someone in Legend say 3 and 4. What's the difference, really? Pretty big difference. Some pro matches, you may not believe it, since they sometimes do sack the off lane for the 4 support, but there's indeed a very large difference. Okay, from here, we just need to work on our farm. I'm gonna move forward as if we are carry Muerta. If you want to take this tower, go for it. If you're scared to take this tower, which I would say is fair because a lot of heroes are missing, then let's get out of here and let's go jungle. So it'd be like the triangle or it'd be down here, but these are farmed, so it would be over here. If you just wait around, there's not really much to do, right? I'm like waiting for the creeps to come in. I'm waiting for these, but I'm too scared. So this is all downtime, and you could have made it here to jungle, finish it, and then come over here. Or at least like do one, go to the rune, you know, whatever it ends up being. I guess the team shows up and we end up taking mid together, so that's kind of cool. Aw, man. Well, that's why it's not so safe to push. If anti-mage is going in, okay, so if you are behind, let's, ignoring the discussions on like mid Muerta versus other stuff. If you're having a really bad game and then someone is having a better game, so in this case anti-mage, and they end up near you, you have to work with them. So when he goes in on Lich, this is actually a little late. So like, I thought you guys would just take this tower. Maybe we should have been a little careful. If he jumps forward to Lich, you should probably try to help him. There are times it's like, damn, that is a really bad choice. I am out. And I kind of get that. At the same time, if we are behind and the guy that is strong thinks he can do something, I think the least we can do is like, here's a dead shot, you know, like, I guess I'll stun the Lich a little bit for you, and if you can kill him, then great, I'll get some assist gold, you know, I'll get more space because this guy's dead. So I think you have to try rather than kind of like run away here. Maybe you didn't realize anti-mage jumped in. By the time you turned around, it's just like a little too late, right? The rest of the team has showed up, and this is what leads to us getting echoed. Which I guess I would say we should not have tried to jump the Lich, and trying to do this is pretty dangerous when the rest of the heroes were showing top.
Coming apart.
I would say trying again without the numbers is also pretty dangerous. Ooh, close. Close.
Mid-tower's in trouble.
All right, Axe's turn. Let's get him, guys. If you are Axe, stay up here. Right? He's already too late to have joined anything. He might as well farm the enemy's stuff. There's no reason to come back here, especially when the enemy team might be going in here. You at least want them to kill you on their own half of their map. So like jungling here and moving this way is better. If nothing else, go top and then twin gate down here. Push this furthest away from the enemy team. This is like, I am going to give up useful positioning and I might still run into the enemy and die. You don't want to come over here. Let's see, we come over here. If you're jungling, try to double up. You did it with the dead shot, I believe. All right, for any kind of farming. Oh, we didn't do it with the dead shot. Okay, there's a lot of camps that are close together and you can farm at the same time. This is especially true for longer ranged heroes. This is true when you have the Maelstrom, the Radiance. It's really hard to do it with Battle Fury. It's also doable with a lot of different AoE abilities or long-ranged linear abilities. So for example, the exact same dead shot you did could actually go this way and hit this camp. So same dead shot, same mana, almost 1,000 extra damage on it for hitting all 3 creeps here, or however many, I guess. I guess you don't know how many creeps are there. But anyways, you would hit them all with a dead shot, right? It would aggro them, so they're all running out now, and then place your calling a little lower. And that way, it isn't just hitting this camp, but it's hitting the other camp. And as the creeps walk back and forth, you're Muerta. You can even shoot like pew, pew, pew. You can shoot like multiple directions. So even better for you, you're standing here, pew, 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 like hitting 2 camps at once, Maelstrom proccing, calling, hitting everything, dead shot multiple, and you cut the farming time down a lot. Rather than do 1 camp and then do the other camp, which is essentially what you did here, right? Farmed 1, then you farmed the other one. And the same deal. Drag them out, dead shot, if possible, to finish this camp, hit this camp. Same dead shot value, double, or same dead shot mana cost, but double the value, right? Because we're hitting another camp. As you're finishing this camp, move towards this camp. You got to do another dead shot this way, right? Just look for that throughout the map. You know, these camps are close together. You can if they're not close enough to like shoot 1 camp into the next, that's fine. But usually you can like hit 1 camp, drag it out, dead shot backwards. Or maybe you're like a Lina, you know, you pull this out, LSA, stand back, Dragon Slave that way. Stuff like that. A lot of different heroes who want to farm fast have some kind of tool to extra efficiency this. Okay, I would be a little bit more patient with the calling. These 2 are your initiators. We are essentially long-range damage, ignoring what lane we started in. We are long-range damage, so I need them to go first, and then I can follow up. If I try to go first, there's no guarantee that they will follow up, either because they can't for whatever reason, or they just don't see it happening, and then that's still going to backfire on me. So you need them to go in first, and then once they're in, these are guaranteed value, right? The calling especially being a pretty long cooldown ability, we need to make sure this one lands if we're gonna make a fight work. So like this happens and then we go like, wish I could like use my abilities, you know, but they're on cooldown at this point. Wish I could silence her in here so she can't leap out, right? And then dead shot her again into a cog, but I've used them. So when you move towards the playmakers, let them go first. Even if you think like, oh damn, this is like a really good one, I really need them to jump. I mean, say it, right? That's the best you can do. Ping it, chat it. And if they don't do it, okay, I gotta wait. I gotta wait for when this guy thinks it's the time, and then I'll do it. If you think you can solo it, like I dead shot into the calling and I solo it, that's fine. You can go for that. But if you need them to follow up on you, it makes more sense to switch it. At least for your rank. I think once you do go high enough, there is, you know, there is more room. Like say I'm playing Clockwork and I see this guy start, I would follow up because I, you know, higher ranked game, I know how it should go. So you get more options. But for this rank, you kind of have to, I don't know what that guy knows, but I know I need him to go in. So until he goes in, I don't think I'm going to go in. All right. Overall worked out. Notice you're moving backwards. We've been saying this a lot this stream. One of the key lessons, gotta move forward on these opportunities. So let's jungle this. I guess not jungle. We're just killing things in the lane. Let's chip the tower, perhaps. Or this one's a little scary to get to just because of like the layout. It's a little scary to move in here. Okay, how about this way, right? Shove in the lane or let one of them shove it in. We come here and we start farming here. Drag it in, double dead shot value. Pow, pow. You know, we've been saying. Now we're stealing farm from the enemy. It's probably going to respawn here in a little bit. Let's actually just go, right? Respawns. Okay. Pow, pow. Do it again. You know, like double shot everything. Kill it. These guys are still dead. So I'm still not that scared of being up here with my team. Oh, look, something's happening. So we can come over and now do this. But otherwise, you know, we finish this. They respawn. I get scared. Okay, we leave. They respawn. They come here. These camps are dead. They're not farming. You are farming because you're falling back to all this stuff that just spawned at 25. And now we're building an actual gold lead. Damn, Anti-Mage really wanted that tower. He's been going for it. Got echoed twice going for the mid tower. Can you believe it? Just send a Manta, bro. Don't have to get echoed so many times. It's okay. Force Staff is a good item this game. I'm trying to think if we should be doing it differently though. Like if you're trying to play mid Muerta, I like the idea of Thompson's Witchblade. I don't mind the idea of a Maelstrom into like, I think Aghanims is a bunch of value. That's why it's a great build on position 4, but for mid you could farm it faster. Is that worth it? I don't know. I'm just like spitballing ideas here since mid Muerta is not that meta. But I like the idea of, you know, repeated AoE stuns. Pretty good. Or I guess fears, technically. Maybe an Atos.
Run from this place.
I play a lot of Muerta and find using the alt range indicator on Deadshot really helpful for setting up those fears. Yeah, I would recommend that too. That's a good call out. Activate the Dota Labs range indicator. You may do this and we just can't see it. But for anyone not doing it, Dota Labs persistent range indicators, alt right click, different stuff will keep this up. And now you kind of know like how far to, oh, this guy like stepped up here so I can dead shot off this tree and hit him there. It'll like help give you that visual. I think that one could be good. The calling might also help because this one's kind of a short range. If it helps you to like place it, I could see that. Attack range is not bad on like ranged heroes either. Pow, pow, pow.
Do something about that bottom tower.
Okay. I think it's probably good for this one. What time is it?
Guess what's happening to Dyer's bottom tower?
Let's do like one more. Let's get one more random raffle in here. From the chat. No one donate, please. I mean, thank you for the support, but let's do a random one to finish off. I'll be, wait, what day is Wednesday? Is Wednesday New Year's? Will I be here on Wednesday? Why not in the day? Sure. I'll probably stream on Wednesday, and we will do we'll do the late game. We'll start rounding out all the different phases of the game, and from there I'll have to think about what our next topic will be. I don't think we start the cycle again. I think we like maybe warding could be one. We like zoom in on warding. Maybe, let's see, creep cutting came up a lot today. That could maybe be a good topic to like tackle. What else? We could take a look at Roshan and high ground specifically. I imagine we'll be doing that in the late game topic, which will be, I guess, Wednesday potentially. Blue Jellyfish, I think we're gonna do one more. If you wanna submit one in. Rainbow, yeah, I'm not, it's good content, I'll say that, but also I actually do notice that I think typically this community is like very friendly and everything, right? Pretty happy with that. Occasionally people who find the stream are typically also coming from the video, so it's the same self-selecting process. I put free coaching in the Twitch and the YouTube title because it is free coaching. It's also a little clickbaity of like, come get your free coaching. And we do get new people that way. Anyone new here because of the clickbait, thank you. Let me know. Put a 1 in chat if that worked on you. But I also think it draws in the, like, it's a different draw from the usual self-selecting, like, positive, often support players who come to the channel typically from the videos. So I do find when we do these kind of stuff, we are more likely to get pushback on the advice. And I think it's related to that. I don't even mind though. I actually think it's not too bad to have that, one, as content, but two, as opposed to like the usual, it's just different. I don't know. Maybe it's like a different learning vibe, you know? Kanisi, I saw your camera zoom in and zoom out for a little bit. Just unbind those. Anyone watching right now, whoever's got this bound, move it somewhere. There's, ooh, wait, I came up with one legitimate reason. I'm trying to remember what it was. There's typically no reason to actually zoom in the game. It's usually for fun, for laughs. To look at cosmetics and stuff, you know, there's no actual try hard reason to need to zoom. So go just unbind it and don't even give yourself the chance to slip up. And if you really want it in case, like put it on the side, like the brackets, like I have, you almost never misclick those. I think there was one, I'm trying to think. I think I was trying to like zoom in and click something and I was really struggling. And I was joking like, this is the one feature for the zoom. But I don't remember what exactly it was. Oh, I remember. It was warding up here. I've really been struggling for whatever reason to like hold my mouse steady and stick it there. And so I was joking like, oh, if I zoomed in, it would be easier to place. Looking at the frogs? It might have been looking at the frogs. Actually, I also felt a little bad about not that bad, since I anonymize all of it, so I don't feel that bad. But whose fault is it anyways, I think is usually understood. Or like there's a disclaimer of like, if you're joining this series, right, you might get roasted on it. Because it started as a replay stream, there was a part of me that felt a little bad about cutting that into a whose fault is it anyways. But I think I also knew clicking it and doing it that like there was a chance we were doing it, and I think I said it, so like I don't feel that bad. Anything about the itemization you can tell me? I got orchid that game. I'll be honest, I'm really not sure from the mid Muerta angle on like what a good item build that game like from the mid lane would be. I would definitely say the BKB is good. I'd say your starting build is pretty, like if I was just assuming you were carry Muerta, all of this is pretty good. And then I would say you probably need some True Strike on the PA. You went for the Bloodthorn, the Orchid Bloodthorn. The problem is she should have a BKB at some point, so like here. So I would say you probably need the MKB. With that said, because you're mid Muerta and there actually is a different carry who is getting like the MKB, you know, I guess we can let him do it and we go for something else. And then that's where, I don't know, Hex might be good. Blink Dagger's also pretty good on Muerta carry so that you can make sure you jump into the right parts of the fight. I'd say that one's good. Did you finish? They say, what is this? I see a Morbid Mask. I'm not sure if that ended up being like a casual Morbid Mask or a misclick or something. Blink Hex could be good. I still kind of have some value to Ags as like this is actually the carry and I'm just like helping up backup damage. Critical Strike on Muerta is also really good. Like that's what gives her the insane scaling in the late game. So like Daedalus could be good. Kind of went the support route after losing hard. I'm fine with that though. I don't know. Feels like this doesn't feel like support route to the very end here. I would say Ags and just like fear for the anti-mage, you know, is pretty good. I also like Hex. I also like that one. All right, let's pick one to do. Okay, let's try here. Okay, so you said you played Monkey King support. This is unranked, but you're about legend, so we can go with that in frame. Oh, we can do it. It's early enough. I know this is a character, but I always forget how her name. I thought her name was Ahsoka, but then there's an H, so I don't know if it's supposed to be like Ashoka. I did not. I missed that whole section. Thank you for the donation. We can do yours. Let's do yours after this one, and then we'll end on that. I think there's enough time. I was thinking about stopping after this one, but I ain't here to scam you out of your money. So let's do yours for sure. And there's enough time anyways. It's not like that late. I'm not that exhausted, so we can do it. Soft support legend though. Let's start with the Monkey King. I didn't download it. All right, we'll wait a little bit before starting it. Oh, we could have started at 55 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. The timestamp would have been beautiful. All right, guys, we'll have to wait for 55. Everyone buckle in for 22 minutes. I guess I should fill my... Okay, let me fill my water. We're doing 2 replays. We need one more water refill. Okay, let's do this. Lock in for the final round of information. Okay, so Monkey King support. Looks like the game is still pretty even. Actually, for quite a while, it's pretty even. Almost pressed watch again. Let's just jump ahead to a little bit around here. That should be good. And then, early game went decent, but in the mid game, it felt like no one was willing to do much and then felt lost on what I'm supposed to do at that point. Okay, so that can definitely happen. Monkey King, really good about split pushing. Actually, if no one wants to play with me, I'm actually kind of happy because you just like Primal Spring the creep waves a bunch and you just farm up and you even have some mana regen. Looks like something is happening, so you're running over. Can we do this? Oh, no. There's a Nyx with a Dagon, huh? I see. Ouch. Okay, so as we respawn, let's go back to as soon as we die. So when you get killed in a team fight, or like anything, right, you can of course like still watch a little bit of what goes on, click around, stuff like that, if you think it's critical. Really good, check the minimap. Take a look, see what else is going on to figure out where we're gonna go when we respawn, but you might also be able to help direct your team a little bit, like so-and-so is joining the fight, you know, this guy's over here. Okay, we lost this fight, but hey, I saw, you know, low health Medusa over here, maybe we can get her in response, right? So it's really good to like build this habit, take a look at the minimap as much as possible, but especially as you are winning or losing fights, the next choice to make is based off the minimap. So we take a look. Okay, 4 heroes kind of scattered, and we're starting to respawn. So we can maybe think about that, buy smokes, get ready to bring the team together. In terms of who needs to come along, what is this build? A little wacky. I guess any of them can come along, but you'll need like 3 heroes to kill a Medusa. The others are a bit tough. You're also getting close to the Orchid. Oh, there was some Mad Stone there. So maybe you just finish farming that up.
New treasures.
Okay, you are pinging her. This is a really tough one. You guys need to kill her with a single stun and a silence. Razor can't really show yet. You can't start yet either. You need this guy's silence. Maybe you don't. Why is she so slow? Is that really enough slows through this? Huh. I really thought she would just run out of here. Huh. Well, I guess the slows were enough. Okay. Maybe we didn't need him. All right, this one worked out. Guys, Kez players out there. Raptor Dance is not that good. Raven's Veil is way better. I see way too many Kezes using Raptor Dance for damage and fights and stuff. It is really a like... I mean, it's not... Obviously, he's a complicated hero, so there's a lot of different situations to use it. If you watch the pros, most of the fights they go into, they're using Raven's Veil for the bash. And it's like way better than trying to like proc Raptor Dance.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Okay, wait, I get distracted. Okay, we won that fight, right? Mega slows. Look at minimap. Okay. Dead. I don't know where Queen of Pain and Nyx are because I got caught up in the fight, right? We're just going to go with this. We're going to continue. Like, that would be very reasonable. Can I go in on my own? Maybe not then. We saw Nyx and Queen can delete one hero on their own. So maybe we got to stick together with the team, or at least have like 2 heroes to like help each other out. I see a lot of us moving backwards, right? With Medusa here, 5 heroes versus 2, right? I want to move forwards. Now, someone does need to get this creep wave, so like someone coming back. But other people can be starting to set up ahead of time, especially the supports. Everyone falling back feels like a little bit of a miss. And now we're like TPing to other lanes. And in the end, despite killing 2 heroes here next to like an off-lane tier 1 tower, we end up not pushing in like whatsoever. We determine that a little bit. On one hand, I could say, yeah, Monkey King could maybe go, he's a fast hero, could go scout out other stuff. At the other side of it, though, is this guy does not want to be killed by Nyx, Queen of Pain. Neither does your Razor, neither does your Slardar. Like, someone's got to do it. Someone's got to die or make this safe. So as Monkey King, you can come and just stand by this tower on the trees, drop a sentry if you want, and provide the comfort to the course. Like, hey guys, let's take this tower because we like got this. Like, someone's got to call it out. And if we're talking about, you know, our perspective as the Monkey King, like, I'm calling it like, let's push this. I come over, I set up, I'm looking for them rotating in. Or maybe I want to do Roche. You guys actually have a Slardar. Hey guys, let's go do Roche. I have to come over here. I have to stand here at the sentry. I have to observer in this area. And I have to provide the like the vision and the call outs to get my team to do it. You might be doing it and we just can't see it in the team chat, in the like voice. Okay, that's fine. But I'm not seeing any pings and I'm not seeing like the movement outs. So maybe the team isn't doing anything, but maybe no one's making the call. Everyone's just thinking on their own, thinking their quiet thoughts. Their quiet thoughts are leading them to other parts of the map. Whole bunch of hopping around. Time to run, oh god. Now you maybe could have deviated in here and then dropped an observer back here. We were pretty deep and didn't get the deep ward down, but I think you got a little scared by Nyx, so I'll say fair enough. Watching you jump at 1.5 times is like so funny. All right, so with my ultra move speed, okay, we have 2 options. We have like 2 to 3 options on Monkey King support. 1, we're playing with a team, we're setting up vision, we're stunning out of sight and doing things like that. You're saying the team didn't seem to be doing that, so maybe let's write that one off. The other thing, split push and jungle a lot, right? Like wherever your team doesn't want to be and they're scared of Nyx, they're scared of Queen of Pain, right? You can be there hitting things out of Fog of War and then jumping straight back onto trees. You waste a bunch of time, and in the downtime you jungle, right? You set up wards for yourself. So split pushing is another option you can go for, which would not be on our half of the map. We do it on the enemy's half of the map, because I'm just a support Monkey King. Like, you kill me, whatever. It's space made for my team. But also, it's going to be really hard to kill me, because I'm going to be jumping around everywhere. So I'm going to waste your time, and you'll kill me like 1 out of 4 times. That's pretty good, as long as I'm drawing them back here, where it's going to interrupt Medusa. Like, what's Medusa up to? I've seen her on the wards, but not you guys ever go there. You alone could mess with her, because as they try to kill her, the heroes are rotating up to where Medusa is. They kill you. Do you think they quietly leave and like, okay, Medusa, here's your farm, right? Good players, sure. These guys, no. They're running through. Nyx is daggoning the creep as he walks back out. Queen of Pain is screaming. Multi-camps, right? Medusa is just like, all right. Come over here, I guess. All right. She's TPing over here just quietly like, okay, move over here. Medusa's pissed. All right. They killed you and she's pissed because all these people started to come to her side of the map and she didn't want that. The third thing you do is when, holy shit, the game is bad and all you're doing is like sniping couriers. That's a separate thing. You have a build that is really good for the first 2. If you're killing couriers, you need like the tranquils and stuff and just like running around. So when I see you like fall back like this is where I feel we're missing on all 3. Like, we're not playing with the team, and if they're not playing with us, it goes both ways. I get that. All right, fine. Let's split push, right? Let's do it aggressively. Let's steal stuff. Let's kill couriers. Ain't no enemy courier gonna be back here by these amphibians, right? They're all over here. I gotta get over there. I gotta be drawing attention ASAP, right? Shoving this lane as much as possible. Right, boom. Okay, I was scared of Nyx. He's showing here. Boom, jumped in, jumped out. Ah, didn't jump out fast enough. Hold on, I looked away at that exact moment. What happened? Jump in, jump out. I see, we didn't jump out fast enough. Otherwise, you would have been okay here, right? So a little bit of greed, trying to get everything. You want to mix this up? First of all, jump a little closer so you can see this stuff. You might have been able to see them. But two, jump in, jump out, boundless strike then, right? Then you would have gotten everything, you would have gotten out. So we would have drawn 2 heroes here, we would have scouted it out, and then we get away. And they don't know, am I watching them from the trees? Am I already gone? Am I somewhere else? They don't know, but I know, whatever I choose to do.
Dire's top tower. You know the drill. No breaking through the Dire structures. Top tower.
All right, what else? So we're up, we're looking around again. Okay, so as part of number 1, playing with the team, and you mentioned like the team didn't seem to be going together with you. So running out and doing these deep wards is great. How do they get to you? And how are you going to help them get to you? Right? Okay, Queen of Pain is here. I'm in the trees, guys. They can't see me, don't worry. All right, but all of us have to walk through enemy vision and get close to this Queen of Pain. So before you go out on these scouting missions and these deep wards, you do have to ask yourself, how are they going to connect to me? Do I have a smoke? Like, I find the target, I hop back, and then I smoke with my team to my vision, right? That would be a great thing for you to set up. We could say, like, maybe Ringmaster should do it. Sure, but, like, I can also do it. We also need to pick the right heroes to go to. For example, let's go back a minute. We're dead. We're thinking about where to respawn. Okay, I want to play with someone. Who's doing something right now? Kez is doing something right now. Kez is pushing this tower, and he's further up on the map. This guy's in the jungle. This guy's in the jungle. Oh, maybe we're going to help Ringmaster kill Queen of Pain. Are we? Are the two of us going to kill Queen of Pain? I don't think so. So, what am I doing here? Probably not much. I would much prefer to see you run out so you can teleport back to help people, or at least teleport here and run to the Kez, because he's the one who could connect. As you scout and you look here and you go, hey, Kez, right? Like, Wind Ranger's right here. I'll stun her, you throw the silence, whatever. Like, we kill her. He's there. When you, like, teleport here, Ringmaster's not enough to help you, and then these guys are clearly not interested in helping you. We scout really deep, and then what? You know, like, who is gonna come here and help me? No one wants to do it. The only guy who showed maybe a sign of doing it was over here in a different lane. Look, he's going. He's trying. He's trying to get her, and now we have to, like, run over and help out, but we're too late. So we need to choose the right people to go towards as well. This is very common with Invis heroes. Bounty Hunter, Nyx Assassins, Rickies, especially the people playing support, but it happens on core as well. They are like, I'm Invis, no one can find me. Hey guys, the target's here. Everyone's up top. It's like, why isn't anyone helping me kill this Medusa? It's like, why are you looking over here? They're like, everyone's here. You got to find the people up here. Monkey King's not Invis, but it's very similar. Where you go, it's a bit of like what you can do, but also what can your team do. You know, it's like, hey guys, Queen of Pain, where are they? Like, they're over here. So why aren't we, like, we should scout near Kez, who is like already ready to do things. Now this guy had to teleport over. That's not saying what you did was like 100% wrong. Like, it isn't bad to like find people pushing into your towers and like, yeah, rotate, kill them. Like, that can be fine. But if we're always doing that, you're gonna see where there's a disconnect. Like, the last couple of minutes, I see Kez trying to take this tower. I see him trying to do stuff. I don't see any of you guys near the Kez. I was focused on the Orchid timing and killing co-op with it for some reason. I mean, I think it's a good Orchid game, so that's fine with me. If you cause something to happen, Queen of Pain will come over. If she doesn't come over, still gonna be useful. This is another movement, right? Where it's like, it depends, which of the three things are we trying to do, right? If I'm trying to set up plays for my team, I'm too deep. This is too far. The people cannot get to me even if I find the right hero. And because I'm support Monkey King, I can't solo kill. So I'm actually scouting a little too far if I'm expecting someone to come up here. If you're just checking, that's okay. Especially if we're combining it with option number 2, which is I am just stealing farm from the enemy. Like, yeah, let these guys push. I don't think a play is going to happen. I'm just going to come over and steal this camp real quick with Primal Spring. That's totally fine with me. And then you like hop back over as people are respawning. You think something's going to happen. So we're like standing here scouting out for the team. If you think a play might happen, then that's where we should be right now, isn't it? Right? Rather than look for like, hey, Slardar, leave the tier 1 tower and run through here. So suspicious. Like, huh, why did Slardar just walk away from a tier 1 tower to go in here, right? Like, he can't do that. So scouting this far won't help him that much. But scouting here to see people teleport in, or, okay, I'll stun and silence this person here. Yeah, Slardar can connect to that. Like, that's doable. That one's fine.
Business. The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
All right, like now that we're back, I'm much happier with where we're at now.
Just couldn't save that bottom.
And then, okay, the tower's about to be done. Let me see if there's something here. Now, it wouldn't be suspicious if Slardar backed away, right? So, okay, now I find someone in this area. Hey, Slardar, come over. That's okay. That one's pretty good. Alternatively, if you keep an eye on what's going over here, and then you don't have a teleport, actually, you probably should have ran to the Twin Gate so you could pop out over here and then, like, collapse from behind over here. Right here, I'm like looking at that Queen of Pain, right? Like, am I killing that Queen of Pain? Am I killing that Queen of Pain? Probably not. Killing that Medusa though, hell yeah. And then looking a little bit more, starting to get kind of far, right? Like, these are the players. This is the tier 1 I want them to get, and then I want them to keep going. So if we start to scout ahead, it's not too bad. This situation's relatively good for looking ahead. But if you find someone, understand they can't just leave and then come over, because it's going to be suspicious. And if the enemy team thinks they can fight, then I actually should have been here. Right now I'm like running back. Oh, damn, they got Kez. I didn't think they would fight, to be honest. But we probably do need a sentry down at least for the Nyx.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
All right, let's look like one more situation and then we're gonna move on. Right, like this kind of scouting's okay, although Ringmaster's not really the guy I want to play with. I will admit, every time we check in, I feel like I see Razor and Slardar pretty far back. So I think I get what you're saying, where it doesn't feel like the team is really, you know, they're not really helping me help them. But sometimes you just adjust, and it feels like Kez is playing that way. So I'll move away from these guys, who I think should be the ones doing it, and okay, I'll work with Kez instead. So I see some people down here. See Nyx here. Ooh, that's a good find. Ooh, Nyx. Keep an eye on the Nyx. Kez is on the way. Get a little closer to that Nyx. Yeah. Get him. Okay, but we should start with the stun. This stun first, jump in, Orchid. Monkey King support is more about the utility than the damage in the mid to late game. Kez will finish the job there if you just like stun silence. So those are the most important to get off out of Invis. And then off of that, now is the time to do like the really deep stuff. Look for more, place the deep wards. Some of your wards, by the way, are like straight on cliffs. Avoid that. For Monkey King especially, what is the only way to know if Monkey King is in the area? It's to have a high ground ward. The enemies are very incentivized versus a Monkey King, support or core, to put cliff wards. And so they will also sentry the cliffs even more than usual, as if people didn't already do that a bunch. So you should come over and check these cliffs with sentries, right? But your observers should actually go elsewhere. It should go like over here. It should go over here. Because the enemy, they really need these cliffs. Because even if they have a ward right here, right, you could still be on the tree and they won't know. Now, as you hop through, you know, they'd see you. But you get the idea. They are very incentivized to use cliff wards. And I've seen you place a couple cliff wards, or at least I remember this one, and then we lost it, which I'm not surprised because of everything we just said. So if you can put them in different spots, that's a little bit better.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
And then, okay, this will be my last closing point. So we win that fight, and then look at, just eyes on the minimap. Everybody, eyes on the minimap. Where do we go in terms of our 3 Monkey King things, right? Playing with the team, split pushing, stealing enemy farm, and then killing couriers. Off of like what should be pretty free with 5 versus 3. See how we fall back onto our own side. Admittedly, all the cores are also kind of back, so not really giving us a bunch of options, but we could at least be near Kez. Could consider heading our way to Razor, because they're at least at the forefront of what might happen. If we want to steal farm, right, it's all on this side. Same with creep cutting, and same with courier cutting. So we're kind of like, we're in a defensive spot and away from the cores we want to play with. And then we start moving deep, but I don't have the cores. So like if my goal was to play with them, I can't really do that. If my goal was to steal farm, it's kind of okay, but then we hopped out. So I don't think your goal was to steal farm, right? So like, I feel you're constantly bouncing between these 3 things, but hopefully after everything we talked about, it'll be a little easier for you to like, okay, I'm going to do option 2, right? So I'm actually going to move away from my cores. I'm going to move to the enemy side. I don't expect anyone to come to me because I'm just trying to steal farm and draw attention to myself. That's okay. If you are trying to make plays, you have to balance scouting with actually being near like the right heroes. Kind of like this, right? Oh, they went for my Razor. Surprise, I am also here. And now, damn, okay. Didn't save the Razor, he still died, but you got the return kill on the Wind Ranger, and unfortunately that wasn't worth it because Razor is so rich, 800 gold, damn. But still pretty good because you two are together, you know? All right, let's back out of that one. I think the end, like if I had to highlight one thing, it would be the same as like Invis heroes, which is like scouting ahead is great, but still keep in mind like you are the only one who can move that way. So everybody else still has to get to you, and because of that we have to like refine where we scout. Make sure it is both useful to find heroes, but like we can actually do something with the information once we find it. Okay, Pugna 4. And this is a legend game. Back-to-back legend 4s. We won the side lanes, but mid lost and sniper ran us over. Was I supposed to gank mid more? Okay, we'll take a quick look at that. We are trying to focus on the mid game, but we can take a quick look through there and then maybe jump ahead again. I think maybe I was supposed to farm enemy jungle more and take away spice from the sniper and the anti-mage. I'm often not sure what to do as Pugna after I get the tier 1s. So what you stated sounds like a great default plan. After you take the tier 1s, pick your favorite tier 2, probably in the enemy safe lane jungle. That's probably the easiest place to start. And then you just keep the lane shoved in your downtime, stay out of sight, do some jungling. That's a really good default. If they ignore you for any big period of time, you will take the tier 2. And if you don't take it because they're defending it, that's okay. You're just a support, you know? So if you're drawing enough attention to like, oh God, support Pugna is going to take our tower, right? That means the rest of your team should be finding a lot of space. Let's take a look. It does depend on the game. I'm glad that was helpful. Didn't really have a structured plan on Monkey King yet. I think your itemization was pretty good, like the Orchid. And then once you get it, so like usually for Monkey King support, the start is the weirdest. You have to do like alternate laning to the courier killing perhaps. Then if you have a really strong hero, just keep playing with that hero. Let's say this Viper popped off, right? Just keep playing with a Viper and scout around him, set things up. If you need a certain item like Orchid first, whatever it may be, the setup item, Orchid, Atos, do a lot of the split pushing because you can't fight until you have the item. That's the whole point, right? Like everything we try, they just blink away. We don't have enough stuns. I need this Orchid. So don't try to go for that option one, play with a team. Do the split pushing, get the farm, get the item, and then go back to option one. Like, okay, now we play together. That's a very like bare bones Monkey King plan. Monkey King support plan. Okay, we can actually skip the first couple minutes of laning since you said you won the side lanes and it's the mid that started to struggle, which I'm not surprised. Sniper is a counter pick to Viper, so actually he should be winning. And Viper should just like... Okay, so Viper's got the wrong build because Viper will never get close enough to repeatedly poison attack. So separate issue outside your control. Viper should actually do the Thompson build that's popular, which is really good at just like, yeah, go ahead and hit me. I'll reflect a bunch of damage, and then I have AoE damage to like farm faster. This is actually like the time for it, in my opinion. That's out of your control. Oh well. Once you lose mid, whether you should or not, you do have the choice of ganking more to recover it. It's hard to gank Sniper as a Pugna and a Lich, especially when you have a Viper. Like, no one on your team gets close easily at this point. The heroes that will get close are Primal Beast and Ursa, but they don't want to do it at 5 minutes, right? It's very strange. So in this case, I would lean more into your Primal Beast and Ursa, help them get enough farm, because even if Sniper ends up super rich, let's see. Sniper is in fact super rich, right? At some point, you will have Blink Daggers, you'll have like BKB on Primal Beast, and you can beeline it to the Sniper and kill him. So the sooner you get Primal Beast and Ursa to achieve that, the sooner you can like truly wrap in on the Sniper. So that could be one potential option for you. As part of that, if you can win your lanes directly like this, fantastic. If the lane's going kind of slow, it seems like a farm fest. Okay, well, let's just use like an... Actually, I guess it doesn't matter. Let's say it's the BKB Blink on Primal Beast I need. Okay, so we just AFK farm, he'll get it at like 25 minutes. I could just watch him AFK farm. But if I stack for him, I can speed that up to 24 minutes, 23 minutes, 22 minutes, right? Like however much I stack for him until that point gets faster and faster. So in really passive games, that can be your goal. Or like one of the things you do, right? You try to do as many as you can, but you see that? That guy warded. I think he warded. I'm not just saying that because I heard the noise. Okay, one, if you're constantly clicking heroes, you can see their inventories. Ogre Observer. Let's play this in real time. You see that pause? That's called... You know how there's like the millennial pause that people talk about nowadays? This is the support warding pause. He looks like he's walking to Primal Beast, and then he just stops, and then he keeps going. That's the warding pause. If you want to avoid the warding pause, shift-click your commands. So, like, chase Primal, shift-click a ward outside of the cast range, shift-click the Primal, so then your hero... Like, the computer does it. There's no backswing on warding, so it's instant. It drops and it moves, and humans would struggle to see it. You can also just try to do it fast. You know, like, click the ward and immediately be right-clicking right after. But most of the time, people will do what he did. Ward, have that pause, the human reaction, and then right-click. That tells me he moved, that he warded. If he changed his mind, like, oh, I don't want to chase, he would have just clicked somewhere else, so the hero would have seamlessly turned rather than stop And then he kept moving forward. That was like the most suspicious part. So around here, you probably have a feeling that maybe mid's not going so hot. You should definitely be careful. That was an unnecessary death. You should here. All right, don't go down the mid lane. Either side, pick your favorite, left or right, whichever you think is safer. Stay out of sight and just absorb XP. This is the XP range, you're good. So sit right here. Wait for pulls. Wait for stack times. Just get the XP you can and wait. We'll never fight 2v1, right? I'm not going to kill Ogre. I'm not going to kill Anti-Mage. There's only a risk of me getting killed, especially versus mobile heroes like Anti-Mage and then stuns and slows. Depending on the lineup, you might actually be able to walk up and you might actually be able to kill them 1v2, depending on how the game's been going. But most of the time, you can't. And so you shouldn't be showing yourself because it puts the target on your head. You should have just like stayed in the trees, absorbed the XP. And I'm going to say this because it's the same thing we tell the offlaners, and we should know it as well, right? Every time I try to go rotate mid, frickin' offlaner walks in and feed. What the heck, right? Same deal with the offlaners. Like, man, I go home and my support is just feeding the carry. What the heck? We all need to know it in the side lanes. If the guy is gone, the lane partner is gone, we have to be careful. We're either under the tower or in the trees and just absorbing the XP. Where are you going, Primal? Zooming in there. He's got no mana now. I didn't see the Primal TP to base. Okay, fair enough. I was harsh on you, but you just didn't see it, which totally happens. Oh, Viper dead again. Pain, pain. All right, so one of the things that can help save your mid lane when it starts going badly is the power rune. So right around here, we're gonna hope the and to make sure Primal Beast sees it, right? We don't want him to say, "Oh, I didn't realize Pugna left." Same thing. I like to say it in chat. I like to draw the little. Can I do it in this? Yeah. I like to do the like I'm on my way ping, right? Let him know I'm heading mid. Because the power runes can really change the mid matchup, right? Imagine Viper with the haste rune. Imagine he's not dead and he's playing for power runes, right? Gets the haste rune. You also stack on your way in. So like whatever Primal Beast missed, he picks up in the stack later. Viper's really behind, gets a stack to help recover his game, right? Maybe Viper takes it. He gets a haste rune. He's able to run down Sniper. Maybe run up, kill the Anti-Mage, blinks away, chase him further, kill him. Maybe your Viper can't get it. But you can get it. Ooh, maybe I can get it. I'm having a decent game up here. We're doing well up top, right? I take an amplified damage rune. I come up here. I keep blasting out the stuff. Okay, I was doing some blasting. I'm low on mana. I'm coming for the rune. I'm regenning a little bit. Oh, free regen. I get to like go do 6 blasts for free now up here, right? It can help you save your side lane or your mid lane or like snowball a side lane harder. So it's a really good thing to keep an eye out. And Primal Beast would be safe here. Like, look how big this creep wave is. He would just back up and either jungle right now or do his own hard pull in a very safe manner. If he, you know, knows what to do. Damn, close. This is another consequence, right? Sniper, oh shit, Sniper's got the haste rune. He's got a gun and a haste rune. Danger. But in general, this is good, right? Where, okay, the mid matchup's going bad, and then you made him TP top. So he's going to stop kicking Viper's ass, and hopefully you guys are doing well enough that you could get out of here. Maybe you lose a hero, like in this case, we lost the Primal, but you get out. It could still overall work out. Unfortunately, with his haste rune, I believe he is about to gun you down as well. Which goes back to why the power runes are pretty good. Sniper is not a ganking hero, but suddenly he's got a ganking rune. Not gonna miss out much for the gank. That's why it's pretty important. Pretty big rune to be at. Dude, ain't nothing scarier than seeing a sniper run at you when he's already won. Oh no. Okay, but you see him losing, and with this build, it's not the best. But when he finally gets to hit sniper, it is ramping up. So your idea of like ganking the sniper is not bad. It just depends on the heroes you have. And unfortunately, Pugna, Lich, not really the best gankers. If you're gonna do it, you're gonna need to smoke, and you probably need both of you. One of you, let's say like something you might see at a higher rank game. Let's say bottom is going well. Ursa gets into a good spot. Lich rotates top. You guys make a play. Smoke, run mid, follow-up play, right? Try to gank the sniper. Or on the power runes, you're both coming in, you get a good rune, and you guys go, yeah, we can do it. Dive the sniper. Everyone goes, gets the sniper. It'll be hard to coordinate that a level. At this rank legend, it's more likely to happen, but it's still a little, like, base it on the game. You know, you call it out, Lich is like, yeah, let's go, right? Like, oh yeah, we got a cool team, you know? Other times, hey, let's go. You're muted. Report Pugna. Shut up. So, oh, okay. I'll just stack this game. That's cool. I'm a stacker. It's fine.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
I said I wasn't gonna do the early game, and then I got caught into it. Let's jump ahead. At this point, it feels a lot like what we've seen in our other games. We're maybe a little bit behind. We just need to avoid the enemy a lot. Okay, so right here, I love where you're at. I don't love what you're doing. And we got to go back a little further to see how this happened. All right, so my team is all bottom. It looks like 3 of them down here. I am top. Viper's dead. Okay, and I'm kind of in the let's avoid them mindset. I feel we're losing. I feel we're gonna like not do well in these team fights. You're coming up here, placing some deep wards. Okay, that's great. Now, I'd say these guys should not be engaging because you actually saw like 2 heroes down here and we're missing Viper and the other heroes are missing. That won't stop me. I can't read. So here comes the Ursa chasing the Rubik, and then it turns out, in fact, a lot of the enemy team was down here, right? These guys are all here. Viper respawns, gonna start boots of travel, TPing in. So at this point, we have to make the call. Okay, I am going or I am not going. I am not going. My town portal scroll is on cooldown because you TP'd up here and ran up here. Now, if we went further back, we might see a case of why you should walk up here rather than TP and move out. But either way, the deed is done. Sometimes this stuff happens. So before the fight gets much further, I'm telling my team, I can't teleport. Be careful. If they keep going, you know, so be it. If I really want to join, we got to run to this twin gate and pop out. And it might actually be doable. And it works out because the other thing we need to do, if we decide I am not going, even if this was available, but I'm just not going, I don't think it's good, or it's unavailable, okay, what is the most useful thing I can do next? And I'll give you a sneak peek. It's not jungle these camps. I have to threaten this tower. I have to get something out of my team being wiped here. I must push in lanes to force them after they win this fight, because I can't be here, and they want to win and then go Roche. They want to win and take my tier 2. I need to give them a reason to not do that. And your best bet is to take a tower. If they still choose to commit to this or this, okay, well, at least I got a tower, right? We're going to get something out of it. And that means right away, I have to sprint to the lane. I have to push this lane right now. So I got to get out of here. Forget the bounty rune. It's unimportant. Forget this camp. It's unimportant. I got to get over here. I got to start pushing this in. And then once I get here, I might actually take a quick reevaluation like, oh, it's still going, you know, Twin Gate, pop by, do stuff. As I get here, and we're blasting out the creep wave right now, and I'm looking at this and I'm going, it's not good. You know, commit, push, ASAP, attack nonstop, throw out every spell I've got. I have to shove in this lane. And then right now, okay, one more time. One more time. So you did TP out. I would say you should just walk. I'd actually say this is a really risky time that you just TP'd and ran here. Maybe if we went back even further one more time, maybe you knew a couple heroes were bottom, in which case this is sort of okay. But the danger is you can't help out your team down here. I would say they should know you should not, like, they can't do that without you, but whatever. This could be a good reason to just walk out. Anyways, walk out and then go this way, by the way. This is, like, so dangerous. So dangerous to just blindly walk up here. Unless you knew more information than when we rewinded to. But anyways, right now it's happening, so I'm saying, okay, we run over. So, okay, I am here. Okay, I'm starting to blast the wave right now. One blast, pretty much everything is dead. Couple auto attacks to finish the job. Okay, so now we're moving in. The creeps are going forward, and I'm running with them. Usually, I've been telling you guys not to do that, right? To like let the creeps go forward first. We mentioned it in the Lina replay. But in this case, when we are hard committed, oh shit, I can't join this fight, I must push this ASAP, then we are leading the charge with the creeps. So right now, we are about like here. Next creep wave. Okay, blast and auto attack. Ah, shit, catapult wave. It's gonna take a little longer than we would like. But we are auto attacking the catapult right now, getting what last hits we need to, use another blast. Attack. We're right here. And we're building up a creep wave. We have the creeps we kept alive here. And maybe some of them died as they fought this stuff. And then the next wave is here. And we're waiting for that to join in. But right now, like, I'm right here with my however many creeps were in this wave that I saved because I ran here right away. Right? Fight's going on. Catapult's probably dead at this point. Okay, move forward. This fight's still going on. All right, now I'm blasting this. I'm starting to Pugna blast this tower. My creep wave is dead. Okay, I back off a little bit, reevaluate. What's happening? Is anyone coming to get me? This is the time, right? After they finish killing your team and they go, let's go take this tower. Oh, shit. Pugna's hitting our tower. There's a creep wave. And Anti-Mage or Sniper, the two heroes who would be best at taking these objectives, they go, oh, can't help myself. I see creeps. I see money. And they TP straight over here. And they lose their own opportunity to do stuff because you baited them in. Maybe they're smart and they go, no, it's not. I should do this. I should get Roche. Fair enough. But then I'm going to get more tier 2 tower damage. And we can do this trade-off because of how quickly we identified I can't join, so I got to start pushing. Compared to what we did, which is you ended up jungling a lot. Now the team is wiped, and we go, oh, I better push, right? We're back here. So by the time they finish this tower, they're going to be able to TP. They're not going to take any tower damage. They're going to get your tier 2. Heck, tier 2, go Roche, now you're here. And then they come and stop you.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. There goes Radiant's bottom tower.
How bad is it to die while pushing that top tower? Not too bad, but we try to avoid it. So for example, let's say Pugna was there right now blasting this, and you're watching them, right? You list which heroes can kill you. Sniper can kill me, Anti-Mage can kill me, and then probably being like lifted, fissured, those could be killing me. Unfortunately, a lot of heroes could kill us this game. So I do got to be a little careful. Some games, there's only a couple heroes who can kill you. You know, they need like the instant jump, stun, whatever. So whichever heroes can kill you, you're keeping an eye on the minimap, and as they disappear, we are backing up. Not instantly panic TPing. That's when we go to the jungle and we do what Pugna was doing, which is like jungling these creeps. And I'm watching the minimap to see, did Earthshaker step behind that tree to TP out? Or the more common mistake, he's just a fidgeter. He's just like, This is why I tell you guys not to do this. I don't know how often I say it on replays, but it comes up in coachings a lot. Sign up, Patreon. I tell you guys not to fidget, to just like, hey, sit in this tree and don't move. Like, this is the place to be. Because when you fidget and you like go between stuff, maybe they had a ward here. Maybe it's the lane creeps, whatever. And every now and then you're just like showing for no reason. And then the Pugna who's like, oh, should I still do this? Am I scared? Oh, he's still there, right? I'll do this. Earthshaker walks behind a tree. Oh, better careful. Okay, back out of the tree because I can't stand still. I just gotta keep clicking, keep my APM high. I gotta keep moving everywhere, right? It actually just backfires on you more often than not. So Pugna would just be watching that, and as the heroes go off site, you just appropriately back away. If they kill you, it's okay. You still force someone to come back rather than, right, it kind of looks like they're pushing the tier 3. Should they be doing this? That's a hard no right there. Absolutely not. Hell no. But maybe a smarter play would have been doing Roshan. And so if they backed out of Roshan to kill a Pugna, I feel pretty good about that, right? I just saved my team from being roasted. It's scary. I don't blame you for feeling scared. To feel less scared, you need really good map awareness, and you need a really good understanding of like internal clocks. Like, he disappeared out of sight, so 3 seconds to teleport here. Or maybe they're not teleporting. Maybe the fight happened here and you got out of the fight and you started pushing this lane in from the top side. You need a really good internal clock of like, okay, 3 second teleport here or like 10-second walk here. And that's how much time I have before I gotta go. When you can combo all of that, it becomes less scary to do this stuff because it's not such a blind risk. You kind of know the safety limits. But to like really learn it, you must face your fears. You gotta be brave, little Pugna, little baby Pugna. It's time to learn the ways of the world. You gotta be brave, you gotta just do it, and then sometimes you die, and then it gets scarier. But you must continue to be brave and keep doing it and back off, and sometimes it's gonna work, and it's gonna build some confidence. Like, okay, that's right, it's not as scary as I thought. I just had to try it a little bit, and I see how it works, right? Like, I got some tower damage. Okay, this time I stuck around too long, I fed. Next time I'll back out a little sooner. And you just gotta do it to learn. See how they're still down here? Look at this thing. Pristine. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful tower. Untouched. The enemy team has been down here for like the last 2 minutes. But because we're jungling, it continues to remain a work of art. It will soon be one of the 8 wonders of the Dota world. The untouched tier 2 tower. What? It's a scary place to teleport. Teleport in the back. That might have been a misclick. Ah. Okay, you're alive. Looks like Primal had to buy back. That's not good. This is not quite the way I wanted it to happen, but this is one of the reasons we wanted to split push. You see how Rubik went back? Now his team is still up here, even though there's no Rubik. In the same way earlier, you were like, oops, didn't see Primal Beast TP back. I walked up and I died. This is so often in pub games, right? How many times has it happened to you? You may not notice the times it works in your favor because you don't see the enemies as clearly. But this is a very classic way to turn a pub game is the botched high ground stuff. And one of the ways to make it happen, rather than just will it happen? Does it work out? No, I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to try to make it happen. I push this lane in. Rubik goes, oh, creep wave. I've got 2 AoE spells that I stole. Can't help myself. TP back. Boom. Our opportunity. We take the fight. 5v4, and we start to turn this 10k lead. It doesn't look like it's quite happening this game. In fact, it looks like Rubik left, and we're still getting our asses kicked. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes that's how it goes. But it's still better than Rubik also being down here, also kicking our ass 5-on-5, right? This is what we have to try to make happen to get an opportunity here. Part of the reason it didn't work is because you guys like had a really weird fight to start. This is like when you want to do it. Like when they're up to the high ground and then Rubik's like going back. This is when you do it. I think you guys started a little early. True, if you have like a Glimmer Cape or a Blink Dagger, Force Staff, those can be great tools to help you feel more comfortable split pushing. And in fact, sometimes you might hear me say this on the stream if I remember to vocalize the thought, which is like, ah, shit, we're losing so badly. All we can do is drag the game out. And I'll actually buy a Blink Dagger. Like I'll queue it up as my next item, or the Glimmer Cape, like you mentioned. That's also a good one. But let's say I'm Pugna and I had the Glimmer. You might actually see me buy a Blink in this game. And it'd be like, why is he buying a Blink? Like, how's he going to use it in the fights? It's not about the fights. It's about pushing this tower and then getting out as much as possible. I have to push the limits to, like, buy, like, 10 minutes of time. So I get the Blink Dagger to feel safer doing this stuff. Glimmer can also be good. Force Staff can be good. Depends on your hero. But Blink Dagger is really good. Treant's really good with this, too. Or, like, he was. Still kind of figuring out new Treant. But being able to go between the tree lines and having a Blink Dagger helps a lot. Warlock, I used to buy the Shadow Amulet because you could just sit in the trees, invis, and do that stuff. Nowadays, not quite the same. Rest in peace. Be careful of this. What's happening to you is exactly what I knew could happen to you. Flexing, but all right, where are they? They just pushed up to your high ground. They kind of like, they were fine. Rubik died. But where are the others? The ones that were kicking our asses right here. They haven't left yet. Or maybe I don't know, because they don't have vision in here. So they could have left, but they could be right here. So right now as a support, when you walk over, this is always so dangerous. This is like a death sentence, or it's totally fine. Coin flip, right? Not really a risk I'm willing to take. So right now you want to move top side and do any warding, dewarding, or just like stand near the Viper on the top side. Because if there is danger, it is in this area. And especially if you're coming over to Sentry, what you're telling me is, hey, Zach, I think they have an observer here, right? Okay, fair enough. So you're going to walk in while 4 heroes with blinks are like going to kill you, right? When I put that, suddenly it's like, maybe I don't want to deward yet. Maybe I want to wait over here. So you will cut down your support deaths a lot if you can identify that of I am walking into enemy vision to try to deward. Am I safe to do that? Or are they likely still in this area? That's exactly what happened in this case. And that's why Anti-Mage just like walks in. You live, but we lose the Sentry. And when I'm 12k behind, I don't really have 50 gold to be thrown around, for nothing. So this is a case, you just ignore this area. I know it feels weird. You just ignore it. You just run top as Pugna, because we need to TB back if we're necessary. I'm not even planning to defend this tower. We're 12k down, right? I am resetting up top as Pugna. I'm coming back up here to keep blasting this tower. I have my deep ward. I'm going to place another one maybe on this side to keep me safe. And Ursa can just jungle behind me. And I am blasting creep waves and hitting the tower. And at some point, someone will rotate back to deal with me, maybe. And then that's when I feel a little bit more confident to move in here. And I can all TB back and we can go in here. What happened to my Shadow Amulet? It used to last forever as long as you didn't move. Shadow Amulet now has a cooldown. You can move in it, you're slowed down, so that's kind of nice. But it's only 3.5 seconds now and an 18-second cooldown. Before, you could just infinitely sit there, and I used to do it as Warlock. In losing games, like I would just sit in this tree line invis, channeling the goo. It was a great way to stall out games. I miss it. I hope something like that comes back, even though I kind of understand why they removed it, because most cases of it were grief.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
But the occasional use,
Radiant's mid tower.
pretty funny. Pretty funny.
Tower could use a hand. Radiant's mid tower's in trouble.
All right, I think we're gonna start wrapping up here, guys. I am getting hungry. I gotta figure out my dinner. If there are any final questions, though, happy to chit chat, ramble through them.
Killing spree.
Someone's getting kills. Ursa's getting kills. Next Wednesday, I think we'll stream. If not next Wednesday, then it'll be next Monday. We're gonna do the late game, which it's not gonna feel that different from what we've been talking about. It's gonna be a lot of looking at the maps, split pushing, drawing rotations. But this time, rather than around like tier 2s and stuff and the first Roche, it'll hopefully be like tier 3s and the first Roche. You get all that. What are you gonna have for dinner? I'm not sure. I've been trying to, we got a steamer and a KitchenAid in the last couple months. We've been using a lot more. Been doing a lot of like steam dishes. I've been trying to get, I've usually been too scared to do fish. I don't know. It's just, there's a lot of work. But I've been trying to do like steamed fish. I've been like baking things. Just did that recently. Don't have enough leftovers for dinner. So now that's what I gotta decide. There are some leftovers, but not enough. Either gotta add in some like instant noodles or something, or maybe we'll go out. I think it's 7 here, so I think there's time. We might go out. I was thinking my Viper got destroyed, so we needed more damage, so I said get ag, so I just farmed. But pushing top tier 2 makes sense. The eggs is interesting. I don't think Pugna is really a damage support right now. Or like, you do enough with what you have. I actually don't think you need to build the Ags. With that said, it is kind of cool, like the way it works against magic heroes. I don't think this is the game to do it, because these are like right-click heroes, the anti-mage and the sniper. what I would probably recommend is either the Blink Dagger to help yourself stay alive, and Split Push could be good. If you want to go aggressive, I would actually pitch the Hex, because they have an anti-mage who is very fast, and you guys have Sinister Gaze is instant, but its cast range is just like okay. And then if this guy eventually gets to Abyssal, you've got that. Viper doesn't really have it, and then Primal Beast, Pulverized. But these are all channeled, so they could be stopped by like a number of abilities, right? So I think the Hex, to provide a little bit more lockdown, could actually be your way in. Like, forget the Viper. I know he's having a bad game, but Ursa is like doing okay. Well, maybe not at this point, maybe not so much. But he was doing okay, so like enable him, you know, help him get a couple kills could be one way to do it. Maybe Ags is okay. I'm not a huge believer in it personally, but there probably is some room to explore it. I'm testing the forbidden build of Pugna. 1-4-1-1. Massive damage to the ult at level 7. That is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty funny, Roscoe. I want to say it's not gonna be worth it, because there are more uses for max Nether Blast than max Decrepify. But that's, I don't know, if that worked a couple times, it'd feel pretty worth it. Feel pretty funny. The Archivist. Venge is... she's always, like... the win rate is fine in pubs because Swap is so good, and then the Ags is really good. But her actual laning is pretty bad, and that's why pubs it works out, because she doesn't get punished, and she gets time to farm up to, like, Ags and stuff like that. But at pro levels, like, no one really likes to touch Venge, because her lane is just, like, so ass. And they don't get baited by Swap and the Second Life. If you want to play her, you can. The patch just came out, so it's kind of being still figured out. I think... who did I have in my list? I think Mirana and Lich are okay. I think Witch Doctor looks good to me. Ooh, yeah, I like Largo. I'm working on a guide. I did some initial takes, but I don't like it. I'm gonna like change the way I was doing it. I think I'll just show you for this won't be a video. It'll hopefully be done sometime this week is my goal, but I'll show you this now. Largo. Largo. I do this every time. I accidentally open the guild instead of the guide. This is what I would recommend for Largo right now. I think max Catchy Lick is actually the play. If you have a really slow game and you need to buy time, then you can max Frog Stomp. But I think the ideal way to play is with max Catchy Lick, because you want to be with your team. You don't actually want to be like split push farming. You want to be jamming out and like licking people. It's Largo's thing. So I think maxing this out is actually better. And then Arcane Boots, because you have a lot of mana needs. And from there, build whatever. I know there's a lot of discussion over like, oh, you got to make your innate work with the shard and get a ton of extra value. And I think that's good. And that's why like by default, Solar and Glimmer are good. But don't sweat it. Like if you think Greaves is good, like Auras, even though there's some loss of efficiency, it's fine. Drums, all that stuff. Like whatever the proper team grouping item is, it's what Largo wants. Because Largo wants to be with the gang, jamming out, you know, beating the drums. What he doesn't care. Like whatever item it is fine as long as it enables that play style. But if you have the choice, the single target buffs like this are really good. Solar Crest, because Bullbelly Blitz with right-click damage is actually really good. I think that's the sleeper. Everyone is caught up on the spell damage combos with Croco Genius, but actually the magic damage on auto attacks is really good. So that's why Drums and Solar Crest can pan out, because you put it on your carry or your offlaner or mid, whatever, and then you drum whatever, boost them up. Really good. And then it has a big mana pool, so that helps with your own song playing, and then you drop it with Arcane Boots to help with your mana. Glimmer is good in general for all the reasons Glimmer's already good, but then you get armor from your ultimate stacks and then magic resistance from the Glimmer, and now you are super tank frog. It is really hard to get through you while playing your Island Elixir. And if it helps for frame of reference, Island Elixir it's like a Radiance in terms of healing. If that puts it into perspective, like the power scaling of this song, the enemy Radiance scaled down due to magic resistance is about 45 DPS when you have like 25, 30 magic resistance. The song is 34 per beat, and then with magic resistance is effectively about a 45 to 50 heal. So that's why it's like, it's so good, and you just want to be with people jamming out and buffing them. Lost as Warlock 5, won as mid Muerta. I have no idea what is meta. Don't worry about it. If you've taken some months off, you know, play what you like. If you want, Dota 2 Pro Tracker and Dota Buff are great ways to check like hero win rates if you want like some data to work with. But really, for most ranks outside of like Immortal, the most important thing is playing to your fundamentals. So whatever comfort hero with 30% win rate, you're working on your map awareness. You're working on making the right decision on, you know, lane equilibrium. All the things we talked through, you're looking at the minimap and like, hey guys, this is a good opportunity. This is a bad opportunity. A bad hero taking good opportunities is way more important than a good hero taking bad opportunities. So the exact meta really doesn't matter for most pub games. Okay, guys, I think it's time for me to go get some food. I am hungry. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. For everybody who did the donations and subscribed, all that. Thank you so much. Helps me continue to do this. I think I will be back on Wednesday, and we'll do late game stuff. So if you want to keep some replays with late game questions, bring that on Wednesday. And if some last minute stuff I decide not to do Wednesday because of like the New Year's Eve, whatever, then next Monday we'll be back with this stuff. So, you know, whatever. One of these days we'll be doing late game stuff and other replays. Okay, until then, I will see you guys later. Everybody have a good rest of your day. If I don't see you before New Year's, Happy New Year's to everybody. We'll play more Dota in the year 2026. Keep playing Dota. Keep getting better. I'm going to work on some videos for that too.